Chapter 186. No one is here. After flipping through the house, Guyuebo could not find Fang Yuan. His heart felt like it was being pressed by a huge rock. Fang Yuan was missing. Tai Shuelong was also missing. It was easy for him to link these clues together. Speak, where's Fang Yuan? Guyuebo's expression was gloomy as he shouted at Tai Ruonen, who had just arrived. How would I know where Fang Yuan is? Tai Ruonen's attitude was unyielding. Facing a rank 4 expert, she was not afraid at all. Humph, why is Tai Shuelong nowhere to be seen? Tai clan girl, can you give me an explanation? Guyuebo said as he walked closer to Tai Ruonen. The young girl was slightly stunned. In fact, this matter had been fishy from the start. The original plan was for her and her father to come here next year. At that time, Tai Shuelong was investigating another case when a white crane suddenly descended from the sky. The white crane held a letter in its beak and handed it to Tai Shuelong. After Tai Shuelong saw this letter, he suddenly changed his plans and temporarily put down the case on hand, rushing over to Qingmao Mountain. If not for this letter, the Tai father and daughter would not have come here so early. As a daughter, Tai Ruonen naturally understood her father. Normally, only major cases would make Tai Shuelong make such a decision. However, what made her puzzled was that this case on Qingmao Mountain was only about Jia Jinsheng's death. Jia Jinsheng's death was related to the Jia clan's property dispute, but the severity of it was only ordinary, far from enough for the divine investigator to pay so much attention to it. Tai Ruonen had always been suspicious about this. And now, Tai Shuelong had mysteriously disappeared, not even telling his own daughter. Where did he go? What did he do? Father, you are injured. You must take care of yourself. Tai Ruonen was very worried. This kind of situation had actually happened a few times before. Every time, it was Tai Shuelong facing a strong enemy and could not split his attention to take care of Tai Ruonen, thus fighting alone. The injuries on his body were caused by a strong enemy in a similar situation. Although father is injured, he is still a rank 5 expert. Ordinary rank 4 Gu masters were simply not his match. Father, I believe you. I will wait for you to come back. Tai Ruonen's eyes flashed as she encouraged herself in her heart. Guyuebo approached her step by step. The girl raised her head and looked at Guyue clan leader. Explanation? If you want an explanation, will I give it to you? Guyuebo's expression became even more gloomy. Little girl, you're quite stubborn. Looks like I can only capture you and use you to exchange for my clan's Fang Yuan. He. Tai Ruonen laughed instead. Clan leader Guyue, do you really dare to make a move? My uncle is the current patriarch of the Tai family. Do you want to fight with our Tai family? Guyuebo stopped in his tracks. He was so anxious that he almost forgot. Tai family! That was a super clan that had existed for thousands of years. The demon suppression tower in Tai clan village imprisoned countless demonic Gu masters. It was the symbol of the righteous path. Guyue clan was only a small or mid-sized clan. It could not compare to Jia clan. And Jia clan was only a rising clan. It could not compare to Tai family. Even in the whole southern border, Tai family was a top-tier force with deep foundations. It was a colossus. Tai Ruonen's voice slowed down. Clan leader Guyue, I am not here to be your enemy. Please believe my sincerity. I do not know where father went, but I will not leave. I will not sneak away. Tai family only has ghosts that die in battle. There are no cowards that run away. Not only will I not escape, I will also capture Jia Jinsheng's murderer. Fang Yuan might not be the murderer. Guyuebo frowned, his eyes revealing a fierce light. But he could be. Tai Ruonen stared, her heroic spirit surging. She did not back down on this point. Both sides glared at each other for a long time. Tai Ruanen said, "Fang Yuan is missing now. He could very well be on the run, making him even more suspicious. But I will not let the innocent suffer injustice." "Humph, I hope so." Guillermo flicked his sleeves and left. 15 minutes ago, gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The spirit spring whirlpool rose and fell. A lotus was faintly discernible in the spring water, like an illusion. Piece after piece of yuan stone were thrown in by Fang Yuan, causing the heavenly essence treasure lotus image to become clearer. The 10,000 yuan stone that was offered during the gathering with my classmates, in addition to the 40,000 yuan stone that Guyue and Emo Chen provided in installments, have all been thrown in. Why has this heavenly essence treasure lotus not materialized yet? Fang Yuan focused, looking at the center of the spirit spring through the crystal wall. He felt slightly doubtful. Heavenly essence treasure lotus was very precious. After advancing to rank 6, its value would not lose to autumn cicada. Even in Fang Yuan's previous life, he had only heard of it. He had never come into contact with it. Thus, this was his first time coming into contact with it. He could not help but feel doubtful. But he quickly calmed his emotions, laughing, "A total of 50,000 yuan stone is more than enough. Why am I worrying about personal gains and losses? So what if the refinement fails? He. Thinking so, he no longer hesitated, taking a deep breath and jumping, crashing into the crystal wall. This wall was formed by the moat gu. When Fang Yuan crashed into it, it was like jumping into water. Ripples appeared on the wall, instantly engulfing him. Spring water immediately surrounded Fang Yuan from all directions. Fang Yuan opened his eyes in the water, but could not see the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Before the heavenly essence treasure lotus was plucked, it could only be seen through the crystal with the naked eye. Fang Yuan had already expected this, so he was not surprised. He had already estimated the distance, and even calculated the refraction of light, grabbing forward according to his memory. This grab was like magic, creating something out of nothing, creating a lotus. This lotus was blue and white, its petals closed, full like a lamp filled with a holy aura. But it had its own consciousness, and although it was grabbed by Fang Yuan, it faintly resisted. But this was nothing, a trace of autumn cicadas or a leaked out. And this rank 3-flower gu was instantly refined by Fang Yuan. The heavenly essence treasure lotus was in his hands. In the spring water, Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a smile. He willed, and the heavenly essence treasure lotus turned into a blue and white light shooting into his aperture. Without the heavenly essence treasure lotus, the countless whirlpools in the spirit spring immediately dissipated. The spring water that was filled with life force had now turned into a pool of stagnant water without any ripples. The spirit spring has been destroyed. I cannot stay here for long. I need to take this chance to escape. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn, but just as he was about to return, a change occurred. In the depths of the spirit spring, a dazzling blood light burst out. A huge suction force suddenly appeared, catching Fang Yuan off guard, and he was sucked into the depths of the spring. The spring water suddenly turned red, turning into blood water, tightly wrapping around Fang Yuan and pulling him down. Sky canopy gu, thunderwings gu. At the moment of danger, Fang Yuan roared in his heart, and a layer of white armor shone on his body. And at the same time, a pair of large lightning wings appeared on his back. The lightning wings flapped continuously, giving Fang Yuan a driving force to move upwards. But as the blood water wrapped around him, the suction force became stronger and stronger, and he could not resist it. Whoosh! The sound of rushing water could be heard, and Fang Yuan was pulled down by a huge force along the water channel. Just as he was about to die, the pressure around him suddenly disappeared. Fang Yuan took a deep breath, and at least he did not die from lack of oxygen. Then, he found himself falling from a high altitude. He subconsciously flapped his wings, but the Thunderwings goo was extremely dispirited. The originally strong wings were now extremely weak. Fang Yuan's heart sank, and he tried his best to maintain his balance in the air, slowing down the speed of his descent. This was an underground space. It was not dark and was filled with red light. Fang Yuan fell from a height of 15 meters, and below him was an underground lake. But this underground lake was not the usual transparent color, but was dark red, like blood water. No, it was blood water. The pungent smell of blood assaulted Fang Yuan's nose as he continued to descend. This situation was strange no matter how one looked at it. To be safe, Fang Yuan did not want to easily fall into this blood lake. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. He summoned the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, and his palm entered the centipede's mouth. Using it as a whip, the golden centipede's body extended to its maximum length, and its sharp tail pierced into the mountain wall. Under Fang Yuan's control, the golden centipede shrunk its body. This way, Fang Yuan's body landed on the mountain wall. This mountain wall was somewhat slippery and was not easy to land on, but Fang Yuan relied on the Chainsaw Golden Centipede and barely found a rough section of the wall and placed his feet on it. What the hell is this place? After stabilizing his body, Fang Yuan immediately assessed his surroundings. According to his calculations, he should be even deeper underground, right below the underground karst cave. How can there be such a place? Fang Yuan was surprised. In his previous life, his level was not high enough, and he did not come into contact with the secrets of the upper echelons. In fact, this was the Blood Lake Graveyard, the secret forbidden land where the first-generation patriarch's coffin was buried. Even among the patriarchs, only 1 or 2 knew this secret. Fang Yuan looked down, and the Blood Lake reflected a sky full of red light. The area was larger than the village, and it exuded a strange and terrifying aura. And at the top of the cave, there were hundreds of holes, and water constantly flowed down, bringing along the scallops, turtles, snakes, fish, and other wild animals in the underground river. Whoosh, 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 waves of water flowed down from the holes on the top of the wall, smashing into the blood lake. As the blood churned, countless fish and prawns flopped and fell into the blood lake. After a few breaths, all the blood in their bodies had been sucked out, and they became dried corpses, faintly discernible on the surface of the lake along with the bloody waves. The blood lake became even redder. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he looked. If he fell into this blood lake, even with the protection of the sky canopy goo, he would not be able to survive. He looked carefully, and other than fresh, dried corpses, there were some bones in the blood waves. There were broken fish bones, large bear bones, and clearly human skeletons. This was a huge graveyard, strange and bloody. The waves of the blood lake surged, washing the surrounding walls. The bright red and shiny blood seeped into the surrounding soil, causing the surrounding soil to be dyed crimson red, forming the red earth. To be continued. Chapter 187. Wait a minute, red soil? Fang Yuan saw this, and his heart jumped. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the stone wall beside him. With a forceful pull, he dug out a piece of red soil. This red soil was soft and gave off a faint red glow. Fang Yuan squeezed it lightly and effortlessly crushed it. So that's it, he realized. He remembered the first time he entered the secret cave. He found that the secret cave was filled with this kind of red soil. It gave off a faint glow and did not need any other illumination. He felt it was strange at that time because Qingmao Mountain soil was all greenish-black. He thought this was the flower wine monk's arrangement, but now it seemed that the source was this strange blood lake. Fang Yuan felt that something was wrong. The 500 years of experience from his previous life had settled into his intuition. This place is not only strange, but also full of danger. I don't have much time. How do I leave this place? Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at the cave wall. There were hundreds of caves on the wall. Which one was connected to the spirit spring? Fang Yuan hesitated. Water could flow in, but it did not mean that the underground river was wide enough for a person to pass through. Also, Fang Yuan's expression was solemn as he tried to flap his wings. The lightning wings weren't as easy to control as before. The originally blue electric current was now mixed with strands of strange scarlet color. It revealed a contradictory feeling of weakness and strength. The Thunderwings goo was not reliable in this state. It was very likely that it would screw up during flight and cause Fang Yuan to fall from the sky. Swoosh! In the blood lake, an undercurrent surged. The huge aura of a rank 5 goo seeped out from the blood lake. That is, Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He saw a long black shadow gradually appearing in the blood lake. It was more than 40 meters long and more than 6 meters thick. This was a huge python that lived in the depths of the blood lake. Now that it smelled Fang Yuan's flesh and blood, it seemed to be coming out to hunt. Damn it! Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Right now, his long hair and black robe were relying on the chainsaw golden centipede to pierce through the mountain wall, barely hanging on the soft red soil. Compared to the vast sea of blood, it was like a black ant. Hundreds of black dots also appeared from the bottom of the lake, rising up like a school of fish. They were even faster than the giant python and flew out of the lake in an instant. This was not a fish, but a bat. These dark red bats had long pointed ears and 2 pairs of wings. One pair of main wings was larger, while the other pair of secondary wings was slightly smaller. They were located below the main wings. They didn't have claws, but the edges of their wings were as sharp as steel blades. Rank 3, Bladewing Bloodbat Goo. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of an answer. Looking at the swarm of Bladewing bloody bats pouncing toward him with a murderous aura, the first thing that appeared in his mind was that scene. In the photo-audio goo's image, the flower wine monk was bathed in blood, heavily injured, and on the verge of death. It was impossible for the Moonshadow goo to cause such injuries, but this group of Bladewing blood bats was a perfect match. Could it be that the flower wine monk had been here before? In fact, he was injured by the Bladewing bloodbats here. For a moment, Fang Yuan's thoughts spun like lightning. The cause of the flower wine monk's death had always been a mystery, but now it seemed that it was most likely the case. Bladewing bloodbat. Fang Yuan muttered in his heart. He was actually not unfamiliar with this goo. Although this goo was only rank 3, it was extremely easy to feed and only needed blood. In his previous life, he established the Bloodwing Demon sect with the Bladewing bloodbat as its symbol. With the resources of the demonic sect, he was able to raise close to 10,000 Bladewing bloodbat goo. They were ferocious and fearsome. More accurately, he established his career with the Bladewing bloodbat goo. In his previous life, 400 years later, he accidentally obtained an inheritance of the Blood Sea ancestor. Relying on the Bladewing bloodbat group and his own rank 5 cultivation, he became an overlord. This Blood Sea ancestor was a rank 7 demonic goo master with a notorious reputation. He killed people like flies, and his name was recorded in the annals of history. He was originally immortal, but by chance, he became a demonic goo master. He climbed all the way from the lowest level and used 800 years to become a demonic overlord. His aptitude was not high, and the primeval essence in his aperture was limited. He always had a fanatical research interest in goo fusion. Wild goo had a natural will and could absorb the natural primeval essence in the air. But when a wild goo was refined by a goo master, and its body was dominated by the human's will, it would lose the ability to absorb the surrounding primeval essence, and could only absorb the primeval essence in the goo master's aperture. The blood sea ancestor had always wanted to research a goo that could be refined by a goo master, but could also absorb natural primeval essence. The righteous goo masters were extremely afraid of this, and were extremely worried that the blood sea ancestor would succeed. They had organized several righteous goo masters to surround and kill him. The blood sea ancestor did not succeed in the end, but he did not fail completely. He explored the fusion recipes of the blade-wing blood bat, blood guillotine, and blood frenzy goo. The rank 3 blade-wing blood bat goo was his first achievement. It was extremely easy to raise, but it still required the goo master to provide primeval essence. However, this blade-wing blood bat group was a very special group. The goo master only needed to control the male bat to indirectly command all the other female bats. The blood frenzy goo was his second achievement. This goo was formless and was a lump of blood chi, and could only survive by attaching itself to other objects. This goo was rank 4, and its effect was very special. Any goo worm that came into contact with its aura would be able to absorb natural primeval essence from time to time. But it had a huge drawback. The goo worms affected by the blood frenzy goo would gradually lose control of the goo master. After a period of time, they would turn into a pool of blood. The blood guillotine was the blood sea ancestor's final achievement. This goo was rank 5, and was undoubtedly more mature than the previous 2. It combined nurturing and usage, using battle to nurture battle, and devouring the goo master's blood to reproduce and divide. It no longer needed the master to provide primeval essence. Unfortunately, after the blood sea ancestor created the blood guillotine, he was besieged by the righteous goo masters in the chaotic battle, and was exhausted and defeated. He suffered a fatal injury that could not be healed, and escaped from the heavy encirclement using blood escape. The righteous goo masters were worried that he would counterattack at the last minute and endanger themselves, so they did not have the intention to pursue him, and watched as he escaped. From then on, every time these righteous goo masters thought back, they would regret their actions of letting the enemy go so easily. The blood sea ancestor knew he was going to die for sure, and started to spread his inheritance. Using the limited time before his death, he used his rank 7 goo master abilities to set up hundreds of thousands of secret inheritance grounds, located in Central Continent, Southern Border, and other places. Before his death, he laughed strangely. The blood path is not lonely, leaving behind a venomous legacy for all ages. His words were not false at all. From then on, countless goo masters benefited from this, and the demonic path flourished, be it the blade-wing bloodbat goo, the blood frenzy goo, or the blood guillotine. They were all extremely easy to raise and reproduce. Maybe in some unremarkable valley, in a shabby village, in an uninhabited desert beside a mountain path, there would be 2 or 3 goo left by the blood sea ancestor. These goo were easy to raise and did not require much primeval essence, so they were easily used by goo masters with ordinary aptitude. Surviving in such a world where one's life was precarious, which goo master would not desire more power? The goo worms left by the blood sea ancestor represented a completely new kind of power. This kind of power was fast and convenient, and was undoubtedly more popular than other goo worms. Power itself was not sinful, it was good when used for good, and evil when used for evil. But in this world, how many people could have a firm heart to be able to control the sudden increase in power? Just like when a man is rich, he would often become a playboy. The sudden increase in power would nourish the wild ambitions that they had never had before. Thus, many goo masters, after obtaining the blood sea ancestor's inheritance, became demons who killed in all directions. There were even many righteous path members who changed sides because of this. The inheritance of the blood goo brought great turmoil and harm to the whole world. In the inheritance that the blood sea ancestors set up, there were usually only 2 or 3 goo, but these inheritances were like a spark, and if one was not careful, they would start a prairie fire. Almost every once in a while, there would be demonic goo masters who grasped the blood goo, causing trouble. Some of these people failed and were killed in the village. Some succeeded temporarily and formed a general trend, causing harm to one side. Whether they succeeded temporarily or failed, they would unwillingly leave behind a new blood inheritance at some point in time. Thus, the blood calamity was endless, and not only did it not decline because of the blood sea ancestors' death and the righteous path's all-out attack, it instead became even more prosperous, with a deep foundation that could not be eradicated and had a trend of never ending. As a result, the righteous path members would often curse in pain, these damned blood goo masters. I clearly remember that I have already killed wave after wave, but if I am not careful and look up again, who knows where a new batch will appear. By now, the blood sea inheritance was publicly recognized as the world's most popular and most numerous inheritance. There was no other. Strictly speaking, in his previous life, Feng Yuan had also received the blood sea ancestors' inheritance. In my previous life, I only found a blood sea inheritance after 400 years and started to dominate it. If I can subdue these blood bats in this life, it would be equivalent to advancing my efforts by 400 years. The blood bats rushed over, but Feng Yuan was not afraid in the face of danger. He had the spring-autumn cicada, and his rank 6 aura was enough to make these bats collapse without a fight. The only thing he needed to be wary of was the rank 5 snake python that was hidden in the blood lake. But something is not right with this situation. Back when the blood sea ancestor set up his inheritance, there were usually only 2 or 3 goo. Why are there more than 100 blade-wing blood bats here? Could it be that the rumor is true? Rumor had it that the blood sea ancestor had set up a deceptive formation. Although he had set up hundreds of thousands of inheritances, there were only a few that he wanted to pass down. In these few inheritances, there were the blood sea ancestors' proudest goo worms, research insights, or fusion recipes. Could it be that this is the true inheritance ground of the blood sea ancestor? Feng Yuan naturally thought of this, and his heart pounded. His thoughts raced. Although he thought of a lot of things, not much time had passed in the outside world. The blade-wing blood bats swarmed towards him. Feng Yuan's expression was calm. With his long hair and black robes, he climbed up the mountain wall and was about to summon the spring-autumn cicada. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. As expected, there is a blood calamity hidden here. A deep and firm voice that sounded like iron and stone came from the top of the cave, and then it reverberated above the blood sea. Chapter 188. Tai Shuelong, why did he suddenly appear here? Feng Yuan heard this voice and was shocked. This loud sound reverberated in the air above the blood lake, causing turbulent waves of blood to surge. This is the heaven and earth grand sound goo. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. The loud voice entered his ears, making him feel as if his whole head was buzzing. The heaven and earth grand sound goo was a rank 5 sound type goo. Once activated, it could form a sound wave attack with a wide range. It was an extremely strong AoE type goo. The voice that Feng Yuan heard now was just Tai Shuelong's small test. He shouted softly and did not really activate it. This degree was like Feng Yuan using the moonlight goo to grind the purple gold rock. It was just a subtle control of the goo worm. Of course, the heaven and earth grand sound goo had its drawbacks. If activated for a long time, the goo master's vocal cords and throat would be overly burdened. Once these burdens exceeded the limit, the goo master would become mute and lose the ability to speak. Bam! A huge force suddenly exploded and blood splattered everywhere. The upper body of the giant python appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. Blood River Python. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. This python's body was covered in glossy blood-red scales, and its head was as huge as an elephant. There was a patch of golden bone spikes on its eyebrows, showing off its ferocious and violent aura. Blood River Python. I remember in the Guyue clan's history, not long after the first clan leader established the village, a Blood River Python appeared and posed a huge threat to the Guyue village. Legend has it that the first clan leader killed it. Could it be? Fang Yuan's heart moved as he thought of something. The Blood River Python was huge, and its head was tall. Its purple eyes stared at Fang Yuan with a cruel gaze. It was cruel and unruly, feeding on blood. Even using the spring-autumn cicada's aura to intimidate, it would only make it more violent. Among the rank 5 goo worms, it was one of the hardest to be refined by a goo master. However, after glancing at Fang Yuan on the mountain wall, the blood sea python raised its head high and turned to the top of the cave. At the top of the cave, an equally tiny figure slowly floated down from one of the caves. He wore a bronze mask, his hands behind his back, and his gaze was cold. Although compared to the Blood River Python, he was as small as an ant. A majestic aura emanated from his body. An enormous invisible pressure filled the surroundings, as if a god had descended to the mortal world. Righteous goo. It was a mental goo and could only be activated by someone who upheld justice. Scoundrels and weak-willed people would often tremble in fear under the influence of the righteous goo and have a guilty conscience. Their battle intent would rapidly drop, and they would feel like they could not fight Tai Shuelong, thus collapsing without a fight. Creak, creak, creak. Under the oppression of morality, the blade-winged bloodbat goo panicked and let out a sharp cry, as if a heavy burden had been placed on their bodies. Their 2 pairs of wings flapped repeatedly as they struggled to fly in the air, sometimes up and sometimes down. They could not even take care of themselves and did not approach Fang Yuan. Even the ferocious Blood River Python slightly lowered its head, feeling Tai Shuelong's supreme might. What a righteous goo! Fang Yuan sneered as he climbed on the mountain wall. This righteous goo's oppression had no effect on him. Only those with weak wills would be severely weakened. He was a demonic path overlord and had a heart as strong as steel. How could he be frightened by this illusory aura? Fang Yuan's nonchalance caused Tai Shuelong to gasp in surprise. The righteous goo had been with him for many years, and he deeply understood its effect. The righteous goo's effect could be big or small, attacking the heart. Sometimes it could achieve miraculous results, but other times it would be useless. But there were very few situations where it would be useless. Even righteous path figures would feel the pressure in their hearts. After all, factions could not determine good or evil, and no one was perfect. But Tai Shuelong knew Fang Yuan's sins. When he first met him, he had already placed a goo on Fang Yuan's body to track him. From then on, Tai Shuelong could faintly sense the changes in Fang Yuan's surroundings. Most people who committed sins would have their wills shaken under the influence of the righteous goo. However, Tai Shuelong had met many demonic goo masters who fought fiercely under the influence of the righteous goo and were not affected. There is only one type of person who will not be affected by the righteous goo even if they commit a crime. These are people with true demonic nature. From the deepest part of their hearts, they are paranoid and crazy, not treating their sins as sins, but as something that should be done. To think that this Fang Yuan's demonic nature is so deep. Let's get rid of this great demon first. If he is lucky enough to survive, we can deal with him later. Tai Shuelong hated evil and snorted, turning his gaze towards the Blood River Python. The moment he appeared, He was locked on by the Blood River Python. As long as he diverted his attention to kill Fang Yuan, he would definitely reveal a flaw. Tai Shuelong had terrifying injuries, and with a strong enemy hiding behind the scenes, he could be spying on him. At this moment, he did not dare to divert his attention. He stared at the Blood River Python for a moment. Then his gaze went past it and landed on the blood lake behind it. Not long ago, he had received a mysterious letter. The letter had concrete evidence, pointing out that there was a blood calamity hidden in Guyue village. This letter was carried by a white crane and dropped from the sky. Its origin was also very suspicious. But Tai Shuelong would rather believe it than not, because the blood calamity was not a small matter and could not be careless. If he was not careful, it would suddenly expand and spread everywhere, bringing disaster to all living beings. The best way to deal with it was to take advantage of the fact that the blood calamity had yet to take shape and extinguish this seed of chaos. Coincidentally, he had another request on hand. It was Jia Fu paying a huge sum of money to investigate the cause of Jia Jinsheng's death. Tai Shuelong brought his daughter and rushed to Qing Mao Mountain in advance. He ordered his daughter to investigate Jia Jinsheng's case. On one hand, it was to nurture and train Tai Ruanan. On the other hand, it was to deceive others and stall for time while he investigated the details behind the scenes. The first time he met Fang Yuan, he had used the touching sensation Gu on Fang Yuan. Although it was done casually, it came from the experience and intuition he had accumulated over a long period of time. The touching sensation Gu was formless and colorless, like an imprint. He had set up dozens of them. The one that was truly effective was the first one he had set up casually. First Gen Guyue, I know you are not dead. You have hidden for close to 1,000 years and set up this trap. Unfortunately, all your efforts are going to be in vain. Tai Shuelong opened his mouth, and the whole space buzzed. But there was no change in the blood lake. Instead, the Blood River Python opened its mouth and roared. It had a cruel nature and could not tolerate any pressure. The morality Gu had stimulated its ferocious nature. Bang! It suddenly stretched its body, and its huge snake body created a blood wave that soared to the sky. With a killing intent that could pierce through the horizon, it pounced towards Tai Shuelong, who was in the air. Tai Shuelong was already on guard against the Blood River Python. His body moved quickly and dodged the Blood River Python's bite. The Blood River Python's body was too long, and its momentum was too fierce, causing it to crash into the cave ceiling. With a loud bang, a large part of the cave ceiling collapsed. Large amounts of rubble fell down and immediately created a huge wave in the blood lake. Humph! First Gen Guyue, do you think you have nothing to worry about just by leaving a Blood River Python to protect you? You better show yourself. Tai Shuelong sneered and moved in the air. The Blood River Python's violent attacks were like a light breeze and drizzle in front of him. The Blood River Python roared crazily and became even more irritable. It had unparalleled strength and recklessly used it to cause huge destruction. The whole space became more and more turbulent. It was as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. The blood lake also had huge waves. Damn it! Fang Yuan was caught in the crossfire. The red soil was soft, and his original foothold was already destroyed. He could only use the chainsaw golden centipede and the thunderwings Gu to move along the mountain walls. The rubble fell down piece by piece, like a dense rain. As he had expected, the thunderwings Gu was not in a good state. The thunderwings Gu on Fang Yuan's back was extremely weak and dispirited, unable to provide a strong force of ascension. But the strange thing was the thunderwings Gu was absorbing less primeval essence from Fang Yuan. While Fang Yuan was moving, the Thunderwings goo actually started to absorb the primeval essence in the air from time to time. At first, this phenomenon only happened for a short period of time and very few times. Fang Yuan tried his best to dodge and did not notice it, but gradually the number of times increased, and the duration of each occurrence also became longer and longer. At the same time, the Thunderwings goo became weaker and weaker. I understand, it's the blood frenzy goo. A flash of inspiration appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Only when one was contaminated by the blood frenzy goo would such a phenomenon occur. Plop! Fang Yuan used all his strength, but still fell into the blood lake. The blood river python was smashing around, using its thick tail to whip around. Gravel fell like rain, ceaselessly crashing down. Fang Yuan activated the sky canopy goo, and his body was covered in a layer of white armor. His swimming ability was not bad, and in his previous life, he had lived in the Eastern Sea for a long period of time and received ample training. He tried his best to dodge the huge rocks that were as big as houses. Sometimes he swam, sometimes he sank into the blood lake, using the blood water to cushion the impact. But those small rocks ranged from the size of a fist to the size of a stone mill. He had no time to dodge. The white armor was as solid as a rock, but it could not slow down the impact. When it smashed onto his body, he felt waves of pain. At the same time, the primeval essence in his aperture was slowly decreasing due to the impact. Fortunately, the morality goo's power enveloped the whole area, causing the group of blade-wing bloodbat goo to still fly around and not find trouble with Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan's expression was grave. The Thunderwings goo was already half crippled. After being contaminated by the blood frenzy goo, without a special goo to cleanse it, it would turn into a puddle of blood and become a new source of contamination. How did it get contaminated by the blood frenzy goo? Fang Yuan thought about it and only had one explanation. That was, this blood water had the blood frenzy goo attached to it. The Thunderwings goo was getting weaker and weaker, showing signs of losing control. Luckily, he activated the white armor in time, or else the blood frenzy goo would have contaminated his body, and its aura would have seeped into his aperture. Most of his goo worms would have been contaminated, but if his primeval essence was depleted or this armor was broken, then the consequences would be severe. I need to leave this place as soon as possible. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and floated in the blood waves, looking around for a way out. Large amounts of red soil fell from the mountain walls. The top of the cave was also beyond recognition. Tai Shuelong was floating in the air, fighting with the blood river python. A battle between rank 5 goo masters was not something Fang Yuan could interfere in. The higher the goo master's rank, the more obvious the difference in battle strength between different cultivations. Maybe a swing of the blood river python's tail could shatter the armor. The sky canopy goo would be heavily injured by the backlash, and Fang Yuan would have fractures all over his body. Maybe a casual strike from Tai Shuelong could put Fang Yuan in a desperate situation. The current situation was like a battle between two giant elephants, and Fang Yuan was a nearby tabby cat. Although he had small claws, it was hard for him to fight. Chapter 189. This cave entrance was not big and should have been buried by the red soil. But this time, the blood lake unceasingly surged with monstrous blood waves, causing the surrounding scarlet soil to be washed away and collapse, sinking into the lake. Thus, the cave entrance was revealed. No matter what, this cave entrance seemed to be a source of hope. Fang Yuan immediately changed his direction and swam towards the cave entrance. Boom! In the air, there was another intense explosion. A huge air current rushed towards the surroundings, pushing Fang Yuan forward fiercely. Damn it! He cursed. Large amounts of red soil collapsed and buried the cave entrance again. Iron Hand grappling goo. In the air, Tai Shuelong took a deep breath and slowly stretched out his right hand. In front of him, ripples appeared in the air and a huge black iron hand appeared, pressing down on the Blood River Python's tail. The Blood River Python struggled with all its might, but its scales were wet and slippery. The iron hand could not hold on and slid through the snake scales, causing golden red sparks to burst out as it escaped. But Tai Shuelong had rich battle experience and was not discouraged. Suddenly, he tilted his head back and puffed his cheeks, blowing at the Blood River Python. Whoosh! A jet of black oil poured down like a waterfall. In the air, it turned into a dragon, baring its fangs and claws as it coiled around the Blood River Python. Oil Dragon Goo! The Blood River Python was furious, roaring, and biting. The black oil dragon's size was not inferior to the Blood River Python's, but it was only a rank 4 and did not have a physical body. In a short while, it was torn apart by the Blood River Python. Tai Shuelong laughed instead. Beasts were beasts. If a Goo master was controlling it, they would be able to see through this classic and ordinary battle tactic. But the Blood River Python was only refined. Although it had a Goo master's will, it did not have the intelligence of a normal person. The oil dragon was destroyed, and the oil dragon Goo in the aperture also suffered a backlash. Tai Shuelong did not care and stopped activating the oil dragon Goo, starting to activate the fire dragon Goo. He shouted, and his body shook. A flame-like Goo shot out from his aperture and quickly turned into a fire snake coiling around his body. The fire snake flew out and became bigger. In the blink of an eye, it grew scales and extended eagle claws, antlers, a horse's face, and sharp teeth. It turned into a giant fire dragon. This fire dragon Goo was only rank 4, but when it fought with the Blood River Python, it made the Blood River Python roar in pain. Because the oil dragon had been destroyed, a large amount of black oil had stained the Blood River Python's body. Now that the oil was tangled with the fire dragon, the python's body was suddenly set on fire, roasting the Blood River Python. Other than the snake's body, the black oil was also floating on the surface of the lake. At this moment, it was ignited. The scarlet lake of blood ignited into a sea of fire that soared into the sky. The temperature of the air rose rapidly. The fire dragon was no match for the Blood River Python. It suffered heavy injuries, and its body became smaller and smaller. But every time this happened, it would dive into the sea of fire and roll around, and its body would regain some of its majesty. In this sea of flames, Huolong had the geographical advantage. The Blood River Python and the fire dragon fought for a while. The snake's body was constantly being burned, and the smell of charred flesh wafted through the air. The Blood River Python was violent by nature. Once it was oppressed, it would erupt with a powerful counterattack. But at this moment, it had no choice but to retreat. He abandoned the fire dragon and plunged into the depths of the blood sea. Man is the spirit of all living things, possessing the wisdom to innovate. Under Tai Shuelong's tactic, 2 rank 4 Goo were able to force the rank 5 Blood River Python to retreat. But Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, containing the code of heaven and earth and a corner of the laws. The Blood River Python's ability was its super strong self-recovery ability. It sank to the bottom of the lake, and the blood water nourished it, rapidly healing its injuries. The fire dragon Goo had the geographical advantage, but it had the geographical advantage. As long as this blood lake existed, it would be an unkillable cockroach. Fang Yuan's situation was even more dangerous. The flames on the surface of the blood lake continued to spread, burning fiercely. Tongues of fire licked and roasted his body. The sky canopy Goo's pressure was even greater. The most important thing was not this, but that Fang Yuan's breathing was becoming more difficult. The flames burned and consumed a large amount of air. This underground space was originally a half-closed space, and it was hard to replenish the air. Fang Yuan gradually felt suffocated. Although the oil dragon goo and fire dragon goo can force the blood river python to retreat if they work together, it is only temporary. As long as there is a large amount of blood water, the blood river python's recovery ability is extremely terrifying. When it rushes up again and recovers to its peak condition, the fire dragon goo might not be its match. No, this is too obvious. Tai Shuelong must know. Then Fang Yuan floated in the burning lake, his thoughts moving at lightning speed. Thinking of this, his heart tightened. If he was not wrong, Tai Shuelong had achieved his tactical goal by forcing the blood river python to retreat. Tai Shuelong wanted to gain sufficient time, and there was a situation where he needed to do so. That was to prepare his killer move. As expected, at the next moment, Tai Shuelong floated in the air and suddenly spread his arms, letting out a deep roar. The righteous aura that was suppressing all directions was retracted by him, and he poured his rank 5 primeval essence into the bronze mask with full concentration. The bronze mask gradually lit up. At first, it was only a faint light, but in a few breaths' time, it gave off a dazzling green light, like a fragment of the sun. The green light shone in all directions, like a monarch descending to heaven and earth. For a moment, the red soil, Bloodbeard, and the sea of fire were all dyed with a layer of ancient green. Within the green light, there was a mystical power. Under the guidance of this power, the mountain rocks started to shake and collapse. At the top of the cave, huge rocks fell and flew towards the bronze mask. The surrounding red cliffs also had large amounts of soil and rocks slowly flying up from the bottom. Tai Shuelong's expression was already shrouded by the bronze mask's light. Large amounts of mountain rocks gathered around the bronze mask, condensing together and forming a human figure. The soil and rocks continued to gather, and the rockman became bigger and bigger. From the initial 1 meter, it rapidly grew to 3 meters, 5 meters, 8 meters, finally reaching 18 meters. Giant Hill Puppet Goo. A giant that could support heaven and earth descended upon the battlefield of the Blood Lake. Its 2 legs stood in the depths of the Blood Lake, the lake water only reaching its waist. Its body was extremely majestic, its arms could run carriages, and its fists could stand on top of an elephant. Its face was simple and unadorned, an enlarged version of the bronze mask. Fire Dragon, come. It opened its mouth, its voice shaking the heaven and earth. The fire dragon that was tumbling in the sea of fire flew up and coiled around the giant puppet's right arm like a snake, its head resting on the giant puppet's right shoulder. Then the oil dragon goo flew out and turned into a pitch-black oil dragon, coiling around the giant puppet's left arm and resting its head on its left shoulder. The 2 dragons on the left and right, the giant hill puppet, descended like a mighty deity. Fang Yuan swam towards the cave entrance with all his might. Just now, the soil and rocks had gathered to form the giant puppet, causing the red soil that was covering the cave entrance to disappear, revealing the cave entrance again. This battlefield was getting more and more dangerous. The cave entrance could be buried again at any time, so Fang Yuan did not dare to stay for long. The sea of fire gradually extinguished, and the Blood Lake suddenly surged with towering red waves. Blood River Python attacked from the lake, coiling around the giant puppet and slithering upwards. The giant snake's head was like a battering ram, aiming at the giant puppet's face. This attack was extremely powerful, and if it were to hit directly, half of the giant puppet's head would be smashed into pieces. Iron hand grappling. The giant puppet shouted, and the air split open as an iron hand flew out, grabbing the snake's head. With a loud bang, the iron hand was destroyed, and the Blood River Python's attack was also stopped. Tai Shuelong won a breather, and the giant puppet grabbed the Blood River Python's body with both hands. The oil dragon and fire dragon waited for an opportunity, climbing onto the blood river python. The two dragons merged together, forming a blazing flame that roasted the blood river python. The blood river python roared in pain, struggling with all its might. But this time, how could Tai Shuelong allow it to escape so easily? The giant puppet's hands were like iron pincers, tightly restraining the blood river python. The blood river python could not escape, and its body was roasted black, emitting the smell of burnt flesh. Its ferocious nature was stimulated, and it did not try to escape anymore. Its slender body coiled around the giant puppet's body again, and it started to contract fiercely, launching a strangling attack. Although the giant puppet was made of mountain rocks, the red soil was soft, and after being twisted by the blood river python, its waist quickly shrunk. Cracking sounds could be heard, and rubble flew everywhere. Under the stimulation of death, the blood river python exploded with great strength. Fang Yuan finally reached the edge of the cave entrance with one hand, and the giant puppet suddenly coughed a few times. Tai Shuelong's old illness had relapsed. The giant puppet's hands loosened, and the blood river python hissed, its body moving forward by a large margin. The giant puppet tightened its grip, and the blood river python opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs. The snake's head moved forward crazily, but it was just a short distance away. The blood river python's counterattack failed, and it gradually lost its strength, about to be burned to death. But at this moment, a dense blood mist suddenly rose from the center of the blood lake. Blood frenzy goo. A trace of fear flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes, and he quickly climbed up the cave entrance, moving deeper into the depths. The blood mist quickly spread, and the flames on the surface of the blood lake were completely extinguished. A whirlpool appeared in the center of the blood lake. The whirlpool became larger and larger. At first it was only in the center, but it quickly spread, and the edges of the whirlpool touched the surrounding walls. Humph, first-generation Guyue, you finally couldn't endure it anymore. The giant puppet snorted coldly. At the center of the whirlpool, a huge wave suddenly surged 10 meters above the surface of the lake. In the wave of blood, a vertical red coffin slowly rose, revealing itself. Hee. A dry and strange voice came from the coffin, making people feel a chill down their spines. Junior, you dare to spoil my plans. You are courting death. I will fulfill your wish. Before the voice finished, the coffin lid was ejected, and a shriveled corpse appeared. He had a scarlet face and sharp fangs. His hair was red like blood, and in his deep eye sockets, his eyes were like burning charcoal that was about to be extinguished. He had no skin, and red strips of withered muscles were attached to his white bones. He looked thin and capable. Junior, thou art injured, yet you still dare to provoke me. Thou shalt die today. The corpse spoke, but there was no movement from his mouth. It was his abdomen. He kept saying, I, thou. This was the habit of the ancient people from 1,000 years ago. Rank 5 blood white goo. Is he really the first generation? Fang Yuan was astonished, but not shocked. In this mystical world, there were many goo masters who had lived for hundreds of years. Other than using the most orthodox lifespan goo to increase one's lifespan, some unorthodox methods could also allow people to live forever. For example, the rank 2 roaming zombie goo. If this goo was used for a long time, the goo master would completely turn into a zombie, and as long as they drank blood regularly, they would be able to move freely and live forever. The first gen Guyu in front of him was using this method. Blood white goo was an important branch of the rank 5 roaming zombie goo. Together with Azura zombie, heavenly demon zombie, nightmare zombie, and plague zombie, they were known as the 5 great flying zombies. Chapter 190. In the Blood Lake, two strong opponents faced each other. Even if it is a rank 5 blood white corpse, it is still a zombie. First generation Guyue, you are no longer a living person. Your body is filled with death energy. Your aperture is also dead. Although it can store primeval essence, it will be less every time you use it. It will no longer be able to recover itself. The giant centipede said coldly, "Hee, although primeval essence cannot recover itself. So what? I can still absorb primeval essence through Yuan stone. You are injured and still dare to disturb me. Die." First generation Guyue shouted. In an instant, blood fog surged and waves of blood soared to the sky. From the Blood Lake, a large group of insects flew out. It was the rank 5 blood guillotine. At the same time, groups of blade-winged blood bats flew out from the caves on the mountain walls, coming out from the depths of the Blood Lake. They gathered and attacked the giant centipede. The enormous bat group numbered over 1,000, forming an army in an instant. Although they were only rank 3 and belonged to close combat type Gu, their numbers made up for their quality. Even the rank 5 Gu master, Tai Shuelong, would have a headache dealing with them. But this was far from the end. First generation Guyue's consciousness had completely awakened. Under his summons, new blood bat groups appeared one after another and gathered here. He had operated here for close to 1,000 years and had hidden plans. He had already turned this place into his nest and had a strong geographical advantage. The blood bat group was organized in a strict formation, continuously circling in the air like an elite army surrounding the giant centipede. The blood river python no longer struggled and instead tried to shrink its body. This made Tai Shuelong feel some fear and put his full attention on it. Although Gu masters were strong, they had low intelligence. With a Gu master controlling the bloodbat army, the effect was like heaven and earth. First generation Guyue has just appeared, but he has already turned the situation around and is showing signs of suppressing Tai Shuelong. He has a huge geographical advantage and is waiting for the enemy to exhaust him. Tai Shuelong is also injured. The situation is not looking good. Fang Yuan had already shrunk into the cave on the mountain wall and was secretly observing the battle using the shadows. But Tai Shuelong has roamed the southern border for so many years and still dares to enter this demonic cave despite being injured. No matter what, there will be an intense battle soon. If things went wrong, this area might even collapse. Should I stay here and watch the battle? It was very dangerous to stay. This was deep underground, and they might be buried alive. If we stay and watch the tigers fight, what are the chances of us reaping the benefits? Fang Yuan's brain spun rapidly as he weighed the pros and cons. His cultivation level was only at rank 3 initial stage. It was very risky for him to watch the battle. It was very likely that he would be heavily injured from the shock waves of a single clash. However, if Fang Yuan was able to reap the benefits and have the last laugh, then the benefits would be great. After all, he was a rank 5 Gu master. If he could gain something, he could save 100 years of hard work. High risk, high profit. Fang Yuan let out a long sigh and retreated. The situation was already out of his control. The risk of staying was too great. Birds die for food, and men die for wealth. He had seen this kind of thing many times in the 500 years of his previous life. He was cautious by nature. Where there was life, there was hope. Moreover, he knew countless secrets. There were many inheritance locations that had not been exposed, and all of them had great profits. Why would he risk his life here? Just as Fang Yuan was about to leave, a group of blood bats separated from the army and flew towards him. There were close to 100 blood bats in this group, and Fang Yuan quickly turned around and retreated. "My clan's junior, don't worry. There are traps set in that cave, and there are fierce beasts lurking underground. These blood bats can ensure your safety. Jen Guyue's voice came from afar. Fang Yuan heard this and ran even faster. Jen Guyue gasped in surprise. He did not expect Fang Yuan to be so slippery at such a young age, seeing through his evil intentions. Immediately, he willed, and another group of close to 100 blood bats chased after Fang Yuan. His distraction allowed Tai Shuelong to see a small flaw that could not be considered a flaw. Heaven and earth grand sound Gu. Howl. The giant centipede opened its mouth and let out a roar that shook the heavens. In an instant, it formed a vast and powerful sound wave that swept through the surroundings like rumbling thunder. The blade-wing bloodbat Gu that were close to it were immediately killed by this majestic sound wave, falling to the ground one after another. The bloodbat group that was further away was also shaken by the sound wave, flying up and down in the air. The originally densely packed bloodbat army collapsed in an instant, unable to do anything in a short period of time. Heaven and Earth Grand Sound Gu was a rank 5 Gu, and it was a group attack weapon, most suited to dealing with attacks like the bloodbat group. When Tai Shuelong used it earlier, its power was not evident, as he had purposely restrained it. Now, with the help of the giant centipede's body, the true power of the Heaven and Earth Grand Sound Gu could be unleashed. Even the flying guillotines that filled the sky were blown to smithereens. The blood fog dissipated, and everything became clear again. The sound wave struck the surrounding mountain walls, causing the entire space and the entire mountain to shake intensely. With the giant centipede as the center, the Blood Lake's water surface was compressed downwards, forming a bowl shape. Blood water flowed into the cave, pouring into it. But before this, the sound wave had already spread over. Fang Yuan also suffered because of this. His white armor flickered and almost collapsed. In order to resist this sound wave, the primeval essence in his aperture decreased by more than 10%. The sound wave reverberated in the narrow cave, causing Fang Yuan's ears to buzz. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. But this sound wave was of help to him, of the 2 waves of blood bats chasing him. The second wave had already been annihilated, while the first wave was shaken by the sound wave and flew around the cave, unable to chase after Fang Yuan. There was no time to lose, so Fang Yuan took the chance to run, pulling apart the distance between him and the bloodbat group. This wave of bloodbats was the furthest away from the source of the sound wave, and quickly recovered, flapping their wings and resuming their pursuit. There were close to 100 bloodbats, all rank 3. Fang Yuan could not contend against them, and could only run away. Earlier, he felt that the cave was dark, and he did not know where it led to. But as his eyes gradually adapted, he could see the situation in the cave clearly, and it was all thanks to the faint light emitted by the red soil. Although the Thunderwings Gu was no longer reliable, it could still provide some help, and Fang Yuan used it with all his might. But even so, the difference in speed between them was huge, and the distance between them was quickly closed. The distance is about right. It's time to use the spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, seeing the bloodbat group getting closer. He could only use this method. The blade-wing bloodbat Gu was only rank 3, and the aura of a rank 6 Gu could completely suppress them. But Tai Shuelong and Guyue's generation were not far away. Once the spring-autumn cicada appeared, it would definitely cause a phenomenon, and the commotion would be too big, enough to attract their attention. But Fang Yuan was also helpless. In the current situation, he could only hope that they were in a stalemate and could not be distracted. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The bloodbat group closed in, and was already less than 100 steps away. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, and said in his heart, "Spring-autumn cicada, come out." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Fang Yuan was in a daze, standing on the spot. The spring-autumn cicada was in the center of his aperture. not moving at all, emitting a dazzling yellow and green light. How can this be? Fang Yuan was shocked. The distant sky was dimly lit. Dawn had arrived. On the hillside, Guyuebo and the 3 clan leaders of Bai and Xiong clan stood side by side. Although the true competition between the 3 clans is still tomorrow, but the qualifiers are still unavoidable. Both of you, the time is just right. Can we start? Xiong clan leader smiled. Bai clan leader snorted, ignoring him. Then let's start. Guyuebo absent-mindedly replied. He shifted his gaze, looking at the Gu masters gathered at the hillside. He searched carefully, but still could not find Fang Yuan's figure. This caused the worry in his heart to grow even deeper. These Gu masters were all below 30 years of age, and they stood together, forming 3 distinct groups. Looking at them, the strength of the 3 clans could be seen clearly. Xiong clan had the most Gu masters, and they had taken the initiative to retreat, preserving most of their battle strength. Guyue clan and Bai clan had fewer people, but Bai clan had Bai Ningbing. Just him alone was enough to pull Bai clan's overall strength to the top of the 3 clans. Xiong clan leader shouted, "This competition has a circumference of 100 li and will last until night, ending at sunset. There is no life and death involved, but I hope you can restrain yourselves. Each of you will be given a nameplate, and those who collect 30 nameplates will have the qualifications to participate in the following 3 clans competition. Let's begin." A life and death battle. As long as the criteria were met, there was no limit to the number of people, and the circumference of 100 li was the competition arena. Even participating in the middle of the competition was allowed. This was not a fair competition, but the 3 clan leaders had no objections or complaints. In this world, survival depended on one's fists and strength. The stronger one had the qualifications to occupy more benefits. The weaker one could only blame their bad luck and keep a low profile, accumulating strength in secret and becoming a strong expert. In just a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan felt like 2 to 3 years. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He could not activate Spring-Autumn Cicada. What was going on? Spring-Autumn Cicada was his vital Gu. It was very important. It was rank 6 and his final trump card, but he could not control it. This situation was too serious. Fang Yuan had to pay close attention to it. In the dark cave, he squinted his eyes. The panic in his heart only lasted for less than half a second before he forced himself to calm down. Thoughts flashed in his mind like lightning. His mind entered his aperture. Spring-Autumn Cicada did not show any changes. It was still recovering rapidly. But no matter how Fang Yuan moved it, it remained in the center. Its body did not tremble at all. I understand now. Fang Yuan realized, once this Spring-Autumn Cicada becomes my vital Gu, it will stay in my aperture and cannot move anymore. Gu were the essence of all living beings. It had endless profundities. It could be said to be of all kinds. Raising, using, and refining Gu, these 3 aspects were broad and profound. There were often special standards in these aspects. In terms of raising, Gu would only consume specific food. In terms of refining, there were all sorts of requirements. In terms of using, the bamboo gentleman could only be used by a Gu master who had never lied in his life. And to use the morality Gu, the Gu master had to be righteous. Another example was the photo-audio Gu. It would die after one use. Its image would remain on the wall for a period of time. Chapter 191. Water Screen Skyflower Gu was only rank 4. Once used, it would turn into a huge spherical water barrier. The water barrier's defense was outstanding and could even block the attack of a rank 5 Gu. However, it had a huge drawback, and that was that it could not be moved or stopped. The water barrier isolated the inside from the outside. Even the owner of the water curtain Skyflower Gu could not enter and exit freely. Many forces used water-curtain skyflower goo to protect their cities. Feng Yuan was not familiar with the spring and autumn cicada. In his previous life, he had just successfully refined the spring-autumn cicada when he was surrounded by the righteous path. He had no time to experiment with it. At that time, the spring-autumn cicada was not his vital goo, so this characteristic was not revealed. In this life, his cultivation level was low, so he didn't dare to release the spring-autumn cicada. The spring-autumn cicada was one of the mystical goo in the world. It was extremely mysterious, and there was no user's knowledge or experience that was passed down in the world. Moreover, goo worms that reached rank 6 and above were unique in the world. There was only one of them. If others wanted to fuse it, there would only be a possibility of success if the previous one died. Otherwise, there was 100% chance of failure. As a result, Feng Yuan only found out about this characteristic today. Rebirth is not an easy thing. Spring and autumn hide calamities. The recovery speed of the spring and autumn cicada was getting faster and faster. Even if one had an upgrade cultivation base and had access to a large amount of resources, the speed of the cultivation base's growth would not be able to keep up with the speed of the spring and autumn cicada. Sooner or later, a goo master's aperture will burst from the spring-autumn cicada. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. Although being reborn was wonderful, possessing the spring-autumn cicada was equivalent to possessing half of the 10 extreme physiques. They were born to be hung under the gallows, and when the time came, they would be executed. I can't release the spring and autumn cicada. Could it be that I can only use it to be reborn? Feng Yuan frowned deeply. This seemed to be the only way. If he were to be reborn again, the spring and autumn cicada would once again fall into a weakened state, and at the same time, Feng Yuan would be able to escape from this dangerous situation. However, the above situation seemed ideal, but in fact, there was a huge problem and the risk was huge. First of all, there was no guarantee that every rebirth would be successful. Feng Yuan had been reborn once, and he often reflected on his only precious experience. He combined his understanding with the concepts on Earth. The world was a three-dimensional space, and time was an axis that ran through the ages. There was no time. Space was still. The movement of all things required a process, which meant that it consumed time. There was only one world, and there was no parallel space. Using the spring and autumn cicada to be reborn was to cross from a point in the second half of the timeline to a point in the first half of the timeline. However, Feng Yuan's aged body, in the future, did not exist in the past. Restricted by the great Tao of heaven and earth, his body could not be brought to the past. He could only self-detonate. The energy produced by the explosion was the driving force, and the spring-autumn cicada contained the fragment of the law of time, like a lonely boat. It carried Feng Yuan's consciousness from the future to the past. Consciousness was not like the human body, which was not purely material. But strictly speaking, this future consciousness did not exist in the past at that point in time. But this was the ingenious part of the matter. The consciousness of the future would guide the goo master to change themselves and influence their surroundings, gradually spreading to the whole world. This was the butterfly effect. When the butterfly effect occurred, the world would be different from what it was before. The consciousness of the future would also have a meaning of existence and be recognized by the great Tao of heaven and earth. Someone once said, history was like a long river. Changing the outcome of an event upstream would cause the downstream to change beyond recognition. This mystical goo world was like the water in a long river. Most people could only follow the current from upstream to downstream. But Feng Yuan's consciousness relied on the spring-autumn cicada to go upstream from downstream. When he made a change upstream, the river water downstream also changed. But the river water was still the river water, and the goo master world was still the goo master world. It was just that history had taken a turn and changed into another possible outcome. Such an analogy could be easily understood. However, the spring-autumn cicada had not recovered completely and could only be compared to a broken boat with a hole. Fang Yuan's cultivation was only at rank 3 initial stage, and after self-detonating, there was an unimaginably huge difference from his previous life's rank 6. He could not push the spring-autumn cicada to go against the flow of time for too long. If I self-detonate and rebirth, I might not succeed. Maybe the broken boat will be stranded in the river, and my consciousness and memories will be ruthlessly eroded by time, turning into nothingness. If I want to increase my chances of success, it is best to wait until the aperture's limit. I need to stall for as much time as possible and let the spring-autumn cicada recover better, and the broken boat will have fewer holes. At the same time, my cultivation will increase, and after self-detonation, I will be able to provide more power to reverse the flow. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. The change in the spring-autumn cicada was somewhat out of his expectations, but he had always been cautious and had made preparations. Behind him, the bloodbat group flew over, but Fang Yuan's consciousness sank into his aperture. The aperture was filled with yellow-green light, the spring-autumn cicada's aura was majestic, and the white-silver primeval sea was as calm as a mirror, but the aperture walls were showing signs of danger of cracking. All the other goo were suppressed to the bottom of the sea by the spring-autumn cicada's aura. Under Fang Yuan's will, a goo withstood the pressure and slowly flew out of the sea. This goo was shaped like a die, square, grayish-white in color, and was extremely hard. Back then, Fang Yuan had used the plunder goo to forcefully take some goo worms from Bai Ningbing's aperture and obtain them. This goo was a consumable goo, disappearing after one use. But its effect was extraordinary. Once used, it would completely squeeze out the Goo Master's foundation and potential, causing the Goo Master's cultivation to instantly reach the same rank peak stage. Stone aperture goo, explode. Fang Yuan's will moved, and the stone aperture goo immediately exploded, turning into grayish-white stone powder, like smoke or fog, instantly spreading over the primeval sea. The aperture walls were originally light walls, but when the grayish-white stone powder came into contact with it, the light immediately dimmed. The stone powder adhered to the surface of the light walls, and the light walls gradually thickened, turning from light to stone. A few seconds later, the 4 walls of Fang Yuan's aperture thickened by several times, turning into a thick and heavy stone aperture. The spring-autumn cicada's yellow-green light was still fluctuating, but its aura was temporarily bearable. Fang Yuan was originally only at rank 3 initial stage and had light silver primeval essence. Primeval essence was like water with a faint silver light. But at this moment, his cultivation rose sharply, leaping from initial stage to rank 3 peak stage, possessing snow-silver primeval essence. Using the stone aperture goo is equivalent to cutting off my path forward, and the aperture's potential is completely squeezed out, making it very difficult to step into rank 4. But with the increase in cultivation, the aperture has turned into a stone wall, becoming several times thicker and sturdier than before, and can temporarily withstand the spring-autumn cicada's pressure. Bai Ningbing probably wants to use the stone aperture goo to overcome the limit of the northern dark ice soul physique. Unfortunately, the 10 extreme physiques are even more troublesome than the spring-autumn cicada, with almost limitless potential. Even if it turns into a stone aperture for a moment, the aperture walls will quickly recover. At this time, the Bladewing Bloodbat group had already pounced over. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, taking out the chainsaw golden centipede, and retreating as he killed. Fortunately, the cave was narrow, and Fang Yuan relied on the canopy goo's defense and the chainsaw golden centipede's wide body to block the Bloodbat group, preventing them from surrounding him. This greatly reduced their threat. For a moment, the cave was filled with banging sounds. The chainsaw golden centipede's attacks, as well as the blade-wing blood bats smashing into the white light armor and piercing into the cave walls at high speed, created a cacophony of sounds. The primeval essence in Fang Yuan's aperture was being consumed rapidly. Although there were close to 100 blood bats, without a goo master to control them, there was a lot of internal friction, and they could not coordinate well. In reality, Fang Yuan only needed to deal with 34 of them at the same time. But this number was not something he could handle, and he could only retreat while fighting. The awkward thing was, although he had advanced to rank 3 peak stage, his aperture still had initial stage light, silver primeval essence. Just relying on a C-grade aperture to produce snow silver primeval essence was simply too slow. The current situation also did not allow Fang Yuan to take out a yuan stone and divert his attention to absorb natural primeval essence. Using a yuan stone to quickly recover primeval essence, this method could not be used in a real battle. Being distracted in a life and death battle was asking to be humiliated. It was extremely stupid and was the same as courting death. At the same time, the efficiency of absorbing natural primeval essence was greatly reduced. This method could only be used during normal cultivation, or to quickly recover primeval essence in the short interval between battles. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had obtained a grass goo not long ago, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus could produce yuan stone, and was extremely rare. But in fact, this effect was only an expression of its innate ability. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was known as a mobile spirit spring, and its innate ability was to produce natural primeval essence. This primeval essence, after condensing together, would form yuan stone. Fang Yuan had a Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, and when it was submerged in his aperture's primeval sea, it was like a miniature spirit spring had appeared in his aperture. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus recipe was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Only goo masters who reached rank 9 were respected by the world. In the righteous path, they were called Immortal Venerables. In the demonic path, they were called Demon Venerables. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, who had lived for thousands of years, was known as the first person to recover primeval essence since ancient times. In this aspect, he was superior to other Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables, and the reason was because of Genesis Lotus. Fang Yuan's Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was only rank 3, and he had just refined it, so it was the lowest grade. But it could already provide Fang Yuan with an endless supply of natural primeval essence. Once this natural primeval essence appeared in his aperture, it was automatically refined by Fang Yuan's aperture, turning into snow silver primeval essence. If Fang Yuan absorbed the primeval essence in the yuan stone, he would have to split a portion of his mind. However, this Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was his goo. Activating the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was as easy as waving his fingers. Fang Yuan retreated as he fought. With the help of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, his primeval essence recovery was already on par with B-grade aptitude goo masters. Kill! He suddenly shouted, and changed his fighting style, charging into the bloodbat group. The chainsaw golden centipede went berserk, and its silver saw teeth rotated crazily, slashing at a blade-wing blood bat that was hiding behind it. This blood bat was stronger than ordinary bats of the same species. It was the only male bat in this blood bat group, and had been refined by the first-generation Guyue. By controlling it, one could indirectly control this blood bat group. Fang Yuan had secretly stored his strength for this attack, and after observing it for a long time, he used an unintentional move to counter it. The first-generation Guyue was not present, and immediately obtained a miraculous effect. The male bat was killed on the spot, and turned into a pile of blood paste. Chapter 192. In the blood bat swarm, there was only one male bat. The rest were all male bats that received orders from the male bat. Male bats and female bats were similar in appearance, and there was not much difference. However, Fong Yuan was extremely familiar with the blade-wing bloodbat goo in his previous life. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to differentiate them. Without the male bats, the bloodbat swarm fell into chaos. Fong Yuan took the chance and waved the chainsaw golden centipede to kill. In a short while, more than 20 blade-wing bloodbats were killed. It could be said that the battle was fruitful. However, the intense battle also consumed a lot of primeval essence in Fong Yuan's aperture. It's time to retreat. Fong Yuan decisively retreated, breaking into a run. By the time the bloodbat swarm reacted, Fong Yuan had already escaped 100 steps away. More than 20 blade-wing bloodbats were still chasing after Fong Yuan, while the rest scattered. Huff, huff, huff. In the narrow cave, Fong Yuan panted heavily as he sprinted while activating the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. After the battle, there was only snow-silver primeval essence left in his aperture. At the same time, the low primeval sea level was slowly but resolutely rising. The longer the battle dragged on, the faster Fong Yuan's battle strength would recover. Suddenly, the thunder wings on Fong Yuan's back flapped, and the momentum pushed Fong Yuan's body, almost causing him to crash into the cave wall. The thunder wings goo had been contaminated by the blood frenzy goo and had reached a certain limit, showing signs of losing control. Not long after, the thunder wings goo will turn into a pool of blood and become a new source of contamination. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan no longer hesitated. He urged the Thunderwings goo 3 times before the disobedient Thunderwings goo left his back. Go! Fong Yuan resolutely abandoned the Thunderwings goo and threw it behind him. The blade-wing bloodbat swarm behind him immediately surrounded the Thunderwings goo, and then they swarmed up and killed the Thunderwings goo. This obstruction gave Fong Yuan some time to catch his breath. By the time the blade-wing bloodbats caught up to Fong Yuan, the primeval essence in his aperture had already recovered by half. Snow Silver True Essence was many times more durable than Light Silver True Essence. Fong Yuan's current battle prowess was far beyond the initial stage. He laughed heartily and waved the chainsaw golden centipede again. After killing 8 or 9 blade-wing bloody bats, the remaining ones flew away with a loud rumble. It's a pity I don't have a goo worm like the Iron Hand grappling goo. The blade-wing bloodbat goo flies too fast, and its wings are as sharp as blades. It's really hard to capture it with bare hands. If we can catch 2 or 3 of them, that would be good. Fong Yuan put away the chainsaw golden centipede and walked deeper into the cave. He had snatched the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, but he had been swept away by the blood water. This was definitely the doing of Guyue's generation. Guyue first generation used blood white corpse goo to turn into a flying zombie. The aperture was dead. It could no longer recover primeval essence. Unless he used Yuan stones to replenish it, the amount of primeval essence in his aperture would be limited. However, if he had a heavenly origin treasure lotus, it would make up for his weakness to a large extent. Thus, not long ago, he had specially mobilized 2 groups of blade-wing bloody bats to fly towards Fong Yuan in an attempt to capture him. Fortunately, Fong Yuan saw that the situation was not good and moved away in time. At the same time, Tai Shuelong had indirectly helped him. I wonder how the battle between Tai Shuelong and Guyue's generation is going. Fong Yuan's gaze was solemn. No matter which side won, they would find trouble with him. Tai Shuelong wanted to capture him and bring him to justice, while Guyue's generation coveted the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus that he had obtained. Although the blade-wing bloody bats had dispersed, Fong Yuan's crisis had not been resolved. I need to escape from Qingmao Mountain as soon as possible. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He could not go back, so he could only move forward along this cave to see if there was really a way out. This cave clearly had signs of human activity, but it had been a long time, and there were some areas that had caved in. Fang Yuan moved forward with his head lowered. When he encountered these cave-ins, he could only use the chainsaw golden centipede. The chainsaw golden centipede was originally an underground creature and was good at digging holes. It was extremely useful now. Fang Yuan himself had the strength of 2 boars, so he dug through the soil and continued to move forward. This greatly slowed down his speed. After 3 to 4 hours, he reached the end of the cave. A solid rock wall completely blocked his way. Even if he used the chainsaw golden centipede, he would not be able to drill through this wall. Could this cave have been sealed by Guyue's generation? Fang Yuan's heart sank. Bam! Both sides' palms met, and the Xiong clan Gu master was like a broken sack, flying high and landing heavily on the ground. Puff! The Xiong clan Gu master vomited a mouthful of blood and immediately fell unconscious. In the sky, the sun shone brightly, shining down its warm radiance. The sunlight shone through the trees, and mottled spots of light shone on Bai Zhongshui's fat face. This young elite of the Bai clan laughed smugly. Humph, so what if you are a Xiong clan Gu master? You dare to compete with me in strength. She moved her fat, delicate body and was about to go forward to finish off the Xiong clan Gu master and take the nameplate when suddenly a moon blade attacked. Bam! Bai Zhongshui's body turned, and she spat out a water bullet. The water bullet and moon blade collided in the air, and both exploded. With Fang Zheng at the lead, 3 Gu masters jumped down from the treetops. Guyue clan, this person is my spoils of war. Bai Zhongshui squinted, a dangerous light flashing in her eyes. Fang Zheng's bloodshot eyes stared at Bai Zhongshui. So what? You are our prey now. At this time, footsteps could be heard from the other side of the forest. A few figures walked out. It was Xiong clan's genius, Xiong Lin. His bald head reflected the sunlight, looking dazzling. Hee, this situation is much more interesting. Bai Zhongshui laughed loudly, but at the next moment, her laughter stopped. Both sides launched their attacks at the same time, catching Bai Zhongshui off guard and surrounding him. Bai Zhongshui vomited a mouthful of blood, her expression extremely ugly. What? Guyue clan, you actually allied with the despicable Xiong clan? Fang Zheng was expressionless, but his killing intent soared. Without saying a word, he closed in on Bai Zhongshui. Xiong Lin snickered. This battle concerns the 3 clans for the next 100 years. I'll tell you the truth, Guyue clan has formed an alliance with our Xiong clan. Bai Zhongshui, today is the day you die. Pooey! Bai Zhongshui vomited a mouthful of blood. She raised her head and looked around in disdain. So what if I die? Ha! Joining hands! You are afraid of my clans, Bai Ningbing. It's no use. This is just the first battle. There is still the individual battle. Which of your clans is Bai Ningbing's match? Our Bai clan is destined to be number 1. He. So we have decided, in this first battle, we will join hands and get rid of Bai Ningbing. Xiong Lin laughed loudly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The chainsaw golden centipede's silver edges grinded against the stone walls, causing noises to echo in the cave. This stone wall was hard and thick, appearing very strangely. Fang Yuan was sweating profusely, using the chainsaw golden centipede and the blood moon goo to attack. After half a day of effort, he could only grind half a meter. Is it really a dead end? Fang Yuan's heart jumped, suddenly feeling a life force in the stone wall. He quickly used the earth communication ear grass, sticking close to the stone wall and listening. There was indeed a mysterious creature hiding on the other side of the stone wall, but its aura was very weak. Half an hour later, Fang Yuan dug a hole, and the mysterious creature revealed itself. Its whole body was black, emitting a metallic luster, like steel or iron. Whether it was its chest or back, they were all thick and hard lines, showing off its dominance. It had 3 pairs of tentacles, and the tips of each pair of tentacles were in a spiral shape. Fang Yuan could not help but think of the spinning of a ball. So it's the 1,000-li earthwolf spider. Fang Yuan suddenly realized, immediately thinking of the flower wine monk. The fog in Fang Yuan's heart dissipated by half. Back then, the flower wine monk came to the Guyue village to cultivate the heavenly essence treasure lotus. But at the last moment, he was stopped by the first generation of Guyue, who used a method to drag him into the Blood River graveyard. The flower wine monk was also a rank 5 ranker, and must have had a fierce battle with the first generation of Guyue. The first generation of Guyue had operated for hundreds of years and had the geographical advantage. The flower wine monk was no match for them and could only escape. He used the 1,000-li earthwolf spider to open up this cave, but after leaving the battlefield, he was already heavily injured. At the last moment of his life, he hurriedly left behind his inheritance and carried out his final revenge. He attempted to let his descendants pluck the heavenly essence treasure lotus and destroy the foundation of the Guyue clan. This explained why the flower wine monk was bathed in blood and covered in wounds. But why did the 1,000-li earthwolf spider sleep here? And seal itself was still a mystery. Also, what was the first generation of Guyue planning? This was also a mystery. These questions are only minor details. Let's leave this place first. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, and with a surge of primeval essence, he refined the 1,000-li earthwolf spider. This sturdy stone wall was actually a stone cocoon of the 1,000-li earthwolf spider when it was in hibernation. It was extremely weak, like the liquor worm that Fang Yuan took out from the earth treasury flower. Thus, although it was a rank 5 gu, it was easily refined by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan lost the Thunderwings gu and was worried about his own weakness in terms of movement. But now that he obtained the 1,000-li earthwolf spider, it was like a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. This 1,000-li earthwolf spider was a type of giant gu that could be used as a mount. It fed on soil and was easy to raise. Fang Yuan poured his snow-silver primeval essence into it, and the 1,000-li earthwolf spider gradually recovered, its aura becoming stronger. It began to eat, swallowing large amounts of soil. When its condition recovered to a certain extent, Fang Yuan, who was worried that a long night would bring trouble, jumped onto its back and drove it forward. Although the 1,000-li earthwolf spider had only recovered a portion, it was still a rank 5 gu. Its 3 pairs of antennae alternated, and its speed was very fast. Moreover, after the stone cocoon broke, the cave would appear again. This path was opened by the flower wine monk when he escaped. The predecessor planted the tree, the posterity enjoyed the shade. The predecessor opened the path, the posterity fled. This was extremely convenient for Fang Yuan. The only thing that worried Fang Yuan was that the gu master's primeval essence would be consumed whenever a mount gu moved. The 1,000-li earthwolf spider was a rank 5 gu, and rank 3 primeval essence could not sustain it. Every once in a while, Fang Yuan had to stop and sit on the 1,000-li earthwolf spider's back, activating the heavenly essence treasure lotus while taking out Yuan stone to extract natural primeval essence. With this 2-pronged approach, along with his C-grade talent's recovery ability, Fang Yuan's primeval essence recovery speed became extremely fast. It was completely different from before. Chapter 193. The setting sun shone down. The sky was red like fire. Bai Ning Bing stood on the slope with white clothes and snow-white hair. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on his eyes, as if hinting at his life that was about to end. Such a beautiful sunset. I don't know how many more times I can see it. I have only seen a tiny speck of dust in this world's wonders. What a pity! Especially around me, there are still some eyesores making a ruckus. Bai Ningbing snorted in his heart, retracting his gaze and looking around. Guyue and Xiong Tribes Alliance, the remaining 100 Gu masters gathered together and tightly surrounded Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, if you withdraw from this preliminary round, we can spare your life. That's right, if you know what's good for you, we might as well show mercy and let you live. Your Bai Tribes Gu masters have almost all been killed by us. The remaining ones have been blocked by us. Bai Ningbing, don't place your hopes on reinforcements. They won't come. With Fang Zheng, Xiong Jiao Sa, Xiong Lin, and Qi Qing as the leaders, the young Gu masters spoke one after another, trying to destroy Bai Ningbing's fighting spirit. But Bai Ningbing did not take these words to heart. A bunch of rats actually running in front of an elephant. What a joke! Bai Ningbing laughed, his gaze looking around with disdain. Among you guys, only Guyue and Fang Yuan are interesting. Too bad. He hasn't appeared yet. Hee, come at me together. Bai Ningbing said as he condensed an ice blade, using his hand to touch the transparent blade that was emitting cold air, not even looking at his surroundings. This person is too arrogant. Humph, he doesn't even put us in his eyes. Brothers, let's attack together. If everyone attacks once, even 10 Bai Ningbing would be turned into meat paste. The Gu masters clamored, but no one acted rashly. Although Bai Ningbing was alone, his aura was shocking, causing fear to rise in everyone's hearts. Everyone calm down. Don't listen to Bai Ningbing's instigation. We haven't practiced before, so our teamwork is not good. Once we attack at the same time, it will instead cause serious internal friction, allowing him to take advantage of us. Xiong Lin shouted. Then who should go first? Qi Qing asked, although he had joined hands with the Xiong family to fight against the Bai family. However, this alliance was not a close one. Whoever made the first move would be in greater danger. The party that made the first move also had to guard against the other party taking advantage of the situation. No worries, let me go first. Bai Ningbing, to be honest, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Xiong Jiao Sa crossed her arms and took a step forward. She blew a loud whistle, and as soon as the whistle fell, the sound of stampeding beasts could be heard from afar. Very quickly, black shadows appeared in the forest. They were more than 200 black bears. The black bear in the lead was larger than its peers. It was 100 Beast King level black bear. The wolf tide was dangerous, but it was also an opportunity. Sister Xiong thus advanced to rank 3, and the bear enslavement Gu also advanced to rank 3, allowing her to control bear-type 100 Beast Kings. This was Xiong Jiao's trump card. Big Sis is mighty. Oh my God, there are so many bears. With these bears and over 100 of us, Bai Ningbing is dead meat this time. Xiong Tribe's Gu masters were in an uproar, excited. Guyue tribe, however, had complicated expressions. After Xiong Li's death, this Xiong Jiao Sa became Xiong Tribe's #1 genius. In contrast, in Guyue tribe, after Qing Shu died, Mo Chen also died. Although Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3, his aptitude was only C grade, and there was no hope for him. Thankfully, our tribe still has the A grade aptitude, Gu. Fang Zheng. Many Gu masters looked at Fang Zheng. Thinking of this, they felt much more at ease. Especially in this 3-clan competition, Fang Zheng seemed to have become more mature, his attacks were fierce, and many Bai tribe Gu masters died in his hands. Fang Zheng's performance made many of the tribesmen feel gratified. This was how an A-grade genius should act. The outcome is set. Even if he is rank 3 peak stage, no matter how talented he is, he will not be a match for over 100 people. Lord Qing Shu, let me take revenge for you this time. And then, if Big Brother appears, Fang Zheng stared at Bai Ningbing, his thoughts churning in his mind. Just 100 Beast King, such a boring trick. Seeing the bear group charging towards him, Bai Ningbing was calm and unruffled, yawning leisurely. His whole body was emitting a white cold air. Northern dark ice soul, physique. I can't hold on any longer. Bai Ningbing felt that his life was coming to an end. His body had reached some kind of limit, and not long later, he would die. Even now, he could feel that his body was on the verge of collapsing, his flesh and blood showing signs of turning into frost. But even so, Bai Ningbing was still calm. His gaze was heavy, and after looking at the setting sun, he slowly turned his head, facing the charging bear group. Since you are seeking death, then I shall be merciful and grant you your wish. Maybe this way I can add some brilliance to my life. He sighed lightly. Not far away, the 3 clan leaders and a group of Gu masters stood silently. The battle is finally starting. Killing Bai Ningbing will be the greatest victory. The Xiong clan leader was secretly excited. Humph, we were plotted against. They actually joined hands to deal with me. Hee, you underestimated Bai Ningbing. Just wait for the big surprise. Bai clan leader's expression was grim as he plotted in his heart. Guyue Bo had a worried expression. Until now, neither Fang Yuan nor Tai Shueleng had appeared. Although the 3 clan competition was important, he was becoming more and more absent-minded. Guyue's desolate in physique. If Fang Yuan really has such aptitude, then I must protect him and bring him into the Blood Lake graveyard. Thinking of this, Guyue Bo secretly glanced at Tai Ruanan. This girl from the Tai clan had a deep background, but she was already by Guyue Bo's side, subtly under his control. Tai Ruanan was not worried about her own situation. She also believed in her father, and now all she wanted was to catch Fang Yuan. What aptitude Fang Yuan had, as long as she put her mind to it, she would be able to detect it. If he really had one of the 10 extreme physiques, then he would be the biggest suspect. Damn it! Fang Yuan cursed in his heart. Lying on the back of the 1,000-li earthwolf spider, sticking close to it to prevent himself from being thrown off. He originally wanted to use the path that the flower wine monk opened to move forward easily. But good times did not last long, and not long after, the 1,000-li earthwolf spider started to go crazy. It started to absorb the primeval energy in the air, turning it into its own. At the same time, its 3 pairs of legs started to move, digging new tunnels and moving around randomly underground. This made Fang Yuan understand. This 1,000-li earthwolf spider, under the command of the flower wine monk, had a fierce battle with Guyue's generation. During the battle, it had already been contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu. The flower wine monk used the 1,000-li earthwolf spider to escape and hurriedly created a secret cave in the mountain, leaving behind his inheritance before dying with regret. The 1,000-li earthwolf spider lost its master and became even more uncontrollable. In its frenzy, it returned to the tunnel that it had dug before escaping. Death was imminent, but fortunately, the 1,000-li earthwolf spider sealed itself and fell into a deep sleep, delaying its death and preserving a chance of survival. Hundreds of years later, Fang Yuan came here, dug open the stone cocoon, and awakened it once again. But the problem with the blood frenzy Gu was not eradicated. As time passed, it relapsed again. Fang Yuan was deep underground, and with his own strength, he could not escape to the surface. He needed the 1,000-li earthwolf spider's ability. The 1,000-li earthwolf spider started to go crazy and became more and more uncontrollable. Fang Yuan could only ride on its back and gamble on his luck. But it was just the beginning, and the frequency of the 1,000-li earthwolf spider's frenzy was not high. Fang Yuan still had some control over it, although the degree of control was getting smaller and smaller. Overall, he was still in control of the general direction. He let the 1,000-li earthwolf spider burrow into the ground as much as possible, but the exact location was not something Fang Yuan could control. The setting sun in the western sky was like blood and broken corpses, and limbs could be seen everywhere. Bai Ningbing stood proudly on this battlefield, a layer of frost covering his feet, and the edges of the frost continued to expand outwards. There were less than 30 Gu masters left, and they huddled together, as if trying to find a sense of security from each other's body temperature. The Xiong group was already dead, and even Sister Xiong was beheaded by Ningbing. Her beautiful head flew far away, and blood spurted out from her neck like a fountain. Xiong Lin's body was pierced by Ningbing's icicle, and Guiyue City was frozen into an ice sculpture. In the ice coffin, he still maintained his dodging posture before he died. His face was full of panic, fear, and shock, as if he was still alive. Fang Zheng's body was riddled with wounds, but there was no blood. Instead, his wounds were frozen by the ice. He breathed roughly, looking at Bai Ningbing in disbelief. Everything that happened just now was like a nightmare. Bai Ningbing clearly had a rank 3 aura, but the battle strength he displayed was close to rank 4. Humph, although you are similar to him, you are not him. Too boring. Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Zheng, walking towards him step by step. The reason Fang Zheng could live until now was because of Bai Ningbing's intention. The Gu masters were in an uproar, and their morale was at its lowest. If not for the fact that their clan leader was watching from afar, they would have collapsed long ago and fled for their lives. Damn it, why is there such a huge difference in battle strength? I am an A-grade talent. Am I going to die here? Fang Zheng gritted his teeth, roaring in his heart. Die. Bai Ningbing leaped into the air and raised her ice blade high up. Slash! The ice blade expanded by 5 to 6 times, and with an unstoppable aura, it slashed towards the crowd. I am going to die. Facing this blade, many Gu masters broke down, crying out in despair. Damn it, it turned out like this. Xiong clan leader's face was ashen. Guiyue was about to make a move, but was stopped by clan leader who sneered. Guiyue clan leader, no one is to interfere. Are you going to go back on your words and go against the agreement? Guiyue squinted. Bai Ningbing is only rank 3. He cannot have such battle strength. You are openly admitting that he is cheating. Cheating? Hee, I will tell you the truth. My clan's Bai Ningbing has the northern dark ice soul physique. Bai clan leader shouted. What? 10 extreme aptitude. At once, Guiyue and Xiong clan leader were shocked. Report. Clan leader, there was a sudden earthquake. Many bamboo buildings in the village collapsed, and blood is seeping out of the ground. There are not many casualties, but everyone is panicking. A Guiyue clan, Gu master rushed over. Chapter 194. Moon Raymond. Fang Zheng screamed, activating his Gu worms. His body emitted a blue misty light, quickly spreading and covering the surrounding Gu masters. But even so, it could not hide the despair on their faces. Struggling is useless. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes shone with cruelty and coldness. But at this moment, bam, the ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly bulged, as if it was about to explode, mud flying everywhere. The Gu master screamed, rolling everywhere. In the dust, a giant spider appeared in front of everyone. The aura of a rank 5 Gu made everyone's heart palpitate. On the spider that seemed to be made of steel, a young man with black hair and a black robe stood, with his head held high. I finally reached the ground. Fang Yuan clenched his fist, his eyes shining brightly. Immediately, he saw Bai Ningbing in midair, hacking towards him. The giant ice blade whistled as it slashed towards him. Fang Yuan, you're finally here. Bai Ningbing's calm and indifferent expression changed after a moment of shock, revealing excitement and fighting spirit. Fang Yuan snorted. Before the ice blade reached his body, the cold wind caused him to shiver, his long black hair fluttering behind his head. He raised his hand. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. Bam! The ice blade and Chainsaw Golden Centipede collided. In the stalemate, the Golden Centipede's teeth spun crazily, sending ice shards flying. Crack, crack. Cracks quickly appeared on the surface of the ice blade, spreading across its entire body. Open! Fang Yuan shouted. He had the strength of 2 boars. His strength completely suppressed by Ningbing. Bai Ningbing could only let go and retreat. The ice blade broke. Ice shards flew everywhere. The 1,000-li earthwolf spider went berserk again, spreading its 6 legs and charging towards Bai Ningbing. Goo worms have low intelligence, but are naturally sensitive, able to differentiate which target is more threatening. Bai Ningbing's aura caused the 1,000-li earthwolf spider to treat him as a great enemy, locking onto him. Bai Ningbing raised his hands, shooting out a row of icicles. The icicles hit the 1,000-li earthwolf spider's body. The icicles shattered, and the 1,000-li earthwolf spider went berserk. With a roar, it carried Fang Yuan and jumped. Shwa, shwa, shwa. 3 pairs of black spiral steel legs shot out like arrows, piercing towards Bai Ningbing's frail body. Sensing danger, Bai Ningbing's aperture. Suddenly, a ray of snowy light flew out. Snowy light erupted, revealing the white form immortal snake Goo floating in the air. Bai Ningbing laughed heartily and leaped onto the white form immortal snake's back, looking down at Fang Yuan. Interesting. Interesting. Fang Yuan, you really didn't disappoint me. Brother. Fang Zheng crawled up from the ground. His face was cut by an ice blade. His face was stained with blood, and he looked at Fang Yuan with a complicated expression. They also have a rank 5 Goo? Bai clan leader's gaze sank, tensed up. Fang Yuan, you really showed up. A rank 5 Goo, isn't that the 1,000-li earthwolf spider? Guyue Bo's attention was also attracted. On the battlefield, 2 youngsters of opposite ages stood facing each other. A white-robed man with silver hair and blue eyes rode on the white form immortal snake, holding an ice blade. Like an ice fairy descending to the mortal world, a black-robed man with black hair and black eyes stood on the 1,000-li earthwolf spider's back, holding a chainsaw golden centipede in his hand, buzzing noisily, like a demon god appearing in the world. The confrontation between the 2 attracted many gazes. Bai Ningbing had a fanatical expression, raising his ice blade and shouting, "This will be the most exciting battle of my life. Come, Fang Yuan, let us fight to the death." Humph! Fang Yuan stared at Bai Ningbing, using his peripheral vision to observe the surroundings. This was the 3-clan competition's battlefield. To think that the 1,000-li earthwolf spider brought him here. He did not want to fight with Bai Ningbing and waste his time here. Whether it was Tai Shuelong or Guyue's generation, whichever side won, they would find trouble with him. But if he did not defeat Bai Ningbing, how could he escape? He could only fight. Bam! The white form immortal snake and the 1,000-li earthwolf spider collided. The white snake coiled and the black spider stabbed, entangling with each other. On the backs of the 2 goo worms, 2 figures moved about, the ice blades drawing shadows in the air. The chainsaw golden centipede roared, shrinking and extending at times. Mountain rocks cracked, and thunderous explosions sounded continuously. The icicle hit Fang Yuan, but was blocked by the sky canopy Goo's white armor. The blood blade hit Bai Ningbing, causing a huge wound, but a layer of frost instantly covered the wound, mending it. The frost turned into flesh and blood, and Bai Ningbing recovered. It really is the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Xiong clan leader stared with his eyes wide open. The 10 Extreme Physique was a legendary talent. He did not expect to see it with his own eyes in this life. He. Fang Yuan is actually trying to contend with Bai Ningbing. He will definitely lose. Bai clan leader laughed malevolently. That might not be true. Tai Ruan curled her lips. 10 Extreme Physique. It must be the 10 Extreme Physique. In such an intense battle, if it was a C-grade talent, he would not have enough primeval essence. Fang Yuan, you really are Guyue's desolate in physique. Guyue Bo clenched his fists, his expression extremely agitated. This is Big Brother's true battle strength. So Big Brother really has the 10 Extreme Physique, and has been hiding it all along. Fang Zheng opened his mouth slightly, his expression dejected. The truth was in front of him, so what was his arrogance before? Every time Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing clashed, his heart would tremble violently. He felt himself becoming smaller and smaller, and his big brother Fang Yuan's tall figure covered him again. What kind of battle is this? It is hard to imagine that it is a battle between two rank 3 Gu masters. Did I see wrongly? Fang Yuan is so fierce. He is fighting Bai Ningbing one-on-one, and he is not at a disadvantage. Some of the young Gu masters who were lucky enough to survive stared with their mouths agape. The situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. The white form immortal snake and the 1,000-li earthwolf spider were both heavily injured. It was not refined by Bai Ningbing, but was attracted by the aura of the northern dark ice soul physique. The white form immortal snake opened its mouth and spat out a lump of white fog, covering the battlefield. Then its body shook, shaking off Bai Ningbing, and it turned around to fly away. This great immortal! Seeing this scene, the Bai clan leader was shocked as he looked at the white snake that had escaped. He did not know what to say for a moment. This fog was the maze fog. It could block one's vision and follow them like a shadow. Fang Yuan was shrouded by the white fog. His eyes were white. He was in a daze. But he did not panic. Although his vision was blocked, he still had 4 other senses: taste, hearing, smell, and touch. Earth communication, ear grass. Fang Yuan's ears fluttered, and he quickly heard the sound, determining the situation within 300 steps. Lightning Aigu. Bai Ningbing's eyes flashed with lightning. However, the lightning Aigu was only rank 3, and although it could see through the enemy, it was completely suppressed by the rank 5 immortal snake's fog. Damn it! He cursed. Icicle Gu. Tens of icicles shot out indiscriminately in all directions. Fang Yuan's ears twitched, and he heard the sound of the icicles tearing through the air. He quickly flipped to the side of the 1,000-li earthwolf spider. Bam, bam, bam. The icicles hit the 1,000-li earthwolf spider's body. The latter was enraged and charged towards the direction of the icicles. I'm not playing with you anymore. Fang Yuan flipped down, resolutely abandoning the 1,000-li earthwolf spider. Relying on the earth communication ear grass, he escaped from the battlefield. This 1,000-li earthwolf spider had already been contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu and would turn into a pool of blood soon. It was better to give it up. That Bai Ningbing was now a ticking time bomb. Killing him would cause him to self-destruct, and he could not be touched. The Gu masters who had been observing the battle saw a small part of the cloud split out. It flew towards the southeast direction of the battlefield. Within this lump of fog, it was Fang Yuan. The maze fog followed him like a shadow. Unless it was dispelled, it would continue to cover Fang Yuan's vision until the maze fog dissipated. Fang Yuan's vision was still white, but he had the earth communication ear grass, so he could use sound to determine the location. The autumn wind blew the leaves, the rivers flowed, the birds chirped, and the beasts breathed. All these were sounds. Only the mountain rocks were silent, and thus they collided. Ice blade storm. Bai Ningbing's shout came from behind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind blew, and cold air spread everywhere. The temperature of the air dropped, and a white ice storm formed, twice as large as before. The thousandly earthwolf spider was also forced away. That lump of fog should be Fang Yuan. Quickly stop him. Tai Ruonen shouted at the side. Fang Yuan, don't go. Guyue village is your home. Guyue Bo was anxious and wanted to chase, but was stopped by the other two clan leaders. What? Guyue clan leader, are you going to break the agreement and enter the battlefield yourself? Xiong clan leader sneered, with his arms crossed. Humph, consider this as our Guyue clan admitting defeat. Whoever dares to stop me, I will kill them. Guyue Bo looked at Fang Yuan getting further and further away, and was extremely anxious. Are you trying to scare me? I am not afraid of you. Guyue Bo by clan leader's face was gloomy, and at the same time, he gave a look to the Gu master beside him. That Gu master understood, and immediately mobilized his men to chase after Fang Yuan. I can't let him escape. I will be right back. Tai Ruonen took this chance and suddenly moved. A pair of black iron wings grew from her back, and she flew in the air, chasing after Fang Yuan. But at this time, a green shadow shot over. Rank 5, Giant Mountain Puppet Gu. This Gu looked like a bronze mask, simple and unadorned, with 3 holes for the eyes and mouth. The bronze mask was stained with blood, and ignoring the shocked Tai Ruonen, it covered the young girl's face. Father! Seeing the blood, Tai Ruonen subconsciously cried out. At that moment, a giant metal hand flew over and grabbed Tai Ruonen. Then, without stopping, it flew into the distance. This sudden change caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. It seems Tai Shuelong is done for. Hee, it has been 1,000 years, senior brother. You really gave me a pleasant surprise. Over 100 feet in the air, an elderly Gu master looked at everything with a cold expression. He had white hair and brows, and was sitting on a giant crane. His right hand was open, and there was a kinship blood worm Gu in it. This Gu was crystal clear, like a red agate. It was shaped like a cicada, and faintly glowed, pointing towards Guyue village's direction. Senior brother, even if you hide here, I will find you. Back then you stole my opportunity. This time, I will return it to you 10-fold, 100-fold. Chapter 195. High up in the blue sky, there were many clouds. The elderly Gu master rode on the white crane, and under his sharp white eyebrows, his eyes emitted deep killing intent. He, this grudge, I'll start from your descendants. He laughed, looking down at the battlefield, and stretched out a bone-thin finger, pointing downwards. The white crane beneath him immediately raised its long and elegant neck, letting out a loud and long cry. The sound spread in the vast sky, and as the sound lingered, countless responses could be heard. What sound is this? Fang Yuan was activating the Earth communication eargrass, and was the first to hear it, and was shocked. The crane cries continued endlessly, rising and falling with a majestic aura. This was not a group of 100 or 200 cranes, nor 2,000 or 3,000 cranes crying together. There had to be at least 10,000 cranes to create such an effect. Is there some crane group migrating? Inexplicably, Fang Yuan felt an extreme sense of unease. The crane cries also attracted the gazes of the Gu masters present, and they all raised their heads to look. What is that in the sky? From the sound, it should be a large-scale bird group migrating. Warn all Gu masters not to attack recklessly and cause trouble. My clan leader was speaking, but his voice suddenly stopped. His eyes slowly widened as he saw 1, 2, 3, thousands of flying cranes appear in the sky. They were densely packed together as they swooped down to kill this piece of land. How can this be? Quickly be on guard. Defend. Let's escape. There are tens of thousands of these cranes. There must be a myriad beast king. The wolf tide just passed, And now there's a crane calamity? Heavens! Our Qing Mao Mountain is really plagued with disasters. The Gu masters were in an uproar. All of them were shaken and their fighting spirit wavered. They finally managed to resist the wolf tide, but now there was a crane calamity. Qing Mao Mountain's 3 great clans had suffered heavy casualties. How could they have the strength to deal with such a large group of cranes? The cranes retracted their wings, and like a sky full of arrows, they shot down. Loud shouts, panicked screams, and screams erupted together, and all sorts of lights surged. Moonblades, water bullets, metal spikes, and so on were reflected in the sky. After a short but intense resistance, more than half of the Gu masters died. This flying crane's long beak was like an iron awl. Every time its wings flapped, it had the force of a wild boar. Its claws were sharp enough to crack rocks. Ordinary flying cranes were already very difficult to deal with. Moreover, there were a large number of 100 Beast King, level flying cranes among the flock, and there were also quite a number of 1,000 Beast King, level flying cranes. The family had accumulated a wealth of experience in resisting the wolf tide. More importantly, they had a sturdy mountain stronghold to rely on for defense. But here, the mountains were vast and empty. Where were the defensive structures? Almost in the first wave of attacks, the number of Gu masters was halved. The long beak of the flying crane pierced through the heart, and the crane claws tore through the skull. With a flap of its wings, the man spat out blood. He was thrown far away. All the bones in his body shattered. Fang Yuan was also attacked. His eyes were completely white, and he could only rely on the earth communication ear grass to avoid the attacks. Fang Yuan, hang in there. At this time, Gu Yubo's voice came from behind him. Fang Yuan was very puzzled. What was wrong with this Gu Yubo? When he shouted earlier, his tone was not right, as if he was trying to protect him. Now, he specially rushed over to support him. Although Fang Yuan was astute and had deep foresight, he could not predict things like a deity. In such a hurry, how could he have thought that Tai Ruan would think he was one of the 10 extreme physiques? Gu Yubo was a rank 4 expert, but the flying cranes attacking Fang Yuan were ordinary birds of prey. They were easily killed or dispersed by Gu Yubo. Fang Yuan, is that you? Gu Yubo came to the outside of the maze fog. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning. Now that the situation is extremely dangerous, relying on Gu Yubo can greatly increase his chances of survival. He immediately replied, "It's me." Gu Yubo could tell it was Fang Yuan's voice, and a huge weight was lifted off his heart. "Good. Fang Yuan, let's not talk about the past. No matter what, the clan will protect you. Let's return to the village. I will protect you while you retreat." What he did not know was that the village to Fang Yuan was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. But comparing the crane calamity to the village, the former was close, and if one did not escape, they would die. The latter was slightly further away and was not at the point of being in a desperate situation. Fang Yuan sighed, and without hesitation said, "Clan leader, please lead the way. I will try my best to follow." But at this time, a giant crane descended from the sky. Bai Mei, old Gu master, sat on the crane's back, his voice cold. "No one can escape. Die here." Fang Yuan could not see, but he heard Gu Yubo exclaim, "Rank 5 Gu master." Evidently, clan leader Gu Yue had investigative methods and could determine a stranger's cultivation. Fang Yuan's heart shook. How could another rank 5 expert appear? The small Qing Mao Mountain was not some famous mountain or river, nor was it a land of spiritual beauty. How could rank 5 experts appear one after the other? Don't tell me it has something to do with the Gu Yue generation? A flash of inspiration flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. His heart skipped a beat. If it was a normal crane calamity, he would have no chance. Wild birds were hard to make use of, And although his cultivation was rank 3 peak stage compared to a rank 5, it was really limited and difficult to break out of this predicament. But now there was a rank 5 Gu Master, bringing him endless danger, but also a glimmer of hope to break out of this predicament. In this Qing Mao Mountain situation, the 3 rank 5 Gu Masters were the key, and the others were just supporting characters. Only a rank 5 Gu Master could deal with a rank 5 Gu Master. In an instant, Fang Yuan made a decision in his heart. It was time. He had to take this gamble. Lord Clan Leader, the first-generation ancestor, has already awakened underground. We will be safe once we return to the village. Fang Yuan said. What? Gu Yuebo's shocked voice resounded in his ears. His shock instead made Fang Yuan's heart calm down. How could I speak carelessly about such matters? Only by going to the village can we save our lives. Fang Yuan continued. Gu Yuebo was a decisive person, and immediately dragged Fang Yuan, flying towards the village. But the flying cranes continued to fly over, blocking the way. 100 Beast King level, 1,000 Beast King level. They appeared one after another. Gu Yuebo fought bravely, bathed in blood, protecting Fang Yuan. Gradually, he found it difficult to move forward, and fell into the heavy encirclement of the flying cranes. Fang Yuan was protected by Gu Yuebo, and was temporarily safe. Once the time was up, the maze fog dissipated. Fang Yuan looked at the battlefield, and saw corpses everywhere. It was a tragic sight. The Gu Masters had sacrificed a lot, but the crane group had also suffered many losses, other than the broken limbs of the humans. There were black and white crane corpses. Isn't this an iron beak flying crane? Fang Yuan was astonished. Others could not recognize it, because these flying cranes were not native to southern border. But he knew these iron beak flying cranes originated from central continent. Myriad Beast King, rank 5 expert. Soon after, Fang Yuan saw that in the air, a giant crane was slowly flapping its wings, floating in the air. On its back, sitting on it, was a white-browed, white-haired, cold-looking old man. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and looked at Gu Yuebo. This Gu Yue clan leader was already covered in injuries. His body was covered in blood as he fought with his life on the line. Many times he could have dodged, but for Fang Yuan's safety, he would rather fight and get injured. Clan leader. Right now, the situation is extremely bad. The Gu Masters are fighting on their own, but they are cut into small pieces by the flying cranes, and will be swallowed sooner or later. We can only gather their strength and combine them into one force. Only then can we break out of the encirclement and return to the village. Fang Yuan said to Gu Yuebo, you are right. Gu Yuebo's gaze swept across the battlefield. Next, he shouted loudly, everyone, we are facing a great enemy, but my Gu Yuebo village has a method to deal with them. Quickly come and meet up with me. We will charge out together. His voice reverberated in the battlefield, immediately attracting countless gazes. What? Gu Yue clan still has a trump card to subdue a rank 5 Gu Master? I would rather believe it than not. Brothers, charge out and meet up with Gu Yue clan leader. The Gu Masters were already in despair, but now they saw a trace of hope from Gu Yuebo's words. Under the threat of death, these Gu Masters who were once enemies joined hands and quickly gathered together. Gu Yue clan, hee. They are all your descendants, senior brother. On the giant crane, the white-brow old man sneered, and was about to command the crane group to intercept them, but he changed his mind and stopped this plan. I might as well let these people escape. It will be easier to catch them all. These are all his descendants. When the battle starts, he will have to hold back a little. But these 3 rank 4 Gu Masters have the ability to interfere with the battle. I cannot let them live. I will kill them first. Thinking of this, The white-brow old man gave a strange cry and flicked his finger. 3 white halos flew out. What goo is this? Xiong clan leader was the first to be hit and was enveloped by the white halos. His speed fell sharply, and he was crawling like a snail. The other 2 clan leaders were also the same. Fang Yuan, leave quickly. Guyue clansmen, listen up, we swear to protect Fang Yuan's safety. Only he knows that method. Guyue Bo tried many methods but could not get rid of this halo and could only shout loudly, turning around to face the white-brow old man. Fang Yuan turned around and looked deeply at this Guyue clan leader. Elder Fang Yuan, we are here to protect you. Immediately, a large number of Guyue clansmen gathered around Fang Yuan and firmly protected him. The healing light wave and the speed-increasing whirlwind buffed Fang Yuan's body. Rumbling sounds came from behind. Under the mysterious and cruel fate, the 3 clan leaders who originally disliked each other were now closely united and started a life-and-death battle with the mysterious old man. There was no suspense in the outcome of this battle. The 3 clan leaders died one after another. The white-brow old man flicked his sleeves and sat steadily on the giant crane. The flying crane army covered the sky and covered the earth, slowly pressing towards the Guyue village. The Guyue village was in chaos, and mournful cries could be heard. Large numbers of bamboo buildings collapsed, and among the ruins, rows of corpses were covered with white cloth. The injured groaned in pain, lying on the ground. The healing Gu masters were sweating profusely. The clan leader pavilion had mostly collapsed, and the plaza was already covered in a layer of blood. Such a scene caused the clansmen to be extremely terrified. Tai Shuelong and Guyue first generation's intense battle caused the mountain to shake and naturally affected the village above. Guyue Yaoji, who had been guarding the village, did not see Guyue Bo, but instead saw this group of remnant army from the 3 clans. What is going on? She shouted coldly. Fang Yuan did not speak because the flying cranes behind him were the best explanation. This, heavens, is my Guyue clan going to perish today? For a moment, Guyue village was in chaos. Senior brother, I came all the way here just to see you. Why didn't you come out to welcome me? The white-brow old man sat on the crane's back, and his tone was filled with cold, killing intent. Before he finished speaking, on the village plaza, blood suddenly spurted 10 meters high, and a red coffin appeared vertically. First-generation Guyue, who had turned into a blood white, stood in the coffin, his blood-red eyes staring at the white-brow old man. Chapter 196. How did I find you? Ha ha ha. The white-browed old man laughed heartily. His laughter was joyous, and his gaze was ferocious. He opened his palm, revealing a goo. It was the kinship bloodworm. The kinship bloodworm was crystal clear, like a red agate. It was like a cicada, shining brightly and pointing its head at Guyue. Senior brother, although you stole my fortuitous opportunity, plotted against me, and took all my goo worms, I also mastered the secret method. Thus, I refined this kinship bloodworm. You know how it was refined? He. It was the blood of your 2 sons. Your 2 sons were only 5 or 6 years old. They were too young. Their blood was not abundant, so I could only raise them as herb men, extracting their blood every month. This took me tens of years. After accumulating enough blood, I refined this goo, the white-browed old man said confidently, his tone extremely proud. Oh, by the way, your 2 sons also died not long after. Ha ha ha. After refining the kinship bloodworm, I used it to find you for many years. But the world is too big, and you disappeared without a trace. Although the kinship bloodworm is rank 5, its range is limited. Finally, I grew old. I could only use the life-saving jade burial goo, seeking life through death, and seal myself. Not long ago, I had to break the ice and try one last time. Unexpectedly, I found you by chance. Senior brother, do you know how happy I was at that time? As for that Tai Shui Lung, I indeed used a letter to guide him here. Seeing him reminds me of the way we used to be. But it makes me reminisce. Back then, we killed demonic path thieves together, and were known as the Righteous Path's twin cranes, the white-browed old man said, his face full of reminiscence. His expression was relaxed, his tone gentle, but the more he reminisced, the more intense the killing intent in his eyes became. This white-browed old man came from Central Continent, and his title was Master Tenshuru. Back then, he used the rank 5 Imperial Crane Gu to control the myriad Beast King level Crane King, and became famous. Being able to control myriad Beast Kings meant that he controlled a huge beast group of tens of thousands. This kind of power was enough for him to wipe out an entire village on his own. Master Tenshuru and Guyue's generation all learned from Zhongzhou Crane Gate. Hundreds of years ago, they were fellow apprentices and were extremely close, killing demonic Gu masters, working hand in hand with great tacit understanding. Once, while chasing a demonic Gu master, they found an inheritance. This legacy was one of the legacies set up by Patriarch Blood Sea. However, if it was an ordinary inheritance, then it would be fine. At least, the two brothers wouldn't fall out and become enemies. However, the treasures within the inheritance site were extremely precious. They could allow one to ascend to the heavens and become an immortal. The two of them couldn't help but be tempted. Legend had it that Patriarch Blood Sea had left behind hundreds of thousands of legacies throughout the world. But the real purpose was to hide some of the treasures. These treasures hid his signature Gu worms, his true methods. The heritage they encountered was Patriarch Blood Sea's true treasure heritage. Master Tenshuru was one step ahead and obtained the inheritance. Blinded by greed, Guyue's generation schemed and tried to kill Master Tenshuru by stealing Gu worms. However, he didn't succeed and escaped. Guyue's generation saw that the matter was exposed and could only conceal his identity and escape everywhere, guarding against the sect's pursuit. After tens of years, he couldn't find Lifespan Gu and could only stay in southern borders Qing Mao Mountain in his twilight years. He changed his appearance and changed his name to Guyue, creating Guyue Village. Master Tenshuru's search failed and was filled with hatred. Crane Gate also had great interest in the Blood Sea True inheritance. With the help of the sect, Master Tenshuru could only use the life storage Jade Burial Gu to hibernate and hang on to his life. This life storage Jade Burial Gu method was also an external path. It was very similar to Guyue's zombie transformation, belonging to an unorthodox path and struggling at death's door. Zombie transformation was using death as a substitute for life. Life storage Jade Burial Gu could hang on to life and not truly increase lifespan. There was only one way in this world to increase lifespan. Like Fang Yuan's previous life, using Lifespan Gu to increase one's own lifespan, this was the correct way. Other methods had their drawbacks and were not recognized by heaven and earth. They were helpless. Senior brother, you shameless scoundrel, you despicable scoundrel. Back then you schemed against me. Did you expect this day to come? Ha! Heaven does not disappoint those who wait. I finally found you. Today, not only will I end your lineage and make your 1,000 years of scheming come to nothing, I will also snatch back my own fortuitous encounter. I have waited for this day for too long. Master Tenshuru finished his recollection and sighed towards the sky, his killing intent surging. But before he could make a move, Guyue's generation was one step ahead of him. The blood on the ground suddenly gushed out like a torrent. The wolf tide rose, and in an instant it had the power to overflow the heavens. The pungent smell of blood assaulted their nostrils as tens of thousands of blood droplets shot out from the thick blood water, densely packed together. Swoosh, 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 with the sound of wings flapping, countless blade-wing blood bat-goo soared into the sky, covering the sky and earth as they charged towards the crane group in the sky. The crane group was immediately thrown into chaos. The blood droplets and blade-wing blood bat-goo were much smaller than the iron-beak flying cranes and had the upper hand in the battle. Master Tenchiru was furious. He roared and activated the flying crane king under him, charging straight towards Guyue's generation. Retreat! A Gu master shouted. The wind howled as the myriad beast king's charge was too powerful, like a meteor landing on the ground, causing fear to rise in people's hearts. But suddenly, a wave of blood soared to the sky, and the blood river python that was in hiding attacked under the cover of the blood wave. It opened its huge mouth and bit the iron beak flying crane king's slender neck, at the same time coiling its body, trying to drag the flying crane king into the pool of blood on the ground. Master Tenchiru snorted. He had some understanding of the blood river python. To the blood river python, blood was a supreme recovery item. It must not come into contact with it. Thus, he willed in his heart. The flying crane king stretched out its iron claws, firmly grabbing onto the blood river python, and at the same time flapped its wings, flying away. After the battle with Tai Shuelong, the blood river python's body was riddled with injuries, and its strength was greatly depleted. It was brought into the sky by the flying crane king, gradually leaving the village. Hand over your life. Master Tenchiru roared, his body turning into a white rainbow, still pouncing towards Guyue's generation in the red coffin. Guyue's generation stepped out of the coffin, and with a boom, a pair of wings spread out from his back. This pair of wings were wide and powerful, like the wings of a bat, completely black. Zombie goo was one of the most classic series of goo worms, widely spread throughout the world. Rank 2 roaming zombie goo, rank 3 hairy zombie goo, rank 4 jumping zombie goo, rank 5 flying zombie goo. Blood white zombie goo was one of the flying zombie goo. It could naturally fly. First Guyue's eye sockets burned with raging blood flames, his arms spread open, looking sinister and sinister like demonic claws. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky, colliding with Master Tenchiru in midair with a loud boom. The two were evenly matched, and after retreating a distance, they stabilized their bodies and charged towards each other again. Bam, bam, bam. The two battled in midair, their figures colliding continuously. The might of the rank 5 goo was awe-inspiring. Waves of aftershocks caused countless bamboo buildings to collapse. After a while, Guyue's generation shouted loudly, his body turning into layers of blood shadows. His attacks were swift and fierce, increasing by several times. Master Tenchiru's eyes shone with a profound light, like flying knives slashing and immortal swords piercing, breaking the blood shadows one by one. First, Guyue spat out blood, missed again. Master Tenchiru activated his goo worms, forming a light barrier to block the blood mist attack. After a while, Master Tenchiru was old, his body was weak, and his strength was weakening. He was gradually suppressed by first Guyue's generation, falling into a disadvantage. Hundreds of years have passed. You still haven't improved. First, Guyue's generation jeered loudly. Damn bastard! Master Tenchiru scolded furiously. He did not expect first Guyue's generation to become so strong, be it blood guillotine or blade-wing bloodbat goo. They were originally his. Thinking of this, he became even more furious. Humph, it is time to use my trump card. Master Tenchiru snorted inwardly, his white eyebrows lightly raised, and a change occurred. The tips of his eyebrows suddenly grew crazily, forming two long eyebrows that were tens of meters long. One on the left and one on the right, they were like snakes coming out of their holes. Extremely fast, coiling around First Guyue's generation. First Guyue's struggle was futile, his claws unceasingly tearing. These eyebrows looked weak, but they were as tough as steel chains. Once coiled, it was like an old tree taking root. It is actually the raise eyebrow and exhale Gu. First Guyue's tone changed for the first time. He was shocked and angry. This raise eyebrow. And exhale Gu did not spit out ordinary chi, but primeval chi. It would dissipate the primeval essence in the Gu Master's aperture. But this Gu was not commonly seen. Killing 1,000 enemies would result in 800 losses. Master Tenchiru used it now. Not only was First Guyue's primeval essence being consumed, his own primeval essence was also being consumed. The raise eyebrow and exhale Gu was like a bridge connecting the two apertures, causing the primeval essence to be consumed. It was often used by Gu masters with high cultivation to bully the weak. If it was used on Gu masters with higher cultivation, it would be courting death. But in this situation, there was a difference. Master Tenchiru and First Guyue were both rank 5 peak stage, but First Guyue had turned into a zombie, his aperture was dead, and could no longer recover primeval essence. Master Tenchiru might be old and did not have much lifespan left, but his aperture still had vitality, and his primeval essence could still recover. This struck First Guyue's biggest weakness. Master Tenchiru's primeval essence was still slowly recovering, but First Guyue's primeval essence was decreasing as it was used. First Guyue retreated with all his might, but his white eyebrows were lengthened as if they were endless. At the same time, Master Tenchiru was also getting closer. First Guyue roared, and with a thought, he summoned the flying guillotine and blade-wing bloodbat Gu, trying to cut off the white eyebrows, but it was of no use. The white eyebrows were extremely tough. Even if a few of them were cut off, they would quickly grow back. The primeval essence in the aperture continued to be consumed, and at this rate, First Guyue would definitely lose without a doubt. He was after all a formidable character, and after being forced into a corner, he gritted his teeth and changed his battle tactics, summoning the flying guillotine and blade-wing bloodbat Gu towards Master Tenchiru. Master Tenchiru had to divert his attention to activate the raise eyebrow and exhale Gu, and could only activate the defensive halo and defend passively against such attacks. The white halo was on the verge of collapse, and Master Tenchiru's heart sank. At this rate, the situation was far from good. Chapter 197. Master Tenchiru's expression was malevolent, and his eyes shone with an ominous glint. Suddenly, he made his move and rained down bird-wing arrows. The arrow rain did not hit Guyue First Gen. Guyue First Gen had transformed into a blood-white zombie. His defense was outstanding, and it was hard to attack. The bird-wing arrows rained down, and countless Gu masters were pierced through, dying instantly. At the same time, Master Tenchiru's eyes shone with white light. 2 white light pillars swept across the village, and wherever they went, the bamboo buildings were destroyed and the stones on the streets crumbled. When the light shone on a person's body, their muscles and bones melted like snow under the sunlight. When a rank 5 Gu master made his move, it caused a large number of casualties. Miserable cries, screams, and cries of despair mixed together. A bird-wing arrow flew towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan casually grabbed a person beside him and threw him far away. The bird-wing arrow pierced through this person's head and got stuck. Fang Yuan smoothly rolled and dodged an iron beak flying crane's claw. The gap between rank 3 and rank 5 was too big. It was hard to make a difference. Even Bai Ningbing was dodging at this moment. Every time he was injured, the northern dark ice soul physique would recover, but it would also bring him one step closer to death. Rank 5 Gu masters already stood at the peak of the mortal world. "Stop!" Guyue First Gen shouted. Seeing the Gu masters being massacred in large numbers, his heart felt like it was bleeding. He established the village and passed down his bloodline. It was not as simple as concealing his identity, but he had a big plan. The clan members were the fruits of his hundreds of years of hard work. But now, they were destroyed by Master Tenchiru. This was Guyue First Gen's hard work for hundreds of years. Without a choice, Guyue First Gen could only give up on Master Tenchiru. The Blade-Wing Bloodback Gu and Blood Guillotine changed directions and flew down the village to defend against Master Tenchiru's attacks. Master Tenchiru laughed loudly. The Blood Sea inheritance focused on offense and not defense. Guyue First Gen's move was giving up his strong points and using his weak points to deal with him. He knew the ins and outs of Guyue's generation and knew what he was plotting. Therefore, he deliberately let these people of Guyue's clan go. Now that he attacked them, sure enough, Guyue's first generation was unable to attend to one thing and lose sight of the other. Thus, he was able to resolve the crisis. Not good. As the situation fell into a stalemate, Guyue suddenly let out a loud cry, and the shadow of iron chains appeared around his body. This black shadow instantly materialized into a chain of iron chains that coiled around Guyue's body like snakes and pythons, binding Guyue tightly. A strip of yellow talisman gradually appeared and stuck between Guyue's eyebrows. Bang! Guyue was tied up by the iron chain. He couldn't spread his wings and couldn't fly anymore. He fell to the ground. Such a shocking change not only shocked Guyue, but also Master Tenchiru. But the latter laughed crazily. So it's the demon suppression iron chain Gu, and also the talisman flaying Gu. Ha ha ha. It seems that the so-called divine investigator isn't completely useless after all. My good senior brother is dead, for sure today. These two Gu were the Tai clan's signature Gu worms. The demon suppression iron chain Gu could restrict a Gu master's movement, causing them to be unable to move and be slaughtered by others. The talisman flaying Gu could extract the Gu worms in a Gu master's body and seal them. Tai Shuelong had used these two Gu worms to capture countless demonic Gu masters, and now he was using them on first-generation Guyue. When did this happen? First-generation Guyue was furious and shocked at the same time. He recalled the final scene when he killed Tai Shuelong. That bronze mask flew out, revealing a square face. Although he was definitely going to die, there was no fear on his face. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life and determination. His blood-stained palm lightly patted, vaguely hitting first-generation Guyue's chest. But this strength was very small, and first-generation Guyue didn't care at that time. So it was that time. Damn it, if I had a living body, I would have sensed it long ago. But a zombie's body, although strong and has outstanding defense, is not sensitive. First-generation Guyue felt great hatred in his heart. Turning into a blood-white zombie also had many drawbacks. According to his original lifespan, he should have died long ago. Defying heaven and prolonging his life, how could there not be a price? Ha 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 ha. Master Tenchiru laughed loudly, his aura rising as he attacked first-generation Guyue. First-generation Guyue could only block, and naturally fell into an absolute disadvantage. The demon suppression iron chain Gu not only helped his body, but at the same time, a black iron chain phantom also appeared in his aperture, trying to suppress and seal the entire aperture. The primeval sea boiled like boiling water, and countless Gu worms flew around in the aperture, resisting the demon suppression iron chain Gu's suppression. Like this, first-generation Guyue's primeval essence expenditure was extremely intense. You are going to lose today, die. Master Tenchiru's attacks were like waves, unceasing, as if he had gone berserk. First-generation Guyue's body was covered in injuries, his white bones could be seen on his chest, and his arms were chopped off at the shoulder by Master Tenchiru. Seeing that Master Tenchiru was about to succeed, first-generation Guyue suddenly let out a strange cry. Yang! The sound wave was extremely ear-piercing and instantly hit Master Tenshiro. Master Tenshiro heard this sound and immediately flew back dozens of steps like he was hit by a huge blow. His white eyebrows straightened. Then he fell down, landing on the ground. He got up with difficulty, blood gushing out of his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. The sound wave was still rampaging in his body, causing his blood to flow in reverse, and he was unable to move for a while. Many Goo Masters saw an opportunity and shot moonblades, water bullets, and so on from afar, but they were all blocked by Master Tenshiro's halo. Dozens of flying cranes swarmed towards first-generation Guyue, but their iron beaks hit the blood-white corpse, like hitting steel skin and iron bones. All of them broke. The defense of a rank 5 Gu was no small matter. Even if Fang Yuan used Chainsaw Golden Centipede to grind the blood-white corpse, he might not even be able to cut off a piece of flesh in 7 minutes. In this battlefield, only the 2 rank 5 Gu Masters could threaten the enemy. Although they were in a sorry state, as long as their primeval essence was not depleted, the others could only watch and sigh, unable to do anything. Master Tenshiro saw that the flying cranes could not succeed, and the Flying Crane King was fighting the blood python Gu far away, while his own blood and chi were in conflict, making it difficult for him to move. He could only stare and concentrate, activating the raise eyebrows and exhale Gu, greatly increasing the consumption of primeval essence. This almost took the life of first-generation Guyue. The primeval essence C rapidly dropped. Once it was depleted, the Gu worms would not be able to resist the suppression of the demon suppression iron chain Gu without the support of primeval essence. Once the demon suppression iron chain Gu was completely suppressed, the core flick Gu would activate, sealing the Gu worms and pulling them out one by one. That would be the end of the trend. First generation Guyue shouted in panic, "Quickly grab the white brows, activate your primeval essence, and help me. Go help. Help the first-generation ancestor. Let's go together." A large group of Gu Masters rushed over. Not only Guyue tribe, even Bai and Xiong tribes Gu Masters rushed over. Even first-generation Guyue could not cut off the white brows, let alone their methods. They could only respond to first-generation Guyue's words, stretching out their hands and grabbing the white brows. Just as they placed their hands on it, the white brows separated into strands, tightly wrapping around their wrists and arms, then extending to their bodies. Ah! Screams resounded. How could rank 1 and rank 2 Gu Masters' primeval essence compete with rank 5 primeval essence? Their primeval essence was exhausted in an instant. The primeval sea bottomed out, the aperture dried up, cracking and finally collapsing. The aperture was a vital part of the human body, even more important than the heart. Once the aperture was broken, many Gu Masters' eyes rolled back, and they lost their lives. Damn it! First-generation Guyue cursed. The demon suppression iron chain Gu tightened, cutting into the flesh and causing the white bones to creak. Logically speaking, Tai Shuelong was dead, and this demon suppression iron chain Gu could not be activated without the Gu Master's primeval essence. But this demon suppression iron chain Gu was contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu and could absorb the primeval essence in the air. At the same time, the demon suppression iron chain Gu was Tai Shuelong's Gu, and inside it was Tai Shuelong's will to suppress and kill first-generation Guyue's will. First-generation Guyue's primeval essence was being consumed too quickly, and he could not hold on any longer. Seeing this, many of the Gu Masters who were rushing over to help paused in their steps. What are you afraid of? If the first generation is defeated, we will all die. Don't tell me you think the other party will let us go? Fang Yuan shouted, rushing to Guyue's side and grabbing White Brow. The 1,000-li earthwolf spider was already dead, and the other party had flying cranes that could fly and attack. There was no hope of escaping alone. On the contrary, Helping first-generation Guyue had the possibility of both sides fighting each other and reaping the benefits. White brow firmly locked onto Fang Yuan's wrist, and like a vine, it grew crazily along his arm, spreading to his waist. In the aperture, the snow-silver primeval essence was being consumed rapidly. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth, persevering in his heart. His actions played an exemplary role. The other Gu masters were spurred on, rushing over. If we attack together, we might not die. That's right, there is strength in numbers. Sai, what else can we do? We can only fight. Countless hands were placed on White Brow. Gu masters were continuously dying, and at the same time, Gu masters were continuously filling in the gaps, joining in the battle of attrition. Ha! To be able to fight against a rank 5, this is so exciting and interesting. Bai Ningbing also came to help. Whether we live or die, it all depends on this fight. Xiong Jiaoman also stood up. Fang Zheng was nowhere to be seen. He was lost in the wilderness and did not escape to the village. His life or death was uncertain, and the odds were against him. Time became exceptionally long and unbearable at this moment. As time passed, Gu masters continued to die. Some Gu masters attacked Master Tenshuru, but the white halo did not budge, as steady as Mount Tai. Only rank 3 Gu masters could hold their ground in this battle of attrition. Many Gu masters' confidence wavered, showing signs of hesitation. Both sides fell into a deadlock. Master Tenshuru laughed sinisterly in a low voice. I will win. All of you will die. The difference between rank 3 and rank 5 was too big. Rank 4 could be affected, but the 3 rank 4 clan leaders had already been killed by Master Tenshuru. First Gen Guyue's entire body was tied up by the metal chains, and his white eyebrows were tied up. On his forehead, the Fu Yenji Gu was floating, and the primeval essence in his aperture was extremely sparse. Suddenly, the Fu Yenji Gu let out a faint yellow light. From first Gen Guyue's aperture, a lump of yellow light was pulled out. This yellow light was bigger than a fist, but smaller than a basin. It slowly floated down to the ground, and the yellow light weakened to a faint glow. A Gu that looked like a crystal skull showed its true form. This Gu looked like a baby's skull and could be held in one palm. The skull was like a crystal and was covered with light red blood veins. Chapter 198. First generation Guyue gritted his teeth, but he could not struggle or move. Suddenly, a lump of yellow light was taken out from the yellow talisman and landed on the ground, turning into a black and white Taiji light ball. In this light ball, 2 peculiar Gu worms were circling around each other, chasing each other. The Taiji light ball rotated continuously, and traces of the great Tao flowed out, attracting the attention of countless people. What Gu is this? Bai Ningbing and the rest were bewildered. This is actually a rank 4 Gu. Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated. Yin-yang rotation Gu. Master Tenshuru shouted, showing a shocked expression. He was dazed for a moment before laughing loudly. My good senior brother, it must have been hard for you to find such a good Gu. Ha ha, you actually wanted to turn into a human. What a pity, what a pity. I ruined your plans. First generation Guyue kicked his legs in panic, screaming and losing his composure. Be it the Blood Skull Gu or Yin-yang rotation Gu, they were the key to his 1,000 years of scheming. Now that they were sealed and taken out, his hard work was all for naught. Master Tenshuru laughed even more heartily. Seeing first generation Guyue's performance, his desire for revenge was fully satisfied. Another yellow light was taken out and landed on the ground. It was a scarlet Gu, translucent like a water ball. First generation Guyue saw this Gu and suddenly paused in joy. He opened his bloody mouth and bared his fangs, shouting, Quick, come kill this Gu. Several Gu masters heard this and immediately moved forward, using their methods. This goo was sealed by the bottom talisman goo and could not be activated by first-generation Guyue's thoughts. On the surface, there was a layer of yellow light with a seal. Only Tai Shui Lung, or a special goo, could unseal it. But this goo was a consumable goo and was very special. To use it, one had to crush it. Several goo masters made their move. The yellow light seal only sealed goo worms and did not have any defensive ability. After taking a few attacks, it collapsed, and the sealed goo worm was also destroyed by brute force. Buzz! With a soft cry, the crimson light blossomed and suddenly expanded. In an instant, it formed a spherical barrier. First Gen Guyue was inside the shield, while Master Tenshuru was outside. The blood-colored barrier had a radius of 6 mu. Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan were inside, while Xiong Jiaoman and the rest were outside. The most exciting thing was that the white eyebrows were instantly cut in half by this barrier. The white eyebrows disintegrated, and Fang Yuan and the others regained their freedom. This barrier's aura is rank 5. Why does it look like water curtain skyflower goo? Fang Yuan was bewildered. He had never seen this goo before. Master Tenshuru was obstructed by this barrier. He staggered to his feet and sneered. "Senior brother, you have good methods. You can even counterattack like this and break the Ray's eyebrows and exhale goo. What a pity. How can you stop me with your puny defense? He's just struggling at death's door." Guyue, on the other hand, laughed out loud. "Junior brother, why don't you attack and see? I have the same intention." Killing intent flashed in Master Tenshuru's eyes as countless cranes pounced over. At the same time, white light shot out from his eyes as countless bird-wing arrows rained down. However, this blood-colored barrier did not budge. It was stable as usual. Master Tenshuru's expression turned extremely gloomy as he stopped his attacks. "What goo is this?" First Gen Guyu raised his head and laughed. "Let me tell you, this is the blood curtain skyflower goo that I refined exclusively. Water curtain skyflower is only rank 4. It can block rank 5 goo's attacks. This goo of mine is rank 5. Its defense is even stronger. Even the owner of the water curtain skyflower goo cannot enter or leave, but my blood curtain skyflower goo can leave and not enter. Junior brother, attack slowly. Use all your strength. When I recover, I will come out and take your head. Ha ha! You scoundrel! You are boasting shamelessly." Master Tenshuru was flustered and exasperated. He had a 90% chance of winning, but to think Guyue managed to turn the situation around, the situation fell into a stalemate again. He attacked crazily and fiercely all the goo masters outside the barrier, including Xiong Jiaoman, died. But inside the blood curtain skyflower, everything was calm and tranquil. The blood barrier was as stable as Mount Tai. The goo masters gradually relaxed. The first-generation ancestor is truly a hero. We are finally saved. Next, the first-generation ancestor will display his might. This person will lose for sure. Humph! This is the strength of a rank 5 goo master. How powerful! I'm actually still alive. Everyone cheered and shouted, but Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. He would die without a doubt because of the 10 extreme limits. This stalemate lost some of its excitement, making him unhappy. Master Tenshuru attacked for a long time, but there was no effect. He suddenly stopped his attacks and woke up. First-generation Guyue's words were to provoke him, to make him waste his primeval essence on attacking the blood curtain skyflower. If he was not wrong, this blood curtain skyflower and water curtain skyflower had similar effects, but the fusion cost was extremely high. It was a one-time consumable, it had strong defense, but had a limited time. Once the duration was over, it would dissipate on its own. Thinking of this, Master Tenshuru took out 2 yuan stones and held them in his palms, sitting cross-legged and starting to recover his primeval essence. Help me. Only by helping me will I have a chance to live. Yuan stone. I need a large amount of yuan stone. First generation, Gyue shouted, and immediately the surrounding Gu masters took out yuan stones and piled them around him. First generation Gyue opened his mouth and sucked deeply. Yuan stone was sucked into his mouth. He opened his mouth, and with a cracking sound, the yuan stone was crushed and a large amount of natural primeval essence poured into his aperture. Master Tenshru saw this and became anxious. He shouted, "Don't give him any more yuan stone, you bunch of fools. Once he recovers his mobility, he will kill you and use your blood to refine and raise his aptitude. You're courting death." Humph, using such a low-level tactic to sow discord. Aren't you afraid people will laugh their heads off? Quick, this old scoundrel told us not to give any more. We have to give even more yuan stone. Everything depends on first-generation Gyue. The Gu masters generously donated, and large amounts of yuan stone were thrown into first-generation Gyue's mouth. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing watched coldly from the side. If it was a normal human body, it would not be able to withstand so much primeval essence, but his blood-white corpse body was strong and sturdy. The primeval sea in his aperture rose rapidly. Demon suppression Iron Chain Gu's power became weaker, and after a while, it turned into a pool of blood, completely dying. First-generation Gyue was no longer restricted, and with a loud roar, he activated blood, white corpse, vital Gu. Large amounts of smelly blood were attracted and poured into his body. In the blink of an eye, his strong arms grew back, and his claws were sharp like blades. He laughed loudly and stood up. At this time, the bottom-flick Gu on his forehead also turned into a pool of blood, completely dissipating. Heaven has not forsaken me. First generation, Gyue laughed loudly towards the sky. I beseech first-generation ancestor to make a move and kill this old scoundrel. With the help of a great lord, he will definitely succeed immediately. He will be invincible. Everyone rejoiced. First-generation Gyue's laughter gradually subsided, and flames burned in his eyes as he spoke slowly. Of course I want to kill the enemy, but before that, I need to do something. Not good. Fang Yuan heard this tone, and his heart jumped as he moved towards the outside of the crowd without leaving a trace. The people around him did not understand, but were still filled with fighting spirit. I wonder what first-generation ancestor wants to do. If it is within our capabilities, we will definitely do our best to serve first-generation ancestor. First-generation Gyue raised his head and laughed. Ha! This matter is to take your lives. What? Everyone turned pale with fright. First-generation Gyue attacked brazenly. With a swoosh, he stretched out his claws and pierced through a rank 3 Gu master. When he retracted his palm, first-generation Gyue's hand was already holding a beating heart. This Gu master was a Gyue clansman, and with an expression of disbelief, he screamed as blood spurted out like a fountain and fell backwards. Good blood, we cannot waste it. First-generation Gyue laughed and sighed, and with a thought, the blood skull Gu flew up and circled around this Gu master's body. The Gu master's corpse twitched, and all his blood was sucked out by the blood skull Gu. Then it entered the blood skull Gu's 2 empty eye sockets. The blood skull Gu drank its fill of blood, and on its crystal-like skull, the blood-red lines became even brighter. First-generation ancestor, you... Everyone quickly retreated, and someone shouted in shock. Noisy! First-generation Gyue's figure flashed and appeared in front of this person, slashing with his palm and cutting his body into 2. The blood that spurted out was sucked dry by the blood skull Gu. First generation, you heartless bastard, you are not our yuan stone. How can you still have the strength to fight? This first generation is also not a good person. Everyone attack together and kill him. That's right, we have strength in numbers. Ugh. A bloody massacre began. First generation Guyue was rank 5 peak stage, and his primeval essence had completely recovered. These Gu masters were mostly rank 1 and rank 2, and there were even a few rank 3. How could they be his match? And this blood-curtained skyflower isolated the inside from the outside, forming a sealed space. Only its master, first-generation Guyue, could go out. But once he went out, he could only destroy the blood-curtained skyflower or wait for its effect to run out. The Gu masters could neither escape nor fight, so they were quickly defeated and killed one by first-gen Guyu. Other than Bai and Xiong tribe Gu masters, every time he killed a Guyue tribesman, he would use the blood skull Gu to suck the blood. After killing hundreds of people, the rank 4 blood skull Gu was glistening red, reaching its limit. First generation Guyue laughed loudly, summoning the blood skull Gu and floating it above his head. This day, this moment, after hundreds of years of planning, has finally arrived. He heaved a long sigh of relief. The blood skull Gu opened its tightly shut mouth and spat out a fountain of blood. The blood fountain did not have a fishy smell, but instead emitted a fragrant smell, making people feel relaxed and happy. First generation Guyue was drenched from head to toe by this blood fountain, but this blood fountain was mystical. Not a single drop fell on the ground, but stuck to the surface of first generation Guyue's body and slowly seeped in all the way to his aperture. First generation Guyue silently stood on the spot, feeling it for a moment before bursting into wild laughter. Gaga gaga, my aptitude has risen, my aptitude has really risen. The other Gu masters were all shaken. Chapter 199. Guyue's laughter became even more carefree, but he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Master Tenchiru, saying hatefully, "Junior apprentice brother, you never thought this day would come. We are both orphans, adopted by Master, but ever since we were young, Master has always doted on you more. Why? Isn't it because your aptitude is a grade and mine is C grade? You have a great aptitude. Of course your cultivation progress is fast. Do you know how much more sweat and effort I have to put in to barely keep up with you with my C grade aptitude? Although we are known as the twin cranes of the righteous path, you have always been the leader and I the second. You are the most dazzling, just because you are an A grade genius. But you were lucky and obtained one of Blood Sea ancestors' true inheritances. Blood Skull Gu can kill your kin, purify the blood spring, irrigate the aperture, and raise your aptitude. Do you know how I felt at that time? This blood skull Gu was my only hope, the hope that I yearned for day and night, the hope that I tossed and turned in my sleep. With it, I can change my life, change my fate. But that's mine. Master Tenchiru stomped his feet and cursed. Yes, it's yours. Guyue nodded. You have good aptitude and good luck. We set off together to kill the enemy, but the heavens only favored you, allowing you to obtain the true inheritance. Do you know, looking at your smug expression and listening to your words about the future, I suddenly understood. The heavens favored you, giving you a grade aptitude and Blood Sea's true inheritance. What could I do? I was just a C grade. How could I succeed by myself? I could only snatch. What doesn't belong to me become mine. The heavens arranged a fate for me, to let me be willing to be below others, to be their shadow. I am not satisfied. Why should it be me? Why should I be below and you are above? At this point, Guyue actually started sobbing. The blood white's body was extremely terrifying, and it let out such a strange cry, making people feel even colder. Since the heavens don't favor me, Master doesn't love me, and others don't think highly of me, I'll have to do it. I can only love myself more. I can only value myself more. I can only rely on myself more. I can only work harder. I can only take more risks. I can only work harder. Only in this way can I achieve something. But the righteous path emphasized principles, friendship, seniority, and seniority. I'm just a nobody. I have no background, no talent, and no resources. What do you think I will use to succeed? If I walk the righteous path, I can only be exploited and bullied. I can only look up to you, young masters and geniuses. I can only endure until I am old, but my achievements are insignificant. This is the righteous path. What bullshit righteous path? Only by becoming a demon, abandoning human emotions, abandoning the rules of the world, and paying a heavy price will I be able to forge a path that belongs to me in the thorns. So, I plotted against you and stole your blood see-through inheritance. Then I became a demon. Ha! Then let me become a demon. Then let me become a demon. Then let me become a demon. His voice reverberated in the blood barrier. Outside the barrier, Master Tenchiru was speechless. First Gen Guyue held back his laughter and started to kill again. Large numbers of Gu masters were killed, their blood absorbed by the blood skull Gu and condensed into blood spring essence, pouring it into first Gen Guyue's aperture to raise his aptitude. The higher the aptitude, the more primeval essence could be stored in the aperture. First Gen Guyue killed more Guyue clansmen, the higher his aptitude. After chewing the Yuan stone, his primeval essence would be stored more, and his battle strength would increase. Outside the blood barrier, Master Tenchiru was burning with anxiety, but the blood-curtained skyflower was like a heavenly moat, making him sigh. He wanted to stop it, but there was nothing he could do. Eventually, only a few people were left inside the blood barrier. Brat, you stole the heavenly essence treasure lotus, right? I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Hand it over obediently, and I'll spare your life. First Gen Guyue approached step by step, his killing intent firmly locked onto Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan knew his chances of survival were slim, but his expression did not change as he sneered. Your bullshit can only be used to coax a 3-year-old child. Humph, if you come any closer, I will destroy the heavenly essence treasure lotus. You have to know, this goo was refined by me. I can make it self-destruct with just a thought. Do as you see fit. First Gen Guyue's footsteps slowed, but he quickly approached Fang Yuan with determination. Brat, you are very courageous and smart. That's right, you are my descendant. I want to take your blood to raise my aptitude, so I will not let you go. Unfortunately, back then I used the blood seed goo to purify my descendant's bloodline, attempting to create a descendant of Guyue's desolate physique. As long as such a genius is born, I can take all of their blood and raise my aptitude to a grade 99%. If there is such a genius, I can let you go, but your luck is bad. Humph, the thing I hate the most in my life is being forced by others. It's fine if the heavenly origin treasure lotus is gone, but you can die now. Before he finished speaking, the wings on his back flapped, and his body shot out like lightning, appearing in front of Fang Yuan in an instant. He grabbed with his right hand. Instantly, Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, his hair stood on end, and he quickly retreated. But how could a rank 5 expert dodge so easily? Just as the ghostly claw was about to reach him, an ice hand suddenly appeared from the side. Bam! With a sound of collision, the ice hand shattered, cold air spread everywhere, and first Gen Guyue took a step back. Bai Ning Bing! Fang Yuan turned around, looking at the person who attacked. He was slightly shocked. Bai Ning Bing retracted his broken arm. Cold air spread around the wound, and instantly condensed into an ice hand, recovering to its original state. But it did not turn into flesh and blood. He was already very close to the limit of the 10 extremes. To think that I would have such an interesting way of dying. It is a pity that I will not be able to see the end of this battle. Bai Ningbing heaved a long sigh, then suddenly laughed, a pair of eerie blue eyes looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you and I are the same kind of person. I am dead for sure. If you die too, it will be a pity. I will protect you, but I have a condition. Although Bai Ningbing was only rank 3, he was not far from death. His battle strength was increasing like a fountain. In the end, the only one who could hope to win against first gen Guyu was him. Oh, what condition? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. Bai Ningbing stretched out his arms, as if to embrace the world. He wore a white robe and had snow-white hair, his brows slightly raised. Live on for me and witness the wonders of this world. In an instant, Fang Yuan was moved. This man, Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing as if he was looking at himself when he was young. Bai Ningbing's words sounded like nonsense, but in fact they were sincere. Perhaps ordinary people would not believe it, but Fang Yuan understood the deeper meaning behind these words. Bai Ningbing was a top genius. His talent was heaven-defying, but his lifespan was short. He had already found his path, found his belief. He was not afraid of death, but he was reluctant to leave this world. He had regrets in his heart, but in desperation, he could only entrust this remembrance to Fang Yuan. Io, it really is the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. TSK. It's a pity that you're not my bloodline descendant. Otherwise, everyone wouldn't have to die. First Gen, Guyu let out a sinister laugh. You want to stop me with just this Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique? You are too naive. Saying so, his figure flashed, and when he appeared, he was already in front of Bai Ningbing. Boom! A loud explosion. The two clashed. First Gen Guyu retreated 2 steps. Bai Ningbing's entire head and half of his body exploded. But in an instant, kacha, cold air spread, frost condensed, and a new body and head grew out. Bai Ningbing was resurrected. This First Gen Guyu was shocked. The 10 extreme physiques were rarely seen, and this was the first time he fought with one. The two clashed. Bai Ningbing's cultivation was weak, and he was at a disadvantage. The situation was very disadvantageous. But First Gen Guyu could not kill him, no matter how hard he tried. The Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique was now almost immortal, no matter how heavy the injuries were. In an instant, it would be as solid as ice. This made Guyu even more furious and fearful, and his attacks became even more frenzied. Bai Ningbing gradually lost his normal color and turned into an ice man who could move freely. Even her snow-white hair had turned into strands of ice. The time was finally up. Death descended at this moment. Boundless worldly affairs are colorful. The clouds and waterways are long. At this moment, the wind returns to heaven and earth, incomparable to the moonlight in the water. Bai Ningbing chanted and smiled faintly. From then on, his expression froze. A cold wind suddenly blew, and the frosty air suddenly rose like a mist. Crack, crack, crack. Large amounts of frost spread from his feet, and like a growing mountain, the glacier rose from the ground. The surging white ice was like a dragon beast, like a landslide or tsunami crushing towards First Gen Guyu. First Gen Guyu screamed and resisted with all his strength. The red hair on his head stood up, and blood mist rose from his body. Large amounts of blood guillotine and blade-wing bloodback goo were controlled by him and crashed into the glacier, slowing it down a little. But in the end, he was still suppressed, imprisoned, and swallowed by the glacier. The huge glacier filled the whole blood barrier, and only around Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing purposely left a small space for him. Bam! With a soft sound, the blood curtain skyflower was broken by the glacier. Without any obstruction, large amounts of frost energy spread out, and the frost immediately condensed, forming a glacier that spread everywhere. Even the blood curtain skyflower goo has been broken. Such power! Master Tenshuru did not dare to face it head-on, and quickly flew up into the sky. Under his shocked gaze, he saw the glacier spread everywhere, and actually covered the whole of Qing Mao Mountain from the peak to the foot of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, the originally lush and vibrant Qing Mao Mountain had turned into a treacherous land of ice and snow. The ice under his feet continued to rise, and Fang Yuan also saw this scene with his own eyes. This 1,000-li glacier had witnessed the fall of a young genius, and contained by Ning Bing's unwilling and helpless sigh. Chapter 200. Fang Yuan immediately activated the chainsaw golden centipede and blood moon goo, trying to break the ice. But the ice layer was extremely thick, and cold air pervaded the air. For every inch of ice that was shaved off, another 2 inches condensed. Fang Yuan was trapped in a hopeless situation, unable to escape. Just at this time, a blood light emerged from the bottom of the glacier. The blood light was only a smear at first, but it soon spread out, becoming brighter and brighter, turning into a blood-colored light that flooded the area. Ha ha ha! Amidst the laughter, the blood light soared to the sky, and the first generation Guyue broke out of the ice. Although he was in a sorry state, he was even more arrogant. If this northern dark ice soul physique's cultivation reaches rank 4, he might be able to kill me. Unfortunately, he is only rank 3 peak stage. Saying so, he focused his gaze on Fang Yuan, who was in the glacier. If the northern dark ice soul physique can't kill you, then let me do it for you. In the distant sky, Master Tenshuru flew over leisurely. Below him was the Iron Beak Flying Crane King. Earlier, he flew into the sky to help the Iron Beak Flying Crane King kill the Blood River Python, and now he came back with the momentum of victory. Right now, in the entire Qing Mao Mountain, there were only these 3 people left. Bai Ningbing had already turned into an ice mountain, his consciousness also dissipating. Fang Yuan was like an insect in amber, trapped in the glacier. In contrast, among the 2 rank 5 Gu masters, the first generation Guyue's aptitude had increased, and the primeval essence in his aperture was more. Master Tenshuru had also recuperated, and recovered most of his battle strength. The 2's gazes focused on Fang Yuan. The first generation Guyue wanted to kill Fang Yuan and take his blood. Master Tenshuru wanted to stop the first generation Guyue, and naturally would not restrict himself by protecting Fang Yuan. Thus, he could only make the first move, and kill Fang Yuan first. With their nature, they would not tolerate a bystander. What if both of them were injured, and a third person took advantage of the situation? Fang Yuan let out a long sigh. When he saw the gazes of these 2 people, he knew that he was definitely going to die. He had lost the Thunderwings Gu and 1,000-li Earthwolf Spider. Even if he had them, he might not be able to escape the pursuit of 2 rank 5 experts. He only had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, and could not be compared to a rank 5 expert. In this situation, he was like a fish on the chopping block. Moreover, it was 2 incomparably sharp blades. He couldn't fight, and he couldn't escape. However, Fang Yuan had another method. That was the spring and autumn cicada. Fang Yuan sent his consciousness into his aperture. The light film was no longer there, only a rough stone aperture. A large half of the snow-silver true essence ocean was still left. The stone aperture no longer had the ability to recover true essence, but Fang Yuan had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, which was why his true essence sea was like this. None of this was important. Fang Yuan focused all his attention on the goo worm in the middle of the stone aperture. That was his vital goo, the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada. Only by relying on this goo to go against the flow of the river of time could he create another miracle, using an impossible method to change the outcome of fate. However, this method was extremely dangerous. Firstly, the river of time was a forbidden area of the great Tao, Mortals could not touch it. Once it was trespassed, it would be the same as violating the laws of heaven and earth, and would suffer the wrath of heaven and earth. Secondly, the spring-autumn cicada had not fully recovered. It was like a broken boat, forcefully crossing the river of time. It might capsize halfway and sink. Finally, Fang Yuan was only a rank 3 peak stage. Controlling the spring-autumn cicada was like a baby playing with a large knife. He might get injured if he did not do it well. Once I use this spring-autumn cicada, I will have to self-detonate. I will use all my cultivation, my flesh and blood, and all my other goo worms to become a driving force to push the spring-autumn cicada forward. Compared to my previous life, even if I self-detonate, the force will be too small. Sigh. It is very likely that I will directly commit suicide, but right now, I have no other choice. I have to use this goo. Fang Yuan was also helpless. Earlier, he would rather use the stone aperture goo than the spring-autumn cicada because it was too risky. Out of 100, the success rate might not even be 10%. Many times when a goo master uses a high-rank goo worm, they would have to pay the price of a backlash. Like Guyue Qing Shu. Right now, Fang Yuan could only place his hopes on the fact that the spring-autumn cicada was his vital goo. Little brat, hand over your life, contribute some blood to your ancestor. Lad, your life is not good. You can only blame yourself for meeting this despicable ancestor. Let me free you from this. First generation Guyue and Master Tenshuru attacked at the same time. Fang Yuan was forced to the edge of the cliff. He could only jump. Spring-autumn cicada, come. His eyes shone with a strange light. He shouted, his body bursting with green and yellow colors. Such an aura. How is this possible? It is actually a rank 6 goo worm. At this moment, the 2 rank 5 goo masters were extremely shocked, but soon after, greedy expressions appeared on their faces. Kill him. Take the rank 6 goo. This is a heavenly opportunity. Good lad, hand it over obediently, and I will spare your life. Their speed increased by 30%, but at this moment, there was a loud boom. Fang Yuan self-detonated. What? Before he died, he seemed to have heard the 2 rank 5 goo masters exclaim. Legend has it that this world has a long river called time. Humans are like fish in the river. The current is rapid. Almost all the fish can only go with the flow. Occasionally, 1 or 2 fish would jump out of the river, looking at the scene downstream. This is foretelling the future. If not for this river, the world would be completely still, turning into a picture. With this river, everything can change. The world can become lively, either declining or flourishing. The river of time, the river water surged. Every drop of water was a story, a scene that happened in the past. In the rapid river water, a small goo worm was swimming against the current. It flapped its wings, struggling to move forward. Every time the surging waves slammed into it, it would be on the verge of capsizing. It carried Fang Yuan's consciousness and memories, its body emitting a faint yellow and green light. The light wavered in the tide, like a candle flickering in the wind. Finally, it only managed to swim a small distance. The yellow and green light almost disappeared. The spring-autumn cicada reached its limit. With a swoosh, it turned into a ray of light and drilled into a wave. Fang Yuan's body shook. A yellow and green light flashed in the depths of his eyes. This light flashed for a moment, and Fang Yuan shuddered. His consciousness and memories rushed into his mind, instantly fusing together. Success. He was overjoyed. He had been reborn again. After realizing this, he immediately scanned his surroundings and observed his own situation. He found his primeval essence was being consumed. His wrists and body were bound by the white eyebrows. Looking again. Oh, so it was at this time. Tai Shueleng's arrangements had already been activated. Guyue's entire body was bound by iron chains, unable to move. There was also a yellow talisman on his forehead. It was the demon suppression iron chain goo, as well as the flick bottom goo. And that Master Tenchiru had also landed on the ground, his body covered in a white halo, activating the raise eyebrows and exhale goo with all his strength, attempting to exhaust all the primeval essence in Guyue's aperture. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. Right now, he was bound by the white eyebrows and could not move. He could only exhaust his primeval essence and wait for a good opportunity. Under the effect of the flick bottom goo, a yellow light flew out of Guyue's body. This yellow light was bigger than a fist, but smaller than a basin. It slowly floated to the ground, revealing the blood skull goo inside the yellow light. Blood skull goo, after hundreds of years, I finally see you again. Master Tenchiru cried tears of joy, his expression extremely emotional. Guyue was so anxious that he gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. He was tied up and could not move. Another yellow light was captured from the yellow talisman, landing on the ground and turning into a black and white Taiji light ball. In this light ball, two peculiar goo worms were circling around each other, chasing each other. It was the yin-yang rotation goo. According to Fang Yuan's memories, Master Tenchiru was shouting, "Yin-yang rotation goo! My good senior brother, it must have been hard for you to find such a good goo. Ha ha ha, you actually wanted to turn into a human. What a pity, what a pity, I ruined it." Fang Yuan looked at Guyue's first generation. Sure enough, he was sitting on the ground, kicking his legs and screaming. His hair was disheveled. He had completely lost his composure. Wait a while more, the time is not far. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. He did not make a move. The third yellow light was captured, landing on the ground. It was a scarlet-red goo, translucent like a water ball. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Blood curtain skyflower goo. It was this goo that changed the situation, allowing Guyue's first generation to make a comeback. Blood curtain skyflower goo was developed by Guyue's first generation. Fang Yuan did not recognize it before, but now he was very clear of its characteristics. Sure enough, immediately after, Guyue's first generation shouted, "Someone come quickly kill this goo worm." Several goo masters heard this and immediately went forward to destroy this goo. Buzz! With a soft sound, blood curtain skyflower reappeared in the world. The blood ball barrier isolated the inside from the outside. A portion of the people were outside the barrier, while the others were inside the barrier. The blood barrier isolated the white brows, and Fang Yuan and the rest no longer fought with Master Tenchiru's primeval essence. They were freed and regained their freedom. Master Tenchiru was obstructed by this barrier. He staggered to stand up and sneered. After some conversation, he could not attack the blood barrier and could only stop, asking, "What goo is this?" Guyue's first generation said proudly, "Let me tell you, this is my exclusive fusion blood curtain skyflower goo. Water curtain skyflower is only rank 4. It can block rank 5 goo's attacks. This goo of mine is rank 5. Its defense is even stronger. Water curtain skyflower goo's owner cannot enter or leave, but my blood curtain skyflower goo can leave but not enter. Junior brother, attack slowly, use all your strength. When I recover, I will come out to chop off your dog head." Aha! Master Tenchiru was furious and attacked again, but failed again. After calming down, he chose to replenish his primeval essence and wait for the blood barrier to run out. The goo masters saw that the blood barrier was as stable as Mount Tai and were overjoyed. Feeling that their lives were saved, they started to flatter Guyue's first generation. Only Bai Ning Bing snorted coldly. Guyue's first generation asked for a large amount of yuan stone, and everyone generously contributed. Although Guyue's first generation was tied up and could not move, he could chew the yuan stone with his mouth and replenish his primeval essence at an extremely fast speed. Master Tenchiru saw this and shouted, "You bunch of fools! Once he recovers his mobility, he will kill you and use your blood to refine and raise his aptitude. You're courting death. Everyone naturally did not believe him. Humph, humph. Using such a low-level tactic to sow discord, aren't you afraid people will laugh their heads off? Quick, quick, quick. This old scoundrel told us not to give. We have to give Yuan stone even more. Chapter 201. Large amounts of Yuan stone were sucked into Guyue's mouth and crushed. Bai Ningbing looked on coldly, but Fang Yuan moved. He did not look on coldly, but made a different choice from before. First-generation ancestor. The situation is critical. I have the heavenly essence treasure lotus to offer. He was full of sincerity as he quickly walked over. His face was full of pity and helplessness, but he also seemed to have made up his mind. First-generation Guyue laughed loudly. Very good. You are indeed my descendant. Such filial piety makes me, your ancestor, happy. He had long wanted the heavenly essence treasure lotus, and had once sent a group of blade-winged bloodbats to kill Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan had escaped so quickly that he did not give him a chance. But at this moment he did not doubt it. First of all, he had not shed all pretenses of cordiality. He had once said that he had sent the blade-winged bloodbats to protect Fang Yuan. Secondly, Fang Yuan had taken the initiative to step forward and help White Eyebrow, helping first-generation Guyue to exhaust his inner Yuan. This had made the hesitant people firm up their minds. Such a loyal and filial act was still vivid in first-generation Guyue's mind. Finally, the current situation was very clear. Fang Yuan could only place his hopes on first-generation Guyue in order to defeat Master Tenchiru and save his life. First-generation Guyue did not believe that Fang Yuan would destroy his own strong support and attack him. Therefore, when Fang Yuan walked over, first-generation Guyue laughed continuously. With the heavenly essence treasure lotus, my chances of winning will increase by 20%. All of you, move aside and let him in. Heavenly essence treasure lotus. Outside the blood shield, Master Tenchiru was stunned. He immediately shouted, "You must not!" Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fang Yuan walked to first-generation Guyue's side. First-generation ancestor, I have thought it through. You were the one who created the Guyue village. Only because of you can there be juniors like us. In the past, you had such great achievements. Today, you will lead the Guyue clan to glory. The heavenly origin treasure, lotus, should be used by our ancestor. His face was full of admiration, and his tone was full of enthusiasm. Guyue nodded as he listened, thinking to himself, this young man is quite eloquent, but it's a pity that I still have to kill him for his blood later. But at this moment, Fang Yuan bent down and suddenly attacked. He grabbed hold of Guyue and then channeled the strength in his waist. Taking advantage of the momentum, he shook his arms. He opened his mouth and let out a low roar. The strength of two boars burst forth, and with all his might, he fiercely threw. Shwa! As soon as Guyue arrived, he threw him out of the blood barrier. It was a deathly silence. Time seemed to stop at this moment. The wind outside was blowing gently. Guyue was smashed to the ground, his red hair fluttering in the wind. His expression was sluggish, and he had yet to react. In front of him, less than 10 steps away, was Master Tenchiru. This old man was still angry, and anxious about Fang Yuan's contribution of the heavenly origin treasure, lotus. He did not expect that the next moment there would be such a major turn of events. He was also stunned, and his eyes stared straight at Guyue. Guyue was his irreconcilable enemy, but at this moment, Master Tenchiru was stunned as if he was dreaming and did not move. Inside the blood barrier, everyone was like a statue, silent and motionless. Some people's mouths were wide open, enough to fit a fist. Some people's eyes were wide open, almost popping out of their sockets. Even Bai Ningbing lost her composure and looked at Fang Yuan with a sluggish expression. Only when a half-destroyed bamboo building inside the blood barrier could no longer hold on and collapsed did everyone wake up as if they had been electrocuted. Fuck. Someone opened his mouth and cursed. Fang Yuan, what stupid thing did you do? Someone pointed at Fang Yuan, his whole body trembling. First-generation ancestor. Someone tried to run out and pull Guyue back, but the blood-curtained skyflower blocked their way. Despicable little thief. How dare you lie to the ancestor? I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive. First-generation Guyue reacted, lying on the ground, and cursed. Ha ha ha. Among the panic-stricken crowd, someone laughed loudly. It was none other than Bai Ningbing. He laughed until tears came out, and gave Fang Yuan a thumbs up. Interesting, really interesting. Fang Yuan, have you gone crazy? Fang Yuan, you framed the first-generation ancestor. You even schemed against the ancestor. Are you still human? Fang Yuan, you must have been bribed by that white-haired old man. You spy, traitor. Everyone was pointing fingers at him, and the crowd was agitated. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. I am rank 3 peak stage. Who dares to kill me? Who dares to kill me? Right now, the rank 3 Gu masters in the blood barrier could be counted on one hand, and because of the earlier battle, their primeval essence was sparse. Yuan stone was also contributed and could not be replenished. As for the others, they were mostly mortals or rank 1 or rank 2 Gu masters. Without first-generation Guyue, Fang Yuan could indeed look down on everyone in this blood barrier. He. Fang Yuan laughed and slowly bent down, picking up the 2 Gu from the ground. His left hand held the blood skull Gu, and his right hand held the yin-yang rotation Gu. These 2 Gu belonged to first-generation Guyue, but right now they were covered in a layer of faint yellow light sealed by the bottom of the talisman Gu and could not respond to first-generation Guyue's desperate calls. But this seal was also an obstacle to Fang Yuan. He needed to undo the seal before he could refine these 2 Gu worms. Forcefully breaking the seal would only lead to the destruction of these 2 Gu. This situation was different from the blood-curtained skyflower Gu. To activate the blood-curtained skyflower Gu, one had to crush it. After breaking the seal, one could use it. But Fang Yuan was not impatient. He knew what was going to happen next. Be it the demon suppression iron chain Gu or the bottom of the talisman Gu, they were both contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu and were about to turn into blood water and die. Ha, my good senior brother, to think you would have such a day. Hand over your life. Master Tenshuru roared and rushed to the sky, attacking fiercely towards first-generation Guyue. First-generation Guyue was bound by the demon suppression iron chain Gu and could not move, becoming a human target, and could only passively take a beating. He cursed in pain and struggled with all his might. Suddenly, the iron chain turned into a pool of blood water, and he regained his freedom, flying towards the blood barrier. There was a loud bang. Without a doubt, he was blocked by the blood barrier. This blood-curtained skyflower Gu was personally refined by him and was his proudest invention. It had outstanding defense, and once used, it could not be moved and could not be closed. To him, it could only be used and could not be entered. Little bastard, you will die a horrible death. First-generation Guyue's grievance and his hatred towards Fang Yuan could not be washed away no matter how much water he poured into the heavens. Master Tenshuru naturally chased after him, laughing madly. First-generation Guyue could only give up on the blood barrier and turn to resist Master Tenshuru. He had chewed large amounts of Yuan stone earlier and had considerable primeval essence. Although he was at a disadvantage, he could stabilize his footing. First-generation ancestor, do your best. First-generation lord, we will cheer for you. Ancestor, you are our only hope. The battle between the two rank 5 experts attracted everyone's attention. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and looked at Bai Ningbing. The current situation was like a battle between two tigers, and Fang Yuan, was only a rabbit. Whether it was Master Tenchiru or first-generation Guyue, they were all sly and cunning people. The possibility of both of them being injured and him gaining an advantage was too small. No one was stupid, and neither of them were hot-headed because of a fierce battle. Moreover, this blood barrier could only provide temporary safety. Once the blood barrier's effect wore off, everyone inside, including himself, would definitely be killed by first-generation Guyue and Master Tenchiru. He had just been reborn once, and the spring-autumn cicada was once again in a weakened state and could not be used again. The only thing he could do now was to strengthen himself as much as possible. He would do his best to fight for a chance of survival. Fang Yuan already had a plan in mind. But in this plan, there was one person who played an important role. This person was Bai Ningbing. The self-destruction of the northern dark ice soul physique would be a huge influence on the battle, especially when the two strong people outside the blood barrier continued to exhaust each other. But how could he persuade Bai Ningbing? Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing, and Bai Ningbing felt it, and also looked back at Fang Yuan. In the crowd, they looked at each other. Fang Yuan was dressed in a black robe with black hair and black eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a demonic smile. I have a temporary solution to the 10 extremes and can bring you back to life. He said his first sentence. Bai Ningbing's body shook. Of course he wanted to live. What method? Fang Yuan changed the topic, but this method's success rate is not high and has a high chance of failure. But these words made Bai Ningbing even more convinced. Immediately after, Fang Yuan said his third sentence, only to hear him say, but I think even if you fail, it will make your final moments incomparably exciting. Bai Ningbing's heart thumped. Fang Yuan used 3 sentences to strike the deepest part of his heart and convinced him. He was a smart person, and after thinking for a while, he asked, "Then what do I need to do?" Fang Yuan's smile widened, and at this moment, the core-sucking goo also turned into a pool of blood water. The blood skull goo and yin-yang rotation goo seals disappeared, and just as they were about to fly away, Fang Yuan grabbed them tightly. He used the spring-autumn cicada's aura, and these 3 goo were only rank 4, and immediately submitted. Fang Yuan poured his primeval essence into them, and instantly refined them for his own use. What's going on? Damn it! Outside the blood barrier, Guyue's head hurt, and he lost connection with the blood skull goo and yin-yang rotation goo. He was incomparably shocked, and immediately lost his composure. He charged towards the blood barrier. How can this be? How can you refine my 3 goo so quickly? Guyue let out a miserable howl, and crazily attacked the blood barrier. Fang Yuan snatched food from the tiger's mouth, and snatched the blood skull goo and yin-yang rotation goo. This was simply taking his life. Everyone was shocked, and took a step back. First-generation Guyue was like a beast in a desperate situation, and his eyes started to spew fire. But soon, Master Tenchiru attacked. "I want you to die. I want you to die." First-generation Guyue went berserk, attacking without defending, and vented all his anger on Master Tenchiru. Master Tenchiru was shocked, and suffered a heavy blow. Both sides tangled together again, and the battle entered a white-hot stage. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, and said to Bai Ningbing, "Follow me to kill." Before he finished speaking, he attacked resolutely. The chainsaw golden centipede roared madly, and cut a goo master beside Fang Yuan in half. Blood Skull Goo. Chapter 202. Fang Yuan, what are you doing? Quickly stop. The enemy is right in front of us. How can there be internal strife? Quickly stop, or else. Everyone was shocked. Fang Yuan was ruthless again, killing another clansman. www.see read.net. I will only kill Guyu clansmen. Those who are not involved, step down. Otherwise, I will slaughter all of you. Fang Yuan roared. Everyone was shocked and retreated. They did not expect Fang Yuan to be so crazy. Fang Yuan has gone crazy. He has lost his mind. Let's attack together. That's right. If this continues, we will not be able to wait for the first generation to defeat the enemy. We will all be killed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was like a hornet's nest. The crowd was agitated, but no one dared to attack immediately. Many people were roaring and shouting. Ha ha ha, interesting. Bai Ningbing suddenly laughed and suddenly attacked, killing someone beside him. Lord Bai Ningbing, you... The person who died was a Bai clansman. Not good. Lord Bai Ningbing has also gone crazy. Everyone was shocked. Fang Yuan's gaze focused as he looked at Bai Ningbing. He did not expect him to have such a change. Bai Ningbing laughed maniacally. Since you can kill clansmen, I will naturally not be weaker than you. Sigh, since the situation is already over, no matter what the result is, the casualties are too heavy. Bai village can no longer be a village. The only clan leader who has helped me is also dead, so I might as well kill him as well, for the fun of it. That would be for the best. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, and his figure flashed as he began his massacre. These clansmen were going to die anyway, so he might as well let them die in his own hands and increase the aptitude of Fang Yuan and not Guyue's generation. How could these people in the blood barrier be a match for Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's combined forces? Especially Bai Ningbing, who was close to death. His strength was very strong, and he killed many more than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stabbed him from behind and drew his blood. After killing 100 people, the blood skull goo reached its limit. The surface of the crystal skull became bright red. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, activating the blood skull goo above his head. The skull opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of fragrant blood, drenching Fang Yuan from head to toe. Fang Yuan enjoyed this. He breathed in deeply and enjoyed everything. He had black hair and a black robe, and his entire body was bathed in blood. He was like a devil from hell that had come into being. When the surrounding people saw this, they were all frightened out of their wits and howled miserably. My aptitude has really improved. Fang Yuan's aptitude was originally C grade 44%, but because of the man-beast life burial goo, it dropped to 43%. But now that the blood spring had seeped into his body and filled his aperture, his aptitude rose by 10%. It reached 53%. It really is a good treasure. No wonder Guyue treasures it as much as his own life. Fang Yuan opened his eyes and nodded in satisfaction before starting a new massacre. The two of them stirred up a storm of blood within the blood barrier. It was a bloodbath. Fang Yuan, you crazy bastard. Guyue coldly rushed over. Fang Yuan dodged her attack, then raised the chainsaw golden centipede and slashed. The young girl was split into two. Fang Yuan, spare us. We are your uncle and aunt. Guyue Dong too and his wife knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Fang Yuan sneered and waved his left hand. The blood moonblade flew out, and two heads fell to the ground. The blood skull goo took the blood of Guyue's clansmen and condensed it into a blood spring essence, watering Fang Yuan again. I'm enjoying this. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and breathed deeply. He felt a warm flow of air flowing through his body, making him feel refreshed and rejuvenated. His aptitude rose by another 10%, reaching 63%. A Goo Master's aptitude was C grade at 4 or 5, B grade at 6 or 7, and a grade at 6 or 7. At this moment, Fang Yuan officially left C grade and became B grade. But my cultivation has fallen. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, his gaze solemn. Fang Yuan's aptitude rose to B grade, but his cultivation fell from rank 3 to rank 2. It was strange. In Guyue's generation, the cultivation did not fall, and the aptitude increased. Why did this happen to Fang Yuan's body? This is troublesome. It should be the stone aperture Gu. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Fang Yuan, had used the stone aperture Gu to squeeze out his aperture's potential, causing his cultivation to rise to rank 3 peak stage. But this blood skull Gu irrigated the blood spring essence, increasing the aperture's potential and raising Fang Yuan's aptitude. Without a doubt, these two Gu were in conflict, but the blood skull Gu was rank 4, while the stone aperture Gu was rank 3. The blood skull Gu was above the stone aperture Gu, causing Fang Yuan's aperture to change from stone to light membrane. But the effect of the stone aperture Gu was also disappearing. It even started to reduce Fang Yuan's cultivation. Fang Yuan did not expect such a change in such a short period of time. But Bai Ningbing was getting stronger and stronger. He slaughtered in all directions. Fang Yuan did not have to worry, and did not take the initiative to attack, continuing to take his clansman's bloodline. Outside the blood barrier, Guyue's generation saw his clansmen being slaughtered and flew into a rage, roaring continuously, but there was nothing he could do. He had inherited his bloodline and waited for hundreds of years, wanting to kill his own bloodline to raise his aptitude. After planning for so long, in the end, it was all for someone else's benefit. This kid, he is so ruthless at such a young age. His demonic nature is even deeper than his ancestors. Master Tenchu saw this and was inwardly shocked. The slaughter continued. 4 to 6 hours later, Fang Yuan's cultivation fell to rank 1 initial stage, but his aperture returned to light membrane, able to recover primeval essence. He had drenched himself in blood for close to 10 times, and as time went on, the effect became worse. The first 2 to 3 times, it was still a 10% increase, but towards the end, it increased by a few points. However, his aptitude had skyrocketed from the original C grade 43% to 90%. 90% aptitude is a grade aptitude. In my 500 years of my previous life, I relied on luck to raise my C grade aptitude to B grade after 200 years. To think that this was a blessing in disguise, directly raising my aptitude to a grade. Fang Yuan clenched his fist, inwardly excited. Bai Ningbing stopped killing and walked over. What should we do next? Inside the blood barrier, only the 2 of them were left. The others, be they Gu masters or mortals, were all killed. Outside the blood barrier, no one was spared from the shockwaves of the battle between the 2 rank 5 experts. In the entire battlefield, only the 2 people inside the blood barrier and the 2 people outside were left. Fang Yuan cast his gaze outside the barrier, speaking leisurely. Next, we just have to wait for Guyue's generation to escape, and the blood-curtained skyflower disappearing. And then, Bai Ningbing asked, and then, Fang Yuan turned his body and glanced at Bai Ningbing, smiling, and then you can die. Bai Ningbing was stunned. Oh, what do you mean? Soon after, his eyes narrowed into a line, his eerie blue pupils hiding a dangerous killing intent. The northern dark ice soul physique's self-detonation is very powerful. Although your cultivation is low and the chances are not high, you can fight against a rank 5 expert. When you self-detonate, you can control the direction of the frost, right? Fang Yuan smiled. How would I know? Bai Ningbing's lips twitched. I never self-detonated. I know you can do it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, patting his chest. Uncontrollably, the scene of Bai Ningbing self-detonating appeared in his mind. And that sentence, live on for me, witness the wonders of this world. I will stay by your side. After you self-detonate, when the time is right, I will save your life and bring you back to life. Fang Yuan said. What if you don't save me then? He. Fang Yuan smiled indifferently. Then you need to take a gamble. When you self-detonate, I will always be by your side. If you doubt my sincerity, you can release the ice tide at any time to kill me. I believe you have already felt it. That's right, my cultivation has already fallen to rank 1 beginner stage. At that time, I will not have any power to resist. But if you believe me, then I might be lying to you, and I will not bring you back to life in the end. In fact, I might not even have the ability to revive. So you have to take a gamble. What you choose not only depends on what you think now, but also what you think before you die. Bai Ningbing was silent. Fang Yuan's words made him take a gamble. Actually, wasn't Fang Yuan also taking a gamble? He used his life as a wager, and it all depended on what Bai Ningbing thought. So exciting, so interesting. Then I can only take a gamble. Ha ha. After a while, Bai Ningbing raised his head and clapped his hands as he laughed. Fang Yuan ignored him and focused on the battle outside the blood barrier. As he expected, Gen 1 Guyue was at a disadvantage and was completely suppressed by Master Tenchiru. Although he had replenished his primeval essence, he had less primeval essence with every use. In a protracted battle, how could he compete with Master Tenchiru in terms of consumption? Moreover, Master Tenchiru had already figured out his methods and would not let Gen 1 Guyue easily turn the tables. This is really infuriating. After a while, Gen 1 Guyue howled to the sky. Little thief, you ruined my 100-year plan. I will let you off for now, but I will definitely kill you in the future to vent my hatred. After saying this, Gen 1 Guyue flapped his wings and flew towards the horizon, escaping from the battlefield. Don't go! Master Tenchiru immediately turned into a light and chased after him. Without the sound of their fierce battle, the battlefield immediately quieted down. This was a good opportunity to leave, but the blood barrier skyflower became a huge obstacle. After about 4 hours, the blood barrier gradually thinned and was about to disappear. However, at this moment, a white light flew from afar and turned into Master Tenchiru. He was injured, and the wound extended from his left shoulder to his waist. It was so deep that bones could be seen, and purplish-red poisonous blood flowed out. However, Master Tenchiru was in high spirits, and he was filled with the joy of avenging his great hatred. He held a head in his right hand, and it was disheveled and bloody. It was Gen 1 Guyue. He actually killed Gen 1 Guyue. Bai Ningbing revealed a surprised expression. Fang Yuan laughed. Looks like this old man really hates Gen 1 Guyue. He must have paid a heavy price for killing Gen 1 Guyue. As they spoke, the blood barrier completely disappeared, and the two no longer had a barrier. Little thief, quickly hand over those 2 gu. I am in a good mood now, so I can spare your lives. Otherwise, when this blood barrier disappears, I will make you die without a burial ground. Master Tenchiru floated in the air and looked down arrogantly, laughing loudly. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other and smiled lightly but did not speak. Master Tenchiru was furious. Good lad, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. You deserve to die. Before he finished speaking, he turned into a white light and pounced forward. Bai Ningbing laughed boldly and took a big step forward. I was waiting for you. Saying so, his skin lost all color, and he turned into an ice sculpture. A cold wind suddenly rose, whistling and sweeping. Frost spread, and endless glaciers rose. Chapter 203. Bam, bam, bam. The glaciers cracked as Master Tenchiru attacked. In a blink of an eye, He had almost reached the surface of the ice layer. "We cannot let this old man escape," Fang Yuan shouted. Bai Ningbing could no longer speak. He resolutely self-detonated an arm, turning it into a vast frost wind. The wind blew and the glacier spread, rapidly increasing the thickness of the ice layer by 100 feet. Master Tenchiru roared in the ice, attacking crazily. Bai Ningbing self-detonated his arm again. The glaciers pressed down again and again, suppressing Master Tenchiru's attempts to break through. Under Bai Ningbing's special manipulation, the frost was like an army, firmly surrounding Master Tenchiru. Although Master Tenchiru was rank 5 after killing first-generation Guyue, he was also at the end of his rope. He charged forward again and again, but was still trapped in the ice. It is actually the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. But if you want to kill me with just this, you are dreaming. He finally realized, activating the life-retaining jade burial goo. A green jade light shone, enveloping his whole body. Next, the light turned from illusion to reality, turning into a transparent jade coffin, firmly protecting him. The jade coffin was extremely sturdy. Bai Ningbing tried many times, but to no avail. Finally, he could only deepen the ice layer around the jade coffin, forming an ice mountain that was hundreds of feet tall. Fang Yuan had been concentrating on observing the entire process, as expected of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Even though it was the second time, he could not help but exclaim in admiration. He was beside Bai Ningbing. At this moment, Bai Ningbing's arms were all gone. He had turned into an ice sculpture. Even his face was starting to blur, gradually covered in frost. Everything was on the surface. His consciousness was gradually dissipating. Once it dissipates, he would truly die, seeing the ice layer around him starting to spread towards him. Fang Yuan was clear, relying on himself. It would be extremely difficult to escape sooner or later. He would be sealed in the glacier and freeze to death. It is time. Immediately, he took out a pair of goo worms from his aperture. These 2 goo worms, one emitted black light, the other emitted white light. They chased each other and formed a Taiji light sphere. It was the yin-yang rotation goo. Go! With a thought from Fang Yuan, the black glowing goo immediately flew out and entered Bai Ningbing's ice sculpture. Although Fang Yuan was rank 1, he had a large amount of rank 3 snow-silver primeval essence stored in his aperture. Almost all of it was used to activate the goo worm. In an instant, black light soared into the sky. Yin Qi gathered and formed a vortex in the air. A brand new life force brewed within the ice sculpture and continued to flourish. The dazzling black light dissipated, and the ice sculpture made a cracking sound. Its surface cracked into pieces and scattered down. Bai Ningbing was still in her white robe and silver hair. Her arms were still intact. Her features were picturesque, and her cheeks had a cute blush as she broke out of the ice. The ice tide stopped abruptly, and the cold air dissipated in an instant. The layer of ice around Fang Yuan had spread to only a few inches away from him. He had narrowly escaped death. I actually came back to life. Bai Ningbing was rather shocked. She looked at her own lily-white hands and touched her entire body. She was filled with disbelief and ecstasy. He. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. I used the yin-yang rotation goo's yin goo on you just now. This goo can use yang to give birth to yin, allowing you to be reborn and become a new person. It is a rank 4 healing goo and has the effect of reviving the dead, but it has a flaw. Once it is used, the goo master's aptitude will drop by 10%. Bai Ningbing originally had the 10 extreme physique, which meant she had 100% aptitude. Now that it dropped by 10%, she was on par with Fang Yuan and had 90% aptitude. But this news might be a nightmare to others. But to Bai Ningbing, it was good news. This feeling is great. My aptitude has dropped, and I no longer have the northern dark ice soul physique. Ha! So what if it's 90%? She laughed loudly. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. It is very hard to change the 10 extreme physique, although this method has lowered your aptitude. As long as you continue to cultivate, your aptitude will continue to recover. One day, you will return to the northern dark ice soul physique. At that time, you will need the remaining Yanggu. It can allow you to turn around again and lower your aptitude by another 10%. Saying so, Fang Yuan ignored Bai Ningbing's fixed gaze on the Yanggu and kept it in his aperture in front of her. The yin-yang rotation gu in this world only work in pairs. You have already used the yin gu, so you must use the yang gu in my hands for it to have any effect. Using other yang gu will not have any effect. Don't think of snatching it. This yang gu has already been refined by me. With a thought, I can make it self-destruct. Fang Yuan said casually. Right now, Bai Ningbing was still a rank 3. He was only a rank 1, so he naturally needed a method to make Bai Ningbing hesitate and unable to deal with him. So that's it. Fang Yuan, you are really good at scheming. Bai Ningbing heaved a long sigh. What do you want me to do to get the Yanggu? Fang Yuan laughed for a while, before saying seriously, this Qing Mao Mountain has already turned into an ice mountain desolate region. The 3 great clans and countless living beings are all frozen under the ice. In 3 to 5 days, they will all die. Such a phenomenon will definitely attract the attention and exploration of many people. Moreover, that old guy is not dead. He is sealed in the jade coffin, waiting to escape. We cannot stay on this Qing Mao Mountain anymore. We must leave this place. What about me? I only have rank 1 cultivation now, and my goo worms are not complete yet, so I cannot roam the world alone. In this situation, I will have to rely on your strength. The world is so big and exciting, and Qing Mao Mountain is only a small corner of it. If you follow me to roam the world, it will be exceptionally exciting. So that's it. You've really arranged everything properly. Humph. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, her heart filled with happiness and surprise, but she was also somewhat helpless. But Fang Yuan's suggestion was exactly what she wanted. I can agree to it, but there is one thing I need to be clear about. What is it? Fang Yuan asked. It is not me following you, but you following me to roam the world. Bai Ningbing's red lips curled up, laughing proudly. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Then, where are we going next? What do you think? Bai Ningbing asked. By Gu Mountain. Fang Yuan answered, laughing continuously. What are you laughing at? Is it so funny? Bai Ningbing did not understand. Fang Yuan laughed until tears came out. You still haven't noticed anything wrong? What's wrong? Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows, her expression suddenly becoming extremely interesting. Surprise, fear, confusion, panic, shock, anger, all these were tangled up on her face. She looked at her full and round chest, shouting, how did I become a woman? Her voice reverberated in Qing Mao Mountain, shaking off a few snowflakes. That's for sure. Yin-yang rotation gu. If the yin gu is used on a male body, it can turn yang into yin, becoming a woman. If the yang gu is used on a female body, it can turn yin into yang, becoming a man. Yin-yang rotation, yin-yang rotation, what did you think it was? Fang Yuan said matter-of-factly. Fuck. Bai Ningbing stared angrily at Fang Yuan, cursing angrily. This time, she had to get that one and only yang gu. Brother Bai, don't be impatient. Being able to survive is already a great fortune. Fang Yuan consoled. Great fortune, my ass. Why don't you try turning into a woman? by Ning Bing's angry roar reverberated in the snowy mountains and glaciers. 2 days later, the sun hung high in the sky, the ice and snow melted, and a clear spring flowed on the iceberg. Kacha, the ice cracked, and a jade light soared into the sky, hovering in the air and turning into a jade coffin. With a bang, the jade coffin exploded, and Master Tenchiru let out a long howl, seeing the light of day again, regaining his freedom. This life-preserving jade burial goo was a rank 5 goo and was extraordinary. As long as the goo master had a breath left, it could preserve his life and delay his injuries. Not only that, the jade coffin that was formed was extremely sturdy and could be called a powerful defensive weapon. Damn thief! He cursed in a voice that was both angry and impatient. Although he killed his lifelong enemy, Guyue, he did not take back the Blood Sea true inheritance. How would he explain it to his sect when he returned? In his memory, the ice cave where Fang Yuan was in had already been broken. I hope he did not go far. He inspected the surroundings, hoping for luck. He used his goo to scout, and found that there were still many remnants of life in the depths of the ice layer. Life was tenacious, and could often create miracles. This glacier had only been covered in snow for 2 days, not enough time for all the life forms to die. Found it. To think he actually hid here. Humph. The most dangerous place is the safest place. So crafty. Master Tenchiru's body suddenly shook as he found something, and was pleasantly surprised. He rushed into the ice layer, and soon he fished out an ice cube. Inside the ice cube, Fang Zheng's body was covered in a layer of moonlight. It was the moon raiment. He was already on the verge of death, and he only had 1 breath left. Master Tenchiru swore that he would never forget Fang Yuan's appearance for the rest of his life. However, he was a rank 5 expert after all, and when he saw Fang Zheng, he was immediately disappointed. This person is not him, it's just that they look alike. He sighed deeply, and suddenly he was stunned. Wait a minute, they look so alike, it's very likely that they are twins. In that case, he is that thief's close relative. Master Tenchiru's blurred eyes suddenly emitted a sharp light. With his close relative in hand, he could refine the kinship bloodworm. It was because of the rank 5 kinship bloodworm that he could find Guyue's generation in this vast world among all the living beings. I did not completely fail the sect's mission. There is still hope. This lad is my only hope. I must save him. Fang Zheng opened his tired and heavy eyes and woke up with difficulty. Where is this? His eyes were blurry, and he could only see a blurry figure in front of him. At the same time, his whole body was sore, and he had a splitting headache. His last memory was in the wilderness of the 3 clans competition. The sky was filled with iron-beak flying cranes, and everyone around him was running away. He was wearing the moon raiment, but he was surrounded by flying cranes. In the midst of the battle, a flying crane pecked at his forehead. He fainted immediately and rolled down the cliff. You are the old man on the back of the crane? When he saw the person in front of him clearly, Fang Zheng was so shocked that he struggled to get up, but he fell down halfway. Lad, you still want to run away in front of me, Master Tenchiru? Master Tenchiru stroked his beard and sneered. He looked at Fang Zheng from head to toe and said, Speaking of which, I am your savior. If not for me, you would have frozen to death. I advise you not to move recklessly. Don't blame me if you fall down. Fang Zheng looked around him and was instantly shocked. The surrounding clouds were floating, and he was lying on the back of the giant crane. He was high up in the sky, and he was walking in the sky. Who are you? Where are you taking me? Fang Zheng exclaimed, I am Master Tenchiru, and I naturally have to return to Central Continent. Central Continent? Fang Zheng shouted in shock. Chapter 204. Yellow Dragon River, southern border's third largest river, was over 8,000 kilometers long, originating from Huanghua Mountain, flowing through Xianming Mountain, Guibei Mountain, Qingmao Mountain, Baigu Mountain, Leicei Mountain, and others, finally flowing into the sea. If one looked at the entire southern border from a bird's-eye view, the Yellow Dragon River was like a character passing through more than half of the southern border's area. The character roared and stirred up the sand. The waves were grand and majestic, splitting the shore, piercing through the gorge, shocking the earth, bringing the clouds and spitting out the mist into the sky. The Yellow Dragon River's current was rapid, the yellow water surging. The fish, turtles, snakes, and mussels in the river were full of vitality. At this moment, on the river surface, a bamboo raft was tossed about in the waves. This jade-green bamboo raft was tattered and full of scars. In the middle of the bamboo raft was a simple mast with a white tattered sail. There were resources piled around the mast, stabilizing the center of gravity. The bamboo was tied up with hemp ropes. Some places were tied up again and again. Evidently on the river surface, they had been urgently processed many times. The river water surged forward. The bamboo raft rode the current, drifting with the waves. Every time the river water slapped, the bamboo raft would emit sounds of being unable to bear the heavy load, making one's heart skip a beat. On this bamboo raft, that seemed like it could fall apart at any time, there were two youngsters. One was a young man with an ordinary face, wearing a black robe, black eyes, and black hair. The other was a young girl, wearing a white robe, blue eyes, and silver hair, looking like an immortal. They were Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Ever since the battle on Qingmao Mountain, Bai Ningbing self-detonated the northern dark ice soul physique, trapping Master Tenchiru temporarily. They spent a lot of effort to break out of the ice, cut down the green spear bamboo, and after building this bamboo raft, they immediately escaped. Fang Yuan's thousandly earthwolf spider was already dead, while Bai Ningbing's white form immortal snake had flown away earlier, with no news of it. The two did not have goo worms to travel on. Relying on their own strength, their speed was too slow, and would definitely be chased by Master Tenchiru. Thus, Fang Yuan had no choice but to use this method. Yellow Dragon River had a tributary at Qingmao Mountain. Back then, that rank 5 river swallowing toad had followed the main river channel of Yellow Dragon River and accidentally landed at the foot of Qingmao Mountain. From the tributary, the bamboo raft entered the main river. Following the river, it traveled more than 1,000 miles in a day. Naturally, its speed was extremely fast. It's already been 5 days. Looks like that old man won't be coming. Fang Yuan stood on the bamboo raft and looked behind him as he muttered. The bamboo raft speed was ultimately not faster than the Ironbeak Flying Crane King. However, the Ironbeak Flying Crane King was a beast after all, so it needed to rest. It couldn't be compared to the bamboo raft, which relied on the flow of the water to stretch on endlessly. The longer it took, the safer Fang Yuan would be. Moreover, Fang Yuan remembered that after Master Tenchiru killed Guyue, he came back alone. The Ironbeak Flying Crane King was most likely dead. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan. Although she couldn't hear the contents of Fang Yuan's words, she knew what Fang Yuan meant. She laughed. What's there to worry about? If that old thing chases after us, we can just turn around and fight to the death. The battle on this Yellow Dragon River will be very exciting, but if we die here, we might end up as food for the fishes and prawns. Hee, this is quite interesting. Fang Yuan ignored her and stared into the distance. Thinking about it, after 5 days, they were already very close to Baigu Mountain. In his memories, there was a hidden inheritance in Baigu Mountain. It was set up by a pair of righteous rank 4 Gu masters, waiting for a fated person. I did not personally experienced by Goo Mountain's inheritance in my previous life, I only heard about it. But it is said that in this inheritance, there are some rounds that require two people to work together to pass. Fang Yuan secretly glanced at Bai Ningbing as he thought of this. Although he was traveling with Bai Ningbing, it was only because of the situation and the pressure of a strong enemy. He himself was only rank 1 initial stage. He needed help to roam the outside world. Moreover, Bai Ningbing had become a girl, and he had the Yang Gu. It was the same as having a hold on her greatest weakness, forcing her to compromise. If they really entered Bai Gu Mountain, would they really be able to work together? This was a huge problem. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound could be heard. Not good. The rope fell off again. This sound was too familiar to Bai Ningbing. She immediately cried out in alarm. The river water was extremely strong, and in these 5 days, it had broken the rope binding the bamboo spear many times. But fortunately, Fang Yuan had made ample preparations before he set off. Quickly get the rope. I will handle this for now. Fang Yuan quickly squatted down and used his hands to hold the area where the rope had split, preventing the terrible situation from worsening. The river water was extremely strong, and holding the bamboo raft required a lot of strength. Bai Ningbing was far from being able to handle it. Only Fang Yuan, who had the strength of 2 boars, could do it. Fortunately, this situation had happened many times before, and Bai Ningbing had experience in dealing with it, quickly fetching the rope on the bamboo raft's simple mast. Coming. She quickly came over and handed over the rope. Fang Yuan quickly fetched it and quickly tied it, sweating profusely as he wrapped several ropes, barely managing to hold the raft in place. The bamboo raft is already badly damaged. According to this situation, it can only last for 1 more day. After 1 day, we will have to reach the shore. Fang Yuan sighed. The Yellow Dragon River was not safe, and there were many dangers hidden in the surging river water. If the bamboo raft collapsed in the middle of the river, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing would fall into the water, and their lives would be in unpredictable danger. Thud! Suddenly, a soft, muffled sound could be heard. What sound? Fang Yuan instantly frowned. Bai Ningbing tilted her ears, her expression puzzled. What sound? Why can't I hear it? Ginseng roots grew out of Fang Yuan's ears, and almost immediately after, a continuous thud sound could be heard. The bamboo raft also started to shake slightly. There's something in the river. It's attacking the bamboo raft. Bai Ningbing exclaimed. With a whoosh, a black line shot out from the river beside the bamboo raft and brushed past Bai Ningbing. This black shadow was extremely fast and could not be seen with one's eyes. Bai Ningbing only felt a chill beside her ear, and a stream of liquid flowed down her cheek. She subconsciously touched it, and it was blood. What the hell is this? She cursed and looked up, only to see a shuttle-shaped black fish falling from the sky into the river. It's a shuttle swordfish. Damn it! Quickly reach the shore. Fang Yuan shouted and hurriedly pulled the sails. This shuttle swordfish had 2 sharp heads and a large midsection like a shuttle. They could only be seen in the great rivers and seas. Often there were hundreds or thousands of them. They were carnivorous and often set out in groups to hunt prey that were dozens or even hundreds of times larger than themselves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, black arrows shot out from the river's surface. The bamboo raft shook violently, and a large number of shuttle swordfish hit the bamboo raft. Fortunately, the green-thatched bamboo was an excellent bamboo and was extremely hard, so it was able to resist. A large number of shuttle swordfish stabbed into the bottom of the bamboo raft, causing it to be in a precarious situation. The sails were adjusted, and with the help of the river wind, the bamboo raft tilted to the side of the river. But the school of shuttle swordfish in the river did not give up. A large number of black shadows swam, and fiercely attacked. Crack! A green spear bamboo broke, and a shuttle swordfish crashed into the bamboo raft. Its momentum was exhausted, and it landed at Bai Ningbing's feet. Its body was covered in tightly packed scales, and its head was shaped like an awl, shining with a dark light. Bai Ningbing looked at it helplessly after she self-detonated. All the goo worms on her body were frozen to death. Yin-yang rotation goo only saved her, but did not have the ability to revive her goo worms. Crack, crack, crack. Next, a large number of bamboo shards broke. The bamboo raft withstood the first wave of attacks. It was already outstanding enough. It could no longer withstand the second wave. The river water spread, and the bamboo raft was damaged, starting to sink. Quick, quick, quick! Fang Yuan cursed and protected the sails. If the sails were lost, the bamboo raft would have no power, and Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing would die if they fell into the river. The shuttle swordfish prepared for the third wave of attacks, and large numbers of shuttle swordfish shot out like a rain of arrows. The bamboo was pierced, the hemp ropes were torn, and the bamboo raft started to collapse. Canopy goo. Fang Yuan barely activated the rank 3 goo worm, and immediately the primeval sea in his aperture fell at a terrifying speed. This was under the situation where he had a 90% a grade aptitude and had the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Rank 1 initial stage green copper primeval essence could not meet the requirements of the canopy goo in terms of quality. Even the white light armor that was formed was extremely weak and did not have the aura of a rank 3 cultivator. Bam, bam, bam. The shuttle swordfish crashed into the white light armor, producing a series of muffled sounds, but could not harm Fang Yuan. But Bai Ningbing was already injured, and she frantically dodged on the bamboo raft, dodging the shuttle swordfish that shot up from below. At the same time, she stood behind Fang Yuan, relying on him to block most of the attacks. The situation was extremely dangerous, and the sails were also broken, with many holes covering the surface of the sails. The bamboo raft's power was getting weaker and weaker. There was less than a third of the bamboo raft left, and a large amount of river water rose up covering the feet, and it was about to sink. Damn it, could it be that even a rank 5 goo master can't kill me? But I am going to die in the hands of these puny shuttle swordfish. Bai Ningbing sighed. With another wave of attack, the bamboo raft would definitely collapse, and they would definitely die if they fell into the water. However, the shuttle swordfish group's attack had yet to arrive, causing Bai Ningbing to hold her breath, her heart on edge. We've reached the shore. The shuttle swordfish group won't swim to the shallow waters. Huff, we are temporarily safe. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, his body extremely sore and limp. These days, he had not slept or rested, controlling the sails and constantly adjusting the direction of the bamboo raft. He had almost reached the limit of his stamina. Bai Ningbing also fiercely sucked in a breath of cold air. Her white robe was dyed red with blood, and there were dozens of injuries on her body. Fortunately, she had battle talent, and with the bamboo raft to reduce the shuttle swordfish's momentum, she only suffered light injuries. Fang Yuan glanced at Bai Ningbing and immediately felt pain on his body. He was also injured, and blood flowed out continuously. The canopy goo had only been activated for a few minutes, and the primeval sea in his aperture had completely dried up. Without protection, his body of flesh and blood naturally could not resist the shuttle swordfish. His original plan was to drift for another day, but there are unpredictable winds and clouds in the sky, and people have their ups and downs. Plans can never keep up with changes, and there was still a distance to Baigu Mountain, but Fang Yuan had to reach the shore now. The sails had already lost their use, and Fang Yuan used all his strength to steer the bamboo raft away from the reefs and stranded on a beach. The two waded through the water, stepping on the soft sand, and reached the shore. Bai Ningbing covered her injuries and sat down. Her face was pale. If this goes on, we will definitely lose too much blood. And it bodes ill. What goo worms do you have that can heal me? Quickly take them out. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Where would he get a healing goo? Chapter 205. 5 days ago, Fang Yuan was reborn on Qingmao Mountain. At that time, he was working together with Bai Ningbing inside the blood barrier, and in the midst of the massacre, he had collected some spoils of war. But these goo worms were all injured. These 5 days, Fang Yuan had been drifting around the world, and due to the lack of food, they all died one after another. Healing goo worms, Fang Yuan had always been lacking and had never found one to his liking. Unfortunately, my goo worms all died in the self-detonation. Otherwise, I wouldn't be injured like this. Bai Ningbing looked up at the sky and sighed. But Fang Yuan laughed. Don't be too pessimistic. Not everything can be solved with goo worms. Bai Ningbing looked over in confusion. She saw Fang Yuan secretly activating his primeval essence and spitting it out. A red light appeared, and a lantern-like flower goo appeared, slowly rotating and floating in the air. It was the Tusita flower, Fang Yuan willed. And the Tusita flower's red light surged, and in the brilliant red aurora, several items flew out. There were bandages, a large medicine pot, and a small medicine bottle. The powder in the small medicine bottle can disinfect and reduce inflammation. A small amount is enough. The medicinal paste in the large medicine pot can stop bleeding and regenerate muscles. You should know how to use bandages, right? Fang Yuan said, splitting the items into 2 portions and giving 1 portion to Bai Ningbing. These are mortal methods, but they have been taught in the academy. Bai Ningbing took it, and her lips curled. You are quite well prepared. Saying so, she opened the large medicine pot, and a pungent stench assaulted her nose, causing her to tilt her head back, and exclaimed, Why is it so smelly? Fang Yuan smiled and did not reply. He took off his clothes and first poured the powder in the small medicine bottle. His wound immediately felt a burning pain. He then opened the large medicine pot, and the medicinal paste inside was like mud, a black-green color, and the smell was unpleasant. But Fang Yuan was already used to it in his previous life and was unmoved. He took out a handful of black-green medicinal paste and smeared it evenly on the wound, his movements extremely practiced. Then he wrapped the wound with a bandage and wrapped it round and round. Soon, the treatment was done. Because of the medicinal paste, a cool feeling quickly spread from the wound, replacing the original burning and pain. Your medicinal paste is quite useful. Beside him, Bai Ningbing was still tending to his wounds, gritting his teeth as he gasped for air. Her white robe was torn and tattered. Now that she was applying the medicine, her breasts were almost exposed. Her body was exposed, but she was not aware of it. While using the medicine, she sighed. Sigh, now that I think about it, how good it would be if I had a goo worm that could heal me. Fang Yuan glanced at her, then summoned the Tusita flower and produced 2 sets of clothing. He had made ample preparations. He had planned to run away anyway, so he had prepared many sets of clothes. In addition, Bai Ningbing was about the same age as him and had a similar body shape, so his clothes were quite suitable for her. Take this. He handed a set of clothes to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing took the clothes and was slightly surprised. I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. It's better to be prepared. Fang Yuan replied, then took off his remaining clothes and his soaked shoes and socks, changing into new clothes. Immediately, he felt much better after changing into comfortable and clean clothes. Bai Ningbing also changed into new clothes, casually throwing the tattered white robe on the beach. But her expression was not good. Evidently, now that she was out of danger, she realized the changes in her body after dressing, her wounds, and changing her clothes. What do you plan to do next? When are you going to give me the Yonggu? She walked forward and asked with a frown. Fang Yuan picked up the black robe and socks. Didn't I say it before? I'm going to buy Gu Mountain. As for the Yonggu, I have to wait until I reach rank 3. Bai Ningbing's frown deepened, raising her voice. I have to wait until you reach rank 3? She had never thought that one day she would fall into such an awkward situation. A man had actually turned into a woman. After the stimulation of life and death faded, this damn strange feeling surged in her heart. If it was possible, she did not want to endure it any longer. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at her, not saying a word. He walked to the river and used the river water to wash his clothes. Although this black robe had holes, it could be used again after some repair. Unlike Bai Ningbing's white robe, he did not know how long he had to survive in the wilderness. He could not waste this robe. Bai Ningbing was a smart person. Fang Yuan's silence made her realize her true situation. Now, she only had rank 3 cultivation, but did not have a single gu worm on her. Even if she did, she would not dare to do anything to Fang Yuan. The yang gu was refined by Fang Yuan, and as long as he willed it, it could self-destruct. The yin-yang rotation gu came in a pair. If this one was destroyed, then Bai Ningbing would never be able to become a man again. Looking at Fang Yuan's back, Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, feeling extremely gloomy. She was a genius of the Bai clan, yet she had fallen to such a state, being manipulated by others. This feeling made the proud and arrogant Bai Ningbing extremely unhappy. We don't have a healing gu now. If we meet with danger again, what should we do? The problem is not just this. I don't have a single gu worm on me. I have no battle strength. No, I have to capture some wild gu worms to refine. Otherwise, I won't even have the strength to protect myself. Bai Ningbing was speaking when her stomach suddenly growled. Damn it! She held her stomach, feeling a wave of hunger. Hey, the one who washes the clothes, quickly take out some of your dried meat. I'm starving. During the 5 days of drifting on the bamboo raft, they had been relying on the dried meat that Fang Yuan brought for food. Although the dried meat was hard and felt like dry wood when chewed, it could fill the stomach and provide energy. Fang Yuan stood up, using his hands to dry the water off the black robe, and shook it before replying to Bai Ningbing. What are you in a hurry for? Hold it for me. Bai Ningbing frowned and reluctantly took the black robe. Fang Yuan called out tusita flour and took out a bag of dried meat. Bai Ningbing grabbed it without hesitation and started chewing. He chewed until his teeth were cracking and his teeth were sore, but he was enjoying it. Fang Yuan looked at her with a smile. When had this Bai clan genius ever been hungry? Thinking of his previous life's experience, he could understand her feelings now. Bai Ningbing chewed a piece of dried meat and licked his dry lips. The dried meat is filling, but it's too hard. Sigh, I'm already satisfied to have dried meat to eat. The smile on Fang Yuan's face became wider, and under Bai Ningbing's shocked gaze, he took out a metal pot. You even brought a metal pot? That's great. We can use water to boil the dried meat and eat it. If it's water, we can use river water. But we need firewood to start a fire, so we might have to chop down trees. Saying so, Bai Ningbing looked around and felt troubled. The shoal they had landed on was water on one side and tall cliffs on the other 3 sides. The cliffs were covered with dense trees, but there was not a single piece of wood on the shoal. If Bai Ningbing wanted firewood, he would have to climb up the cliff and chop down the trees. If it was his glorious past, doing this would be a piece of cake, and he could do it with ease. But now, she did not have a single gu, and if she wanted to climb up this slippery cliff, she would have to spend a lot of effort. Bai Ningbing was troubled. Right at this moment, Fang Yuan took out a pile of coal. Coal was much easier to use than wood, and Bai Ningbing was pleasantly surprised. Following that, Fang Yuan took out flint, kerosene, and a metal frame. Everything was quickly set up. Bai Ningbing saw this, and her expression turned solemn, her azure eyes staring at Fang Yuan. "You are too well prepared. Did you want to leave Qing Mao Mountain long ago?" Fang Yuan's preparations were a little too excessive, even bringing these things, and the intelligent Bai Ningbing found some clues. "What do you think?" Fang Yuan laughed, and did not answer Bai Ningbing's question, but pointed at the metal pot. "You can go scoop some river water." Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. Fang Yuan's attitude made her gnash her teeth in hatred. She scooped the water, and Fang Yuan had already started the fire. First, he boiled the water in the metal pot, and Fang Yuan poured a small bag of dried meat into it. Not long later, a meaty aroma wafted out. Bai Ningbing smelled it, and subconsciously licked her lips. Fang Yuan took out a pair of chopsticks and spoon, and started eating heartily with Bai Ningbing. The cooked dried meat only needed to be chewed a few times before they swallowed it. The boiling hot meat soup made the two feel even more comfortable. The only fly in the ointment was that the Yellow Dragon River water contained silt, so it tasted terrible when eaten. But in this kind of situation, how could they not be satisfied with such treatment? "I'm still not full. Give me another half bag of dried meat." Bai Ningbing was not satisfied and rubbed her stomach. Fang Yuan immediately rejected. "I can't eat anymore. I have to use it sparingly." "Why are you so stingy? Look at the forest in front of us. How many wild animals can there be?" Bai Ningbing shouted in dissatisfaction. Fang Yuan glared at her. "Of course, I know there are wild animals in the forest, but wild animals also represent wild beasts. How many wild beasts can you deal with now? What if we encounter a herd of wild beasts? What if we encounter wild goo worms that ambush us? Even if we kill a wild beast, is its meat poisonous? And can we eat it? Do you have any poisonous goo worms?" Bai Ningbing choked and was speechless. Fang Yuan snorted. Bai Ningbing was a genius of the Bai clan and was naturally arrogant. This beating was enough. If he continued, it would be as bad as not enough. He sat cross-legged and took down the pot. He hung the freshly washed black robe on the metal frame and used the remaining heat from the coal to dry it. Fang Yuan continued, "It's getting late. We will spend the night here. Tomorrow we will explore the forest. I specially chose this place with cliffs on 3 sides. There will be very few wild beasts that can reach this beach, so it is relatively safer. But we cannot be careless. We will take turns to keep watch." This was the benefit of having 2 people. Fang Yuan willed, and summoned the chainsaw golden centipede and the sky canopy goo. "I'll lend these 2 goo worms to you, for now. Familiarize yourself with them," Fang Yuan said. He was only at rank 1 initial stage now, and could barely activate a rank 3 goo worm. Even with a grade recovery ability and the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, he could not display the power of a rank 3 goo worm. Thus, he might as well give it to the rank 3 Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing took the goo worm, and could not help but look deeply at Fang Yuan. Between goo masters, goo worms could be borrowed. Within the goo worm, the goo masters will reside. As long as they get the master's acknowledgement, others can communicate with the goo worm and use its power. Of course, it would not be as easy as refining it himself. Also, as long as the original owner willed and wanted to go back on his word, others would immediately lose control. But even so, goo masters rarely lend their goo worms to others. Chapter 206, Chainsaw Golden Centipede. Bai Ningbing stretched out her slender hands, caressing the dark golden carapace of the rank 3 goo. She mumbled with a complicated expression. She had suffered quite a bit from the Chainsaw Golden Centipede in her battle with Fang Yuan. She did not expect that there would be a moment where Fang Yuan would lend it to her. Fang Yuan's method of using the Chainsaw Golden Centipede left a deep impression on her. Bai Ningbing immediately followed suit, waving the chainsaw golden centipede like a sword. From time to time, she would use her mind to control the chainsaw golden centipede's body, waving it like a whip. The silver edges of the chainsaw spun, drawing a strange and distorted light in the air. Sky canopy goo. She kept the sky canopy goo in her aperture, raising her eyebrows and secretly injecting her white-silver primeval essence. Immediately, her body lit up with a white armor. Fate is really mysterious. To think that one day I can actually use your goo. She looked at Fang Yuan and sighed. Fang Yuan was silent, but he sat cross-legged beside the warm coals, closing his eyes. He sent his mind into his aperture, and a full A grade talent primeval C immediately appeared. 90%. It was originally just a little over 40%, but now it had more than doubled. Although my cultivation dropped from rank 3 to rank 1, and a few years of hard work were wasted, it was all worth it. But this is all worth it. Fang Yuan was very satisfied. Throughout history, Gu Master cultivation had 3 main points. First was talent, second was resources, and third was Gu worms. These 3 aspects were indispensable, and were the most important. Originally, Fang Yuan only had C-grade talent, and he used all sorts of methods to use resources and Gu worms to make up for his lack of talent. The few years he spent at Qing Mao Mountain were quite difficult. Although his cultivation progress was good, it was also the result of his hard work, racking his brains, and taking risks. If his talent had been a grade, his life would have been completely different, and he would have reached rank 3 long ago. Fate makes fools of people. I have a grade talent now, but the stable growth environment in the village is gone. In terms of resources and Gu worms, it can't be compared to before. Fang Yuan was roaming outside now, and his cultivation was too weak. His life could be in danger at any time, and it was naturally not as stable as Qingmao Mountain. Of course, there was no stable trade to exchange for what they needed. Fortunately, I have the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. My biggest problem in terms of resources has been solved. At the very least, I won't have to worry about it before the 3rd rank. Fang Yuan scanned through with his mind. In the 90% green copper true Yuan sea, there was a blue and white lotus rooted in his aperture at the bottom of the sea. Its petals were plump and filled with pure and holy celestial qi. This heavenly essence treasure lotus was rank 3 and had huge potential. In order to refine it, he directly destroyed the spirit spring of the Guyue clan. It was equivalent to a miniature mobile spirit spring. Back when Fang Yuan was rank 3, it was able to continuously recover Fang Yuan's primeval essence, allowing his recovery speed to reach B grade. Rank 3 cultivation was white-silver primeval essence. Right now, Fang Yuan was at the initial stage of the first rank green copper primeval essence. With the heavenly essence treasure lotus in Fang Yuan's aperture, his primeval essence recovery speed was extremely fast. If I use a rank 1 Gu, my primeval essence recovery will be shocking, almost limitless. If I use 1 or 2 rank 2 Gu, although my primeval C will drop, it will continuously recover, and the C will be relatively stable. If I use a rank 3 Gu, my primeval essence will fall sharply, the consumption will be far greater than the recovery. In no time, my primeval C will completely dry up. Fang Yuan calculated in his heart. After all, it was green copper primeval essence, and it was an initial stage jade green one. The quality was too low. Other than this heavenly essence treasure lotus, Fang Yuan had some other Gu. First was his vital Gu, spring autumn cicada. This rank 6 Gu was ranked 7th in the world's strange list. Once it became his vital Gu, it could no longer be moved out of the aperture. Right now, it was at the center of the aperture. After another rebirth, Its aura was no longer as strong. The yellow-green light had completely disappeared. It was dispirited and extremely weak. It concealed its body, and as time passed, it silently absorbed the river water of the River of Time, starting another round of recovery. Fang Yuan understood in his heart, I cannot use spring-autumn cicada in a short period of time. Once I use such a dangerous state, I will sink into the River of Time and self-detonate for nothing. Without spring-autumn cicada's pressure, the other goo worms released their nature. The rank 2-4 flavors liquor worm's chubby body flashed with 4 different lights. High up on the quintessential essence sea, he was happily playing in the water. The carp fossil-like stealth scales goo quietly lay at the bottom of the sea, allowing the primeval sea water to wash its scales. A black beetle with a pair of iron pincers on its head flew above the sea. This was the plunder goo. Circling and playing with it was the remaining white armor yang goo from yin-yang rotation goo. The rank 4 blood skull goo was also at the bottom of the sea, occasionally flashing with a bright red light. As for the other goo worms, including the blood moon goo, they had turned into a red crescent hidden in Fang Yuan's palm. The earth communication ear grass had become one of Fang Yuan's ears, not showing normally. The tussita flower was placed on Fang Yuan's tongue. As for the sky canopy goo and chainsaw golden centipede, they were lent to by Ningbing. Counting the numbers, Fang Yuan now had a total of 12 goo worms. This number was too much. Normally, it was normal for low-level goo masters to have 2 to 3 goo. At rank 4 or 5, it would increase to 4 to 5 goo. Even the great divine investigator Tai Shueleng only had around 7 goo. Don't look at Guyue's generation and Master Tenshuru, those were special cases. Both were old monsters with hundreds of years of accumulation. The number of goo worms Fang Yuan had was 3 to 4 times that of ordinary goo masters. Too many would bring a heavy financial burden to the goo master, as well as logistical pressure. These goo were carefully selected by Fang Yuan and were easy to raise. But now, the resources carried by the tussita flower were limited and still brought a burden to Fang Yuan. The first to bear the brunt was the 4 flavors liquor worm, as it needed wine as food. There was a lot of wine in the tussita flower, but in total, it could only last it for half a year. In this half a year, I need to find new wine. Or I can reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm back into the liquor worm. Next was the plunder goo. The plunder goo's food was hard to find, and there was not much left in the tussita flower, so it could only last for 5 months. Next was the earth communication ear grass. The earth communication ear grass fed on ginseng roots, but there was a lot in this tussita flower, and it could last for close to a year. As for the blood skull goo and blood moon goo, they both needed fresh blood and needed to be carefully calculated. If the yin-yang rotation goo had both yin and yang, it would be a complete Taiji light ball with yin and yang energy transforming and would not need the goo master to provide food. But now it lacked the yin goo, and only the yang goo was left. Fang Yuan had to release it once in a while to absorb the yang energy in the surroundings. Raising the yang goo was very important. With the yang goo, he could restrain Bai Ningbing. With a cheap bodyguard like Bai Ningbing, he would have a guarantee of survival. This meant that from now on, Fang Yuan could not casually go into caves or underground holes. If he was trapped in a special environment without yang energy, the yang goo would starve to death. At that time, the desperate and furious Bai Ningbing would become Fang Yuan's greatest enemy. Right now, Fang Yuan's situation was a little awkward. The goo worms in his hands were generally of higher ranks. Rank 3, rank 4, and even rank 6. Unfortunately, his cultivation was only at rank 1. High-rank goo worms, to him, were cumbersome and not convenient to use. More importantly, he was severely lacking in healing and movement, These were his two biggest shortcomings. Next, I need to solve these problems and collect wild goo worms. Hopefully my luck is good, and I can find a suitable goo worm. Being able to escape from the shuttle swordfish group was my luck, but I can't be so lucky every time. Fang Yuan pondered for a while. Then, with a slightly serious expression, he slowly opened his eyes. Just as he opened his eyes, he saw Bai Ningbing holding a white eggshell, walking over. Look, I just activated the chainsaw golden centipede and let it drill into the ground. I didn't expect there to be an egg hidden under the beach. It was broken by the chainsaw golden centipede. Bai Ningbing said, "This egg was half the size of a wash basin. The white eggshell was completely broken, and only some yolk remained." Fang Yuan only took a glance at the eggshell, and his expression suddenly became nervous. Not good. This is the egg of a six-legged crocodile. Don't tell me this beach is where the six-legged crocodiles lay their eggs. He quickly stood up. Quick, activate the chainsaw golden centipede. See how many more of these eggs there are under the beach. Bai Ningbing's gaze was cold, and she pointed behind Fang Yuan. It's too late. Look. Fang Yuan turned around and saw hundreds of dead trees on the surging yellow sand river surface. The dead trees swam ashore one by one, and they were all huge crocodiles. These crocodiles had thick carapaces, sharp teeth, and 3 pairs of legs. At this moment, countless pairs of red eyes stared at Bai Ningbing. 6-legged crocodiles. Bai Ningbing subconsciously loosened her hand, and the white eggshell fell on the sand. The eggshell broke, and the yolk flowed out. Roar! The 6-legged crocodiles roared angrily and moved their 6 legs, charging towards the 2 youths. At the same time, Qingmao Mountain, the old site of Guyue village. White snow covered the land, and glaciers covered the land. A group of people stood silently in the snow, like iron nails nailed into this white world. "Father!" Tai Ruanen knelt on the snow, screaming as tears flowed down her cheeks. 5 to 6 days ago, Tai Shuelong had an intense battle with Guyue, and even before his death, he was still worried about his daughter's safety, and sent out the giant mountain puppet Gu and Iron Hand grappling Gu. The giant mountain puppet Gu was like a bronze mask covering Tai Ruanen's face and protecting her. The Iron Hand grappling Gu turned into a giant hand and brought her far away from Qingmao Mountain. Not long after, these 2 goo worms that were contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu turned into blood water. Tai Ruanen rushed back to Qingmao Mountain like a madwoman, but on the way, she met with danger and was surrounded by beast groups. At the moment of danger, Tai clan's reinforcements arrived. Tai Shuelong was a prudent person, and as a precaution, he had already sent a letter to the clan asking for reinforcements. Tai Ruanen received the help of the reinforcements and rushed back here. But she saw the whole mountain covered in ice and snow, freezing all life, and there was no news of her father. He was completely missing. She and the Tai clan reinforcements searched for several days, and finally had no choice but to accept this cruel reality. Divine Investigator was dead, and her father was dead. Chapter 207. Lord Divine Investigator died in battle. This is the glory of the Tai clan men. Lady Ruanen, please restrain your grief. A young Gu master behind her consoled. On the snowy ground, Tai Ruanen knelt, her cries weakening. Her shoulders trembled, and her hands were clenched. The white snow melted into water in her hands. The young Gu master frowned, continuing, "These days we have investigated the entire battlefield. We found some traces left by humans, and a small number of survivors escaped from this battlefield. Lord Divine Investigator's letter mentioned about the Blood Sea inheritance. I am very worried now. Is there that demonic Gu master who inherited the Blood Sea inheritance among these survivors?" Tai Ruonen heard this and stopped crying. She stood up from the cold, snowy ground. A gust of cold wind blew, but her haggard face showed determination. The hatred of father's killer is irreconcilable. Regardless of whether this demonic goo master is alive or not, we need to follow the traces and track him down. How did father die, and who killed him? I must get to the bottom of this. The young girl's voice was hoarse, but as she spoke, her gaze brightened and her tone was firm. The young goo master heaved a sigh. Tracking and searching must be done. Our Thai clanspeople cannot die without knowing the reason. However, Lady Ruonen, you don't need to go. Before coming here, the clan leader instructed us to bring you safely back to the village. Tai Ruonen stared. What? Don't even think of chasing me away. The young goo master smiled, looking at the sky. In the azure sky, there were a few white clouds. Tai Ruonen wanted to argue, but her pupils shrunk. Before she finished, her eyes closed and she collapsed on the snowy ground, falling into a deep sleep. Guei, the young goo master spoke. Yes, I order your group to escort Lady Ruonen back. Yes, Guei hesitated. Then what about you, young master? Me? I will naturally follow the Yellow Dragon River and continue my pursuit. The young goo master smiled proudly. The Yellow Dragon River surged, the wind blew. Hundreds of six-legged crocodiles climbed onto the shoal, attacking Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Damn it! Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, feeling a heavy psychological pressure. If it was before, she wouldn't care about this crocodile group at all. A single ice blade storm would be enough to deal with him. But now, she only had the sky canopy goo and the chainsaw golden centipede, and also did not have the northern dark ice soul physique. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes scanned the surroundings as she cursed, "It's all your fault for choosing such a good place. There are 3 cliffs here. How are we going to escape in such a hurry?" Why are you panicking? This was only a group of 100 beasts, not a group of 1,000. If it's 1,000 beasts horde, we'll definitely die. But there's still a chance of survival for the 100 beasts. We can fight them. Fang Yuan quickly put away his clothes, metal rack, and metal pot, and retreated behind Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan's confident look made Bai Ningbing feel slightly assured. What are you looking at? Hurry up and fight. Fang Yuan glanced at her and urged, "Why else would I lend you the goo worms? Don't forget, the Yanggu is with me." Bastard. Bai Ningbing's eyes widened. Her heart filled with anger as she cursed. She did not know if she was cursing the 6-legged crocodiles or Fang Yuan or both. But no matter what, she held the chainsaw golden centipede and charged forward. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The silver edge saw spun wildly, and the rank 3 goos' violent aura spread out, causing the 6-legged crocodiles to stop their charge. A bunch of ugly worms. Bai Ningbing sneered, charging forward and slashing fiercely. A 6-legged crocodile's back was hit, and with a miserable cry, sparks flew as it was cut into 2. Blood splattered on Bai Ningbing's face and clothes. She was stimulated by the smell of blood, and battle intent emerged on her face. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The chainsaw golden centipede slashed horizontally and vertically, creating a gust of wind. Over 26-legged crocodiles died one after another. The situation was good, but Fang Yuan's expression turned grim, shouting, "Avoid the 6-legged crocodile's back armor. Attack their abdomens." Ha ha! Such a domineering goo worm, much better than the ice blade goo. I like it. Bai Ningbing turned a deaf ear, laughing maniacally. She had transformed into a female, and her beauty was like that of an ice fairy. But once she started fighting, she showed her past heroism, surging like a man to the point of insanity. But gradually, the frequency of her attacks started to slow down, and the effects of her attacks became weaker. What's going on? Earlier, one attack could cut a 6-legged crocodile in half, but now 3 attacks can only heavily injure it. Bai Ningbing raised the chainsaw golden centipede and saw that the silver-edged saw was uneven and its sharpness was greatly reduced. She was born smart and immediately thought of Fang Yuan's warning and curled her lips and snorted. A 6-legged crocodile charged in front of her and suddenly jumped. It opened its bloody mouth, and its shadow shrouded Bai Ningbing. Courting death, Bai Ningbing quickly lowered her body, raising the chainsaw golden centipede, and slashed at the 6-legged crocodile's stomach. Swoosh! With a soft sound, the 6-legged crocodile's stomach was easily cut by Bai Ningbing, and a horrifying wound was formed. This unlucky 6-legged crocodile was still in the air, but large amounts of blood spurted out from the wound, and its internal organs spilled out. With a plop, it finally landed on the beach, and instantly dyed the surrounding sand red. Its body violently twitched twice, and then completely stopped moving. It could not be any more dead. So easy? Seeing such a good attack, Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows in surprise. The 6-legged crocodile's back was hard and thick, but in comparison, its stomach was extremely soft. Its white stomach was its weakness. Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience, and naturally knew all of this. But Bai Ningbing grew up on Qingmao Mountain and had never left before. The teachings she received were also limited, so she naturally did not know. Roar! The crocodiles roared. Dozens of 6-legged crocodiles were killed, and the beast horde suffered such a setback. The deaths of their companions incited their rage and wildness. Countless pairs of blood-red eyes stared fiercely at Bai Ningbing. Wild beasts had limited intelligence. The lightning lichen had human-like intelligence, but among the huge beasts, it was a special case. These wild beasts treated the most dangerous enemy as their #1 priority, and the first target to be eliminated. As for Fang Yuan, who was hiding at the back, they gradually ignored him. Come. Bai Ningbing did not retreat, but advanced instead. She was not someone who did not know how to adapt. After gaining an advantage with that attack, she immediately changed her battle method. The centipede's tail stabbed into the beach, and then its body shrunk, and its sawtooth suddenly whipped up. The 6-legged crocodile's stomach was easily cut open, and blood and internal organs spurted out. One by one, 6-legged crocodiles fell to the ground, and Bai Ningbing went on a killing spree. At this rate, the crocodile horde is not a threat. It seems that my true threat is not this beast horde, but Fang Yuan. The situation was good, and Bai Ningbing could not help but have other thoughts. The Yanggu was in Fang Yuan's hands, causing Bai Ningbing to be cautious, and had no choice but to listen to Fang Yuan. But he was a Bai clan genius, proud and arrogant. How could he resign himself to fate? If I kill Fang Yuan, will I be able to get that Yanggu? Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with a cold light, and a thought appeared in her mind. But the moment this thought appeared, it was immediately dispelled. She understood Fang Yuan like she understood herself. With Fang Yuan's personality, he was as hard as steel, ruthless, and meticulous. Even if he really died, he would definitely destroy the Yanggu. This was 100%, and there was no other possibility. Moreover, I don't have any goo worms on me. Whether it is the sky canopy goo or the chainsaw golden centipede, they are all his. No matter what, I have to get my own goo worm. Fang Yuan's lips curled up, and he looked at the battlefield in front of him. Bai Ningbing's movements were slightly hesitant, and the light in her eyes was seen by him. Towards Bai Ningbing's thoughts, Fang Yuan was clear. Fang Yuan was not surprised, and even understood Bai Ningbing. If it was him, he would have the same thoughts. Both of them were arrogant people. How could they be willing to be manipulated by others? However, the situation is stronger than the person, so what if he is a genius? He. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. Fang Yuan was confident. With such a huge weakness in his hands, Bai Ningbing was like a butterfly in a spider's web. Struggling a little at the beginning was expected, and was inevitable. But in the end, she would fall into his hands, recognize reality, and be tamed by him, becoming a useful chess piece. The battle continued. Large numbers of six-legged crocodile corpses fell on the shoal. Bai Ningbing was panting, sweating profusely, and her attacks slowed down. She did not have enough stamina. Strength had always been her weakness. When she fought with Fang Yuan in the past, she was at a disadvantage because of Fang Yuan's strength of 2 boars. Now that she had fought for more than an hour, her stamina was running out. After all, she did not sleep or rest, and floated on the bamboo raft for 5 days and 5 nights. The rest and reorganization from before was too short, what made it even more difficult for her to talk about and irritate her were the 2 lumps on her chest. Every time she moved, these 2 burdens would move, and she was not used to it. Fang Yuan, are you still not going to make a move? She panted heavily, shouting. As she spoke, she dodged a 6-legged crocodile's attack and used her sore knees to stand up. Fang Yuan's voice was cold. Once I make a move, I will attract the 6-legged crocodiles. You want me to die? If I die, you will not get the Yanggu. 3 6-legged crocodiles surrounded her, and Bai Ningbing had to retreat a few steps. She was so tired that she almost fainted, her stamina had reached its limit, and her eyes were dim. The chainsaw golden centipede was extremely heavy and kept pulling her towards the ground. She gritted her teeth. Fang Yuan, if I die, can you still live? Don't worry, I'm behind you. Fang Yuan was calm, leaning on the cliff. He willed, and the blood moon goo flew out of his palm towards Bai Ningbing. Catch it, use it well. The blood moon goo originated from the moonlight goo, and Bai Ningbing was very familiar with it. She immediately used it, shooting out several bright red moon blades, and immediately stabilized the dangerous situation. But good times did not last long. Although Bai Ningbing managed to catch her breath, the primeval essence in her aperture was gradually running out. Chapter 208. Ordinary Rank 3 Goo Masters would use guerrilla tactics to deal with beast groups, continuously using Yuan stones to recover primeval essence in their aperture. It was not easy for Bai Ningbing to fight head-on and persevere until now. If a Goo Master's primeval essence ran dry, their battle strength would plummet. Bai Ningbing started to turn her head around, looking at the cliff behind her to see if there was any possibility of escaping. When she saw Fang Yuan's leisurely expression leaning against the cliff, she flew into a rage and scolded. Fang Yuan, I'm fighting with my life on the line, and you're actually watching the show? Fang Yuan snorted. The former Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique, the great Bai Ningbing. Now you can't even deal with 100 beast group. Bai Ningbing was flustered and exasperated. If you have the guts, go. Fang Yuan sneered. If I had rank 3 cultivation, I would have exterminated this group of 6-legged crocodiles long ago. Why would it be your turn? Bai Ningbing couldn't help but pant. She was fuming with anger. Fang Yuan said sternly, Bai Ningbing, I think you're used to being extravagant. You had the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique before, so your primeval essence recovery was very fast. Now that it has fallen to a grade 90%, if you still use it like before, you will naturally not have enough primeval essence. Outstanding Goo Masters use their primeval essence bit by bit, never abusing it. Next, you will fight according to my instructions. Your battle tactics are too crude. You need to be more meticulous. Huh. Bai Ningbing's lips twitched. My battle tactics aren't meticulous? Do you know how many times I've been praised by the clan leader and elders that I am #1 in battle tactics in the Bai clan? What's there to compare with a bunch of mortals? You listen to me carefully. Bai Ningbing sneered, but Fang Yuan continued to speak. His voice inevitably floated into Bai Ningbing's ears. At first, she didn't care, but gradually her expression started to change. From disdain to solemnity and finally to solemnity. Fang Yuan's words could be said to be pearls of wisdom, every sentence incisive and profound. This was the summary of his 500 years of experience from his previous life, the essence accumulated over time. How could Bai Ningbing not be shocked by this little brat? No, little girl. Fang Yuan had lived for 500 years in his previous life. He was old and wise. Even Gu Yue's generation, or Master Tenchiru's experience, couldn't compare. These two old monsters seemed to have lived for close to 1,000 years, but most of their time was spent in deep sleep, struggling at death's door. The real activity time was at most 200 to 300 years. If it was any other time, Bai Ningbing would just listen to Fang Yuan's guidance. She was proud and arrogant, so no matter how shocked she was, she would not do it. However, now that she was facing the pressure of the crocodiles, her body involuntarily followed the instructions, and she immediately received immediate results. The 6-legged crocodiles died one after another, but her condition was getting better and better. Even though she did not have much primeval essence and stamina left, after using them wisely, she reduced the number of unnecessary attacks and increased the effectiveness of her attacks, allowing her primeval essence and stamina to slowly recover in battle. After 15 minutes, more than half of the 6-legged crocodiles were dead, and more than 200 corpses had fallen. They finally stopped attacking and started to retreat. Following that, a huge figure slowly rose from the river. It bared its teeth, which were as sharp as blades. Its yellow vertical pupils reflected Bai Ningbing's figure, emitting a cold, killing intent. This was the king of the 6-legged crocodiles, 100-beast king, crocodile king. Different from the other 6-legged crocodiles, this crocodile king's body was bigger, like a yak. It did not walk on 6 legs, but only used 2 of its hind legs to walk. It walked like a human, but its back was as thick as a bear's. A crocodile tail covered in scales dragged a deep mark on the beach. The other 4 legs were in the shape of claws, which could be called forearms. Its arms were thick, and its muscles were as hard as stone. Bai Ningbing could not help but smile bitterly. If she fought this 100-beast king alone, she would have a chance of winning. But now, after the intense battle, her remaining stamina and primeval essence were severely lacking. It would be hard to deal with this 100-beast king that was in perfect condition. But at this time, Fang Yuan's voice came from behind. "Take it." A ray of blue and white light shot into her aperture. It took the form of a lotus and planted itself at the bottom of her aperture. Immediately, her primeval sea started to rise rapidly. Bai Ningbing was surprised and happy. "What goo is this?" "Heavenly essence treasure, lotus." Fang Yuan answered. "So this is the heavenly essence treasure, lotus. No wonder even Gu Yue's generation wanted it." Bai Ningbing exclaimed before scolding, "If you had such a goo, why didn't you lend it to me earlier?" Fang Yuan laughed, saying to himself, "Fortunately, this crocodile king is only at 100-beast level. Remember, its weakness is the white skin on its chest." Saying so, his body flickered, and like a ripple of water, his figure gradually disappeared. He activated the stealth scales goo. Crafty and treacherous, Bai Ningbing scolded Fang Yuan in her heart before concentrating on the crocodile king. On its chest, there was indeed a piece of white skin, but it was only the size of a wash basin. It was also faintly protected by its 4 claws. How could it be easy to hit there? Howl! The crocodile king roared and charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing could only rely on herself, and after dodging the attack, she swung her arm. The chainsaw golden Centipede smashed into the Crocodile King's back. Sparks flew, and the chainsaw golden centipede bounced up, almost knocking Bai Ningbing down. There was a white mark on the Crocodile King's back, but other than that, it was unharmed. Whoosh! It swung its crocodile tail, and the wind blew. Bai Ningbing only saw a black whip in front of her, thick and long. She had no time to dodge, and could only activate the sky canopy goo. With a muffled sound, she was sent flying for over 10 meters before crashing into a sturdy cliff. Bai Ningbing sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. The sky canopy goo was a rank 3 goo with outstanding defense, but it could not cushion the impact. Bam, bam, bam. The Crocodile King moved its 2 thick legs, creating deep pits on the beach as it charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone, but she did not move as she looked at the Crocodile King charging towards her. The Crocodile King was ferocious, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. If it was anyone else, they would either be paralyzed from fear or run away. But Bai Ningbing was Bai Ningbing. Her willpower was like iron. 20 steps, 15 steps, 10 steps, 5 steps. Seeing that the Crocodile King was about to reach her, at the last moment, Bai Ningbing leapt. Bam! She managed to avoid the King Crocodile by a hair's breadth, while the King Crocodile crashed into the cliff. A large amount of rubble tumbled down and buried it in an instant. A beast will always be a beast. Bai Ningbing laughed and was about to chase after the Crocodile King when she suddenly thought of something and stopped. The next moment, the Crocodile King swung its tail and the rocks flew everywhere. Bai Ningbing watched quietly, and after a while, the Crocodile King finally broke free. It was in a sorry state, with half of its teeth broken and blood flowing out of its nose. His golden pupils had now turned red. It roared towards the sky, and this time it crouched down, and with an even faster speed, charged towards Bai Ningbing again. Bai Ningbing retreated, smiling as she gave way. Bam! With a loud sound, the cliff collapsed, and dust flew everywhere. An hour later, the injured Crocodile King covered the white skin on its chest, but it could not stop the blood from flowing out. Soon after, it fell on the unrecognizable beach with a plop. This blood moon goo is actually quite useful. Because of its bleeding effect, the Crocodile King died so easily, Bai Ningbing thought as she looked at the red moon insignia in her hand. With the Crocodile King dead, the remaining 6-legged crocodiles, although there were still hundreds of them, had lost their backbone, and their morale plummeted as they escaped into the river. It's finally over. Bai Ningbing threw away the chainsaw golden centipede in her hand and sat down on the sand in exhaustion. Fang Yuan's figure appeared, and he squatted beside the Crocodile King's corpse, searching. Found it. When he retracted his hands, there was a goo in each of his hands. Bai Ningbing saw this, and was so angry that her breathing became erratic. She had fought with her life on the line, and finally killed the Crocodile King, and repelled the crocodiles. But the result was that the unharmed Fang Yuan came out to collect the spoils of war. Fang Yuan looked carefully. Among these 2 goo, one was on the verge of death, and was still struggling. It was like a turtle shell, palm-sized, but the protruding surface was covered with crocodile-like scales. This was the carapace goo. The other was unharmed, but it did not move, allowing Fang Yuan to pinch it with his thumb and index finger. This was the crocodile strength goo. It was very small, about the size of a human finger. It was like a miniature crocodile with a head, body, and tail, but it lacked crocodile legs. Be it the carapace goo or the crocodile strength goo, they were both rank 2 goo. Normally speaking, 100 Beast King's body had a rank 2 wild goo. 1,000 Beast King had a rank 3 goo. Myriad Beast King had a rank 4 goo. As I expected, Fang Yuan looked at the 2 goo in his hands, not surprised. He was experienced, and after observing the battle for a long time, he had already seen through this Crocodile King's weakness. Immediately, he let out a trace of the spring-autumn cicada's aura, and with a surge of primeval essence, he refined these two gu. The carapace gu flew to Fang Yuan's back and turned into a large-scale imprint, like a tattoo, extending from Fang Yuan's shoulder to his waist. It covered his back. As the name suggests, it was a gu that could strengthen a gu master's back defense. The crocodile's strength gu turned into a dark yellow light and entered Fang Yuan's aperture. It had the same effect as the black and white boar gu. It could permanently strengthen a gu master's strength, the strength of a crocodile. The market price was very high, and it was usually a rare gu with a price but no supply. It's like this again, instantly refining a gu. Seeing this, Bai Ningbing ignored her anger, and her pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. When she fought with Fang Yuan earlier, she had discovered this secret of Fang Yuan's. After returning to the clan, she flipped through the records and found some supplementary gu that could achieve this effect. But now that she saw it again, she suddenly felt that the truth might not be so. This guy, he has so many trump cards. Sky Canopy gu, Blood Moon gu, Chainsaw Golden Centipede, and now he even has Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. His battle techniques are completely superior to what the clan taught him. What gu did he use just now? Bai Ningbing thought of this and felt a chill in her heart.